Someone has appeared inside Korea's tower and begun breaking records that should have been impossible. Floor after floor is being cleared at the highest rank, each one faster than the last. The Awakening Management Department believes a once-in-a-generation genius has finally emerged, an unbelievably talented player with enough courage and power to change the future of the country. But they are wrong about almost everything. The mysterious player is Bong Joohyuk, a debt-ridden 25-year-old who works 3 jobs, avoids confrontation, and is so cowardly that entering the tower was never even part of his plans. The only reason he survives is his newly awakened ability, the power to summon legendary warriors and force them to obey his every command. While the entire country imagines an unstoppable hero risking his life on every floor, Joohyuk is doing everything possible to remain safely behind his summons and avoid fighting altogether. And somehow, this pathetic strategy may turn him into the greatest tower climber Korea has ever seen. But before the records, the monsters, and the legendary summons, Joohyuk's story begins inside a tiny rooftop apartment with crushing debt and another bowl of cheap ramen. In a neighborhood of a bunch of studio apartments, a man passes some hooligans and shortly arrives at his home. It seems that this time, too, he is having ramen for dinner. This is Bong Joohyuk, Hyuk for short, a 25-year-old man who has the notable trait of juggling 3 part-time jobs at once. There is a simple reason as to why he cannot save money to move out of here. Even if he's working 3 jobs, he's in debt. Even if he has to live like this, he must pay his debt off. He doesn't have any special skills, since all he has is this body, which is fortunately healthy. Just as he resigns to his life as a pathetic loser, he suddenly awakens, making him choke on his ramen. He can't believe it. Him? An awakener? Awakenings are a strange thing. Some people call it a blessing, a chance to hit it big and turn life around. A stroke of luck even rarer than finding a 4-leaf clover. The thing is, though, that one has to be alive to enjoy it. Entering the dungeon is extremely dangerous after all. Some monsters can tear people apart with ease, both sides of extreme temperatures, deadly poison, traps, and so on. He is a person who avoids confrontation no matter what. He does his best not enter dangerous situations, he admits. He's a loser and a coward. He's lived his entire life like that, so he's not ashamed. But now, he is awakened. However, he doubts himself. Perhaps he is hallucinating from being too tired, so he opens his status window and finds out that he is indeed awakened, with the summon trait. All awakened are granted an ability called a trait, and these traits come in many shapes and sizes, such as swordsmanship, spearmanship, archery, and so on. Spirits, familiars, golems, and demonic beasts are examples of some advanced summons. This is an ability that allows the summoner to utilize specific categories of summoned beings. The curiosity of what kind of summoner he is gets to Hyuk, and he decides to try his skill out, but nothing happens. He forgot that it doesn't work outside of the tower. That was silly. A player's abilities, including skills, are only effective while inside the tower and cannot be activated outside. Aside from being able to check stats, a player is no different than an ordinary person outside the tower. That's pretty common knowledge. He feels like an idiot for not remembering sooner. Just as he thinks there's no way that an ability would work outside, the random summon actually activates, and a person begins to take shape right in front of him. Hyuk is completely shocked that it worked, but more so by the fact that he summoned a person, who confirms that he is indeed a person. Hyuk is puzzled by how he summoned him outside of the tower, and how he summoned a human. Wasn't he supposed to summon a golem or spirit? The man he summoned takes a huge whiff, and asks if he's eating ramen before asking if he can take a bite. Hyuk agrees, thinking that he summoned a moocher. The man begins slurping on the ramen like there's no tomorrow, thinking that it's extremely spicy, even though this is some mild udon. Anyway, Hyuk is rather confused. How did he activate a skill outside of the tower? He never even heard of a human summon before. He opens the status window. He can summon humans and demon-humans, and they have tiers too, from rare to legendary, special super rare. It seems like there are tiers to this, like pulling for a gacha character. Hyuk is also informed that the summoned abides by 3 principles. The summon must protect their summoner's life above all else. The summon must absolutely obey the summoner's orders. And if the first and second principles conflict, the first one takes precedence. Hyuk thinks that absolute obedience sounds really nice, but who is this guy anyway? Thinking of that, he pulls out a sheet on him. He is the mad assassin of the Cruel Assassin Guild, John Kosach. He is a super rare and can remain summoned for 6 hours, with a 3-hour cooldown. John Kosach was the Cruel Assassins Guild's greatest asset and headache. All this information gets hammered into Hyuk's head instantly, but he also begins to phase out and fall into a vision of Kosach, seeing how he easily takes care of a bunch of men all at once, before putting their decapitated heads into bows. His end came from a single failure. His target was someone much stronger than him, the Empire's strongest swordmaster. As he finishes the vision, Kosak comes behind him and asks what he's thinking of. This makes Hyuk immediately throw himself in the opposite direction, and Kosak apologizes. He was just wondering if he had any orders for him. Hyuk forgot to not be scared, since this summon must obey his orders. He takes a deep breath and tells him to wash the ramen pot and then clean the table, which Kosak immediately does. Hyuk is still impressed, especially since he's not complaining either. He'd imagine someone of his stature definitely would. This guy will really do anything he says, it seems. Just to be safe, he asks if he wouldn't do something absurd, but Kosak just says that he will obey anything he orders. Hyuk tells him to bark for him, as a dog would, and Kosak falls silent, making Hyuk think that he went too far. But suddenly, Kosak begins to prance around and bark like a puppy, making Hyuk give a thumbs up, not really knowing how to feel after seeing a legendary assassin do this. Suddenly though, someone begins hammering down his door, demanding he open right this instant. Hyuk completely forgot that today was supposed to be the day he paid off his interest. As he hides Kosak, he thinks about what happened. He just had to borrow 10 million won, since the banks would not lend him a thing. He was left no choice but to go to a loan shark. It was for his dad's surgery, after he slipped on ice and fractured his hip, and to pay for his younger brother's college tuition. He really had no choice. He thought he would just pay it back quickly, but he hasn't even touched the principal. He's already paid 5 million in interest alone. He knows now it was a stupid thing to do, but what else could he do? There was no other way. He would still make that choice even now. Kosak calls out for him and tells him just to give the order, as he will bring all of their heads. Hyuk pushes him towards the bathroom, telling him to hide in there, to not move a muscle, and keep his mouth shut. Kosak asks if he can breathe at least, and Hyuk agrees. He opens the door, and the loan shark notes that he looks pretty fine. The interest payment hasn't come through yet, so he was worried that he was sick. Hyuk apologizes. He forgot, but he just sent the money. The loan shark tells him not to push this hard. If things get tough, he can always sell an organ, one kidney, and all of his problems would go away. One of the punks notes that he has a younger brother, and the loan shark agrees that it's a good idea. The younger they are, the better they sell. Hyuk stares them down as they say this, and the loan shark asks if he's looking for a beatdown. Hyuk immediately disagrees. He wouldn't dare to. With that, they leave, and Kosak comes out, Hyuk telling him that he did a good job staying silent. He's pretty exhausted at this point. He worked a double shift today, awakened, and summoned a human. Maybe he should also start climbing the tower to get clear of the debt. The money would be nice, but there's no way a coward like him could do anything. Kosak asks what he should do now, and Hyuk asks what he wants to do. If he wants to go back, he can just desummon him. Kosak asks to watch TV as it's been a while. Hyuk doesn't know how he knows about ramen and TVs, but he lets him. That night, as he sleeps and Kosak watches, he thinks that it's not bad to have someone else around. It's almost comforting, like he can sleep better. Until now, he's been working himself to an early grave, so this is nice. With that, he drifts off to sleep and wakes up at 8 a.m., Kosak not being there, probably because of the 6-hour time limit. Anyway, he should forget about awakening and everything and get ready to work. As he does so, he listens to the news, as earlier this morning, in Jongno-gu, at an office of an illegal private lending company called Smile Cash, 3 victims have been found, who have all been decapitated. What is truly shocking about this crime is that the heads of the victims were found decorated with ribbons, meaning the person who did it clearly had an intent. Hyuk knows of only one person who fits that description. It's Kosak. He's not that comforting anymore. He basically summoned a psychopathic murderer and even slept with him in his house. Hyuk searches further to confirm and sees the crime scene pictures. This was clearly Kosak's doing. He thinks that his life is officially over and continues looking into it, hoping for another outcome, but it's clear that this is Kosak's doing. Suddenly a customer comes to the shop, and he begins hallucinating, seeing the head of the loan shark given by his headless corpse. His vision quickens as he sees the head of the other 2, and he recoils back, his mind going into a complete panic. The woman who just wanted to order something asks if he is okay, and he regains his sanity, deeply apologizing for what he has done. After work, he thinks that he cannot continue like this, so he will take a day off from all his jobs tomorrow. His conscience still weighs heavily on his shoulders. Did those people die because of him? After getting home, the temperatures are dropping significantly, and he pulls up the file on Kosak. He really is a mad assassin. He won't dare to harm him, since he's his summoner, but he is still a little scary. He steels himself and summons Kosak again, but before that, the system asks to give a satisfaction rating on him. Hyuk thinks that he was just watching TV, and then goes and murders people without even being told. So for being such a pain, he deserves 1 finger and a star. He would like to be that heartless, but he can't. and that gives him 3 stars. His mother used to be a coordinator for a water purification rental company, so he knows all too well how heartbreaking a low satisfaction rating can be for someone. Even if he is not happy with any product, he never gives 1 star. With that, he summons Kosak, who reports for duty, and thanks him for the 3 stars. He will work even harder to keep him happy. Hyuk wonders if this innocent and cheerful guy really did kill 3 people, and so he decides to ask him, did he kill the people who came yesterday? Kosak confirms as such with the same smile, he took care of them last night. Hyuk has only now realized that he's standing in front of a real murderer. His knees are starting to get a little weak, and his heart is racing. He should calm down though, as he won't hurt him. He asks how, as he couldn't have known where their office is. Kosak explains that he planted a tracker mark on those bastards when they barged into his home. Hyuk guesses that's some kind of skill, and asks why he went so far for him. Kosak notes that he considered them a threat, so it was best to eliminate them in advance. Hyuk refutes this, as he did not order him to, so Kosak explains that the 3rd clause of the 3 principles was put in effect. Simply put, he will obey anything he says, but at the moment that his summoner is in danger, he has to act. Hyuk asks then, if for example, he would order him to kill him, then he couldn't write. Kosak confirmed as such, and Hyuk notes that there wasn't any immediate danger. Wasn't that his own judgment call? Kosak agrees that the 3rd clause can be interpreted in many ways after all, so it depends entirely on the summoner. From his perspective, those men were threats that would eventually endanger his life, and the talk about selling his kidney didn't help their case at all. Hyuk thinks that's downright psychotic, and apologizes immediately for his words. Kosak says it's fine, he gets that a lot anyway. Hyuk kind of understands, but this could be extremely dangerous in the future. Let's say he's walking down a crowded street with him, and if he accidentally bumps shoulders with some punk, he would probably try to act all intimidating, but they don't really mean it. It's just an empty threat, but depending on Kosak's interpretation of that threat, that could happen again. Seeing him like this, Kosak gets on his knees, noting that it was his fault, but Hugh tells him to get up. He explains that murdering people does not help him. In fact, it will put him in more danger. Kosak notes that nobody would know, and Hyuk tells him that he won't do it again, right? Kosak can't promise it. Hyuk makes him promise that if there's no knife to his throat, physically speaking, he won't do anything, as he can't ask on suspicion. Kosak evades the task, and notes that he will use his best judgment. Hyuk relents and tells him they can go for now, but before doing that, Kosak asks if he has considered climbing the tower. Hyuk shakes a little. He knows that climbing the tower is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but honestly, he's really scared of it. That place is dangerous, and he could die. Hyuk asked if there were other summoners, people who summoned him, as he did. Kosak confirms as much. They were all strong and brave people. Hyuk is kind of ashamed of himself. Some people use their awakened abilities to save the world. Meanwhile, he doesn't have an ounce of courage, let alone risk his life. Hyuk admits it to himself once again. He is a pathetic coward, but Kosak thinks he's the greatest summoner of all. What is a summoner's virtue above all? It's safety, naturally. Bravery is a poison. A brave summoner is a dangerous one. He never knows when he might die, and if he does, they can't come outside anymore. He shouldn't worry. He will handle all the dirty work while he lies low and lives a long, long life. Hyuk couldn't sleep well after that. He was too busy worrying about whether or not he should climb the tower. But who is he to do that? He should be grateful that his debt disappeared along with the debt collectors. As unfortunate as their deaths were, it probably helped a lot of people they had in their grasp. For now, he will just work a safe, normal job, and if he works hard enough, he should be fine. Suddenly, he gets a call from his dad, who announces that he has to transfer to a bigger hospital to keep him in rehab, and what's more, his mother got fired. He shouldn't worry much though. He called because he hasn't heard from him in a while. Hyuk notes that he will visit soon, and then they can share a meal. After a bit of talking, he closes the call and immediately equips the full safety manager set. He wants to go to the first floor. If anything dangerous happens, he can leave. Since he doesn't have any jobs to do today, it lines up. Before he summons Kosak, though, he should try summoning someone else, as maybe they will pull a legendary. He cannot do that though, as it has a cooldown of an entire month. In the end, he is forced to summon Kosak, who is happy to be of service. Hyuk hopes that he doesn't know he tried summoning someone else, and notes that he has decided to venture into the tower, which Kosak finds brave, but he shouldn't be brave. Hyuk notes that he will just get a taste and get out, and Kosak throws away his equipment, as he will be his guide once inside. He will make sure he is safe and comfortable the whole time. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. With that, they get going, and Hyuk begins falling through the floor as he is transported. Hyuk continues falling through the floor, and eventually lands in a sandy place. It appears the first floor is a complete wasteland. Before anything though, he vomits up his lunch, clearly not used to falling long distances. After that, they go outside of the safe zone, and Hyuk gets enhancements matching his level, making traits and combat skills available. Hyuk feels pretty strong immediately. This is the power of the player after all. The first floor mission is to kill 5 tough-skinned fat maggots. It's basically a place to test one's skills. The tough-skinned maggots are basically scarecrows, put there to gauge what players can do. Even though they deal basically 0 damage, their skin is very tough, which makes them quite hard to kill. They say some players can only kill one every 30 minutes, but he's also a player now. He walks forward, determined to take down the first one, but Kosak notes that he needn't go through the trouble. He approaches a maggot, but then turns his back, as he forgot to borrow a weapon. At that moment, the maggot ascends into the air and prepares to crush him. Hyuk turns his head toward it and asks Kosak for help, who notes that this is a very wise decision. Almost immediately, he flies toward the maggot and kills it with one punch, before dashing through the others, making them fly in the air before throwing a bunch of knives. Lastly, he activates Blade Burst and make them explode, staying with his back at them, as don't forget, cool guys don't look at explosions. Hyuk is amazed, and he gains a 100-gram mana stone and achieved SS rank on the first floor, meaning that he also gets a platinum badge. Hyuk thinks this is very easy. If he keeps going like this, he will be rich in no time. He didn't know this at that time, but at the same time, every single player in Korea, no matter where they were, received the same announcement. After getting back to his apartment, Hyuk is told that he can now challenge the second floor. He's surprised it only took 5 minutes, and Kosak notes that this was a job well done. Hyuk feels like he just stood there and did nothing, but Kosak notes that's exactly what he ought to do. Hyuk heard that to kill monsters, one has to completely exhaust oneself, and it takes forever to do so, but that was rather easy. He looks at his rewards, the mana stone and the badge, and picks up the mana stone. These things are an indispensable resource in the modern industry, and since their price dropped a lot since the tower appeared, it only costs around 50,000 won per 100 gram. Most people know these basic facts about the tower. However, he had never heard of a platinum badge before. Anyway, he got some money in 3 minutes. To celebrate, he prepares a feast, and Kosak takes its smell and thinking that it's spicy jockball, but it's only regular, since Hyuk knows he cannot handle spice. Kosak digs in and thanks his summoner for his kindness. Hyuk tells him that he doesn't need to be so formal with him, and asks if this is how he usually talks. Kosak chalks it up to the influence of his previous summoner, as they spent quite a lot of time together. Hyuk smiles. This is like the influence of his former partner, although in this case, the influence of his former summoner. Kosak notes that he can stop if he wants to, but Hyuk says it's fine. This guy really is not dangerous to him at all, and he's also confirmed that the tower is doable. The next morning, Hyuk creates a daily routine. He works at the convenience store during the day, and then at the charcoal barbecue spot at night. He decided to quit being a day laborer. Instead, he comes home and climbs the tower with Kosak. He summons him, and he's happy to receive another perfect score, although Hyuk would wish to give him a 10 out of 10 at this point. He also explains why he's so excited to get a good score. Is it that important? Kosak explains that the better the rating, the more benefits he gets. For example, if the summon time summoned or rank increased, it goes without saying that he would get more summons too. They go to the second floor with that, where they now have to defeat 10 nimble fat maggots, with a limit of 2 hours. Hyuk knows about these guys. They are tricky because they move around so much. He tells Kosak to be careful, as he might die if he goes all out here, but Kosak doesn't think so. This will take 3 minutes at most. He will finish this quickly and have him escorted home. As he jumps in, Hyuk asks if they should get some chicken tonight, and Kosak agrees, thanking him before eliminating the maggots with extreme ease. This is really insane. He is getting reward after reward, and they are getting bigger too. With the second floor completed, Hyuk gains a level up and a 200-gram mana stone and another platinum badge, thanks to achieving S++ rank. Hyuk wonders if it really is okay for this to be that easy, as this is fast, way too fast. With this, he can pop in and out before his morning shift too. Sure enough, he gets to do it again, Kosak noting that his landing is getting better, but it's still a little low. The third floor grants him a 300-gram mana stone, and sure enough, another platinum badge. It goes the same for the fourth floor, and the same for the fifth floor. With this, Hyuk has accumulated 5 platinum badges, and he is awarded a perk as a reward. Hyuk wonders what that may be, and he soon finds it. He gains the awakening trait enhancement, its effect increasing the number of player summons he can have by 2. Hyuk is surprised. He can now bring another summon with him, but Kosak is already doing just fine. It seems that the S++ clear rewards are very good. Seeing as how the difficulty of the tower will continue to rise, this will be a lot safer now. To use random summon again, has to wait 20 more days, so he should survive carefully until then. After that, the 2 summons he has will keep clearing at the highest rank, but he will continue climbing. At the Korean Awakening Management Department, a meeting is taking place, but the people are all pretty silent. One wonders when he should post that today, sometime in the morning or evening. Suddenly a woman closes in on him and asks if he's thinking about the announcement, causing him to jump. The man is John Gwang-il, the team leader, and the woman is Lee Mina, the manager. He asks if the new announcement has been posted, and she confirms as such. It's an S++ rank clear on the 6th floor of the Black Tower. John can't believe this happened again. The Black Tower full of announcements is being posted one after another lately. News about an unbelievable S++ clear. It is almost definitely the work of a single person, since they are clearing the floors in order. It is probably someone unprecedented in their time who possesses incredible talent. If they clear the 7th, 8th, and 9th, even 10th floors with S++, what will happen? The other man there slams the table. He is Park Kyung-soo, director. As they already know, the highest rank ever recorded in this country was A. They only just learned that there were ranks beyond that, and that full announcements are posted when S++ is achieved. Player migration has also become prevalent in the international community, and kidnappings are even taking place in secret. Before they risk losing that person to another country, they must find the player. 2 days later, as Kosak does the dishes, Hyuk asks if they are on the 8th floor today, and he confirms as such. Hyuk is happy, but the first 10 floors are just a beginner zone, so it makes sense that everything is easy. After a bit, they go to the 8th floor, where they have to defeat 10 red thorn frog warriors, beings much more dangerous than the worms. However, they don't stand a chance against Kosak, who cuts them up into bits and pieces. Hyuk is awarded an 800G mana stone, a level up, and another platinum badge, with Kosak congratulating him after they get back. Hyuk feels kind of bad because he did nothing, but Kosak notices that just entering the tower is enough, although he shouldn't let his guard down, as the later levels after the 10th floor are dangerous. Hyuk thinks he should reward Kosak for clearing in 3 minutes, so he gives him some money to go and have some fun, as there's still time left before his materialization. Kosak refuses, as he cannot leave his side. He will just watch TV or something. Hyuk is surprised this goes past absolute obedience, and asks if he wants to order some chicken, which Kosak immediately gets to doing. Hyuk also got a tower-exclusive healing potion, which he should give to Kosak. What should he do with the mana stones, though? He already has 3.6 kilograms or 7.9 pounds in his inventory. That's a total of 1.8 million won if he sells them, so he should think of cashing them in soon. On day 10, just when he's about to raid the 10th floor, Hyuk is surprised by himself. He thought he would just dip a little in the tower, but they've been diligently clearing all day. Yesterday, even raiding the 9th floor was a breeze. Clearing the floor is a given, but the S++ clear reward is the bonus he wants. This is quite reassuring, especially Kosak, who Hyuk basically forgot is a crazed assassin. He summons Kosak, and due to his giving maximum scores, his summon time has increased by 1 hour, which Hyuk will be counting on in the future. As they enter the 10th floor, Hyuk can really feel it, the tower's readjustment of his physical skill, the overflowing power and mysterious magic he feels in his abdomen. Has he, Bong Joohyuk, become an untamable stallion? He grabs Kosak's shoulder and notes that from now on, he will help too, but Kosak disagrees. If by some wild chance he gets a scratch, he would have to pay for it. Hyuk tells him not to worry, as he is already a wild horse. But that's when the enemy of this area appears before them, making Hyuk get out of his cosplay. He wonders how the other players even caught something like that. Hyuk makes up an excuse, noting that if they both charge at some bugs, it would hurt their pride, so he should go first. The mantis attacks Kosak, who dodges and begins climbing it, before striking the beast down. After exiting the tower, Hyuk looks at his rewards, a 1 kilogram or 2 pound mana stone, and with this final platinum badge, he gains a new perk too. He excitedly waits to see what it is, and it's revealed to be a copy skill from his summon. Seeing this, Kosak suggests he should learn Shadow Step. No questions, no arguments. Hyuk is inclined to ask why, and Kosak notes that it's convenient for running away. Even if something happens to him, he can escape quickly. Hyuk's pride is kind of hurt. Run away? Just what kind of person does he think he is? He immediately learns Shadow Step, as a quick foot is indeed important in combat, including footwork and such. He goes outside to try it, but it doesn't seem to be working that well, making Hyuk kinda mad. On the 11th day of tower climbing, he sheepishly makes a call to the Awakening Management Department Center to announce that he had an awakening. The person on the phone congratulates him and asks if they should send some government representatives to his house to guide him. Before Hyuk can even agree, the person notes that they will be there as soon as possible. He made this decision because he wanted to sell his mana stones, and it was the most courageous move he had made in his 25 years of life. As Lee gets in a car, John asks how the awakened individual who contacted them from Daegu says, but she denies being the S++ person. They do have another awakening application today. Would he want to come along? He agrees, as they need to get out there and try to find that person. If they find them, they will bring them to the elite team. No matter what, they will shower them with every benefit the awakening department manager can offer. Hyuk diligently cleans up his house, and just in time, as the people from the awakening department are here, he invites them inside, John introducing himself and Lee as they enter. Hyuk is even more nervous now that a woman is involved, and suddenly, she approaches him, noting that he is the S++ person, isn't he? Hyuk immediately recoils back and wonders what is going on. Is there some awakened detection method he hasn't heard of yet? First, he has to deny it though, so he should act as naturally as possible. He immediately acts as unnatural as possible, noting that he heard of it, but it's definitely not him. Lee looks at him, noting that he looks like the textbook definition of a liar, and Jong tries to slap her head, but she dodges, as she should not push people like that. They both apologize, and Hyuk says it's fine. They all sit down, and they pull up a video, with Tavid, the mascot of Korea's Black Tower, introducing itself as a guide to the tower. It is jet black and ominous, with an overwhelming size that dwarfs any human structure. The Black Tower. 20 years ago, the Black Tower appeared overnight. Countries mobilized armies, and scientists tried to uncover its secrets, but none could get close, because the tower was seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier. So then, what exactly is this tower? That question was answered with the appearance of players. It's basically a game, where one can advance through floors. Outside, players are regular people, but inside the tower, they can wield powerful abilities. They upgrade equipment with various rewards earned in the tower and contribute to the economy. If the tower's new upper floors are not climbed within 6 months, a countdown begins, and at the end, the tower collapses. That's how the city of Mumbai disappeared 3 years ago. Each country is known to have 1 to 3 black towers, and South Korea only has 1. There are an estimated 5 to 10,000 players, making 0.01% of the population. Even so, Korea is making steady progress, just behind America, so the heroes of their society are protecting them and learning from the Black Tower. After a bit more exposition, they close the laptop, with Jong noting that now, they would like to ask a few questions as part of the verification process. They ask if he is truly awakened, and Hyuk confirms it as such, giving out some of his mana stones as proof. They ask which floor he reached, and he says 10th, making the two think that he's the S++. Lee asks if he's heard about the public announcement that's been trending, and he agrees, sounding once again like a robot. Jong definitely thinks he's sussy, and begins explaining the terms of the contract. The government manages players into 2 groups, the elite team, and the second is the general team. The general team consists of individuals who plan and execute dungeon raids independently, basically freelancers. On the other hand, elite individuals maintain a much closer relationship with the government's awakening management department. They are obligated to attempt high-level clears, but in return, they get benefits, one of which is personal protection outside the tower. Hearing all of this, Hyuk knows that if he reveals he's the S++ player, he will get bombarded with attention, something he hates with a passion. As Jong explains the terms of the elite team registration, Hyuk notes that he doesn't want to apply to that. He's happy with the general team. He doesn't have any talent, and it's scary. He's fine with getting reasonable rewards. Seeing this, Lee thinks they hit another dead end. There are quite a few who just want to stop at a certain point and enjoy the safe hunts, but this is the first time she's seen someone be so blatant about it. Someone so ungrateful does not deserve it. Even if he had volunteered for the elite team, he's the type they would not accept, because the most important quality there is the will to climb. Jong respects his decision, but he should enter the tower for a bit, as they need to confirm his awakening. It would be a waste to throw away his one chance to enter, so why doesn't he clear the floor too? Hyuk knows he's testing him, and agrees, but notes that it would take him close to 2 hours. Lee tells him that it's their job, so he shouldn't worry and take his time. Hyuk dresses up and tells them to get comfortable, as he will be off. With that, he disappears, confirming he is a player. But Jong asks Lee what she thinks of him. She notes that he seems way too timid. His speech and actions are subdued, and he will probably give up on the 11th floor. She's cleared it before, and it certainly tests a player's fear. The long-tailed giant centipedes are particularly difficult beasts, but even then, one has to defeat hundreds of them. He will probably give up and head back to the safe zone, and Jong believes her. He should call the chief and say they have another remiss. Hyuk summons Kosak, who reports for duty, and he reads the mission, absolutely hating the idea of centipedes. Kozak notes that this is a 5-minute job, but Hyuk wants him to kill them as slowly as possible, over an hour, so it won't be recorded as an S++. He has people outside who are watching, so he will take him to the tower today too. He only needs to show them that he entered, but the group decided to do a full clear, so he will completely escape the S++ allegations with this. Kozak instantly one-shots one, making Hyuk tell him to go slower, and he does, making it take a lot longer, but suddenly, one of the centipedes arises from the ground straight below Hyuk. With that, he gets assaulted by centipedes, and Kozak, fearing for his master's life, jumps in, eliminates them with extreme ease, and goes out of his way to kill a ton more. Hyuk tells him to go slower, but Kozak must also follow safety guidelines, and soon enough, he clears the dungeon with an S++ rank. They immediately get booted out of the dungeon, and the two in his apartment get informed that the 11th floor was cleared with an S++ rank. This is undeniable proof. The one before them is the one they were looking for. Hyuk really did not want to do this, but they had to be silenced. Before he can tell Kozak to tie them up, he charges in and decapitates them, immediately putting them in bows. Hyuk thinks that this would happen. He's become drenched just by thinking of it. Jong reiterates, noting that their elite team needs a man of his talent. Hyuk tries to fake it, noting that this must be a misunderstanding. His runs must have overlapped with another player's. Jong says otherwise as they checked, but Hyuk continues to keep going with that story. Jong understands, and now that they have confirmed he is awakened, they should get his contract ready. Hyuk reads it and sees that this is an elite contract. He specifically asked for a standard one. Jong says he's right. This is on a completely different level. It's the only ultra-elite contract. He will have an annual salary of 12 billion won, provided with real estate and security, and on top of that, legal immunity. Hyuk thinks this is basically being like royalty. Jong explains that only one person has these benefits, the first-ranked player in Korea, Yoo Chil-min. This will also benefit their country, so he should think about it. Hyuk denies it. He will not be a player unless he's given a regular contract. Jong asks why he's so opposed to it, but Hyuk just doesn't like getting attention. It's a burden. Too much attention is extremely stressful. It makes his chest tighten. In other words, he's an extreme introvert. Jong thinks it's best to back down for now, and notes that in this case, they will give him a standard contract. Hyuk knows, anyone watching this would find it frustrating. Why not just sign the elite contract and get all the benefits? However, that contract comes with a ton of responsibility. Even if he wants to quit climbing later on, he won't be able to. He doesn't need this kind of pressure in his life, so he will pass on it. He's happy about just making a living like he was previously. At the awakening department, the chief tells John that what he said is completely different from his interim report. Did he not say on the phone that he was a timid player with no desire to climb? Is that the same person who achieved an S++ ranking? Jong confirms as such. It seems that his personality is just rather unique. He is the type of ordinary citizen one rarely sees. The chief asks if there's a chance they are mistaken, but Lee thinks that's impossible. The timing matches up way too perfectly. The chief doesn't care that he's timid. He has amazing talent, so they will have to get him on the elite team, no matter what they have to give. Back at Hyuk's place, he berates Kozak. He is extremely angry. It's all been exposed because of him. If he does that one more time, he will undo him in an instant. They go to the 12th floor, where they have to kill 20 icicle weasels. Hyuk tells Kozak to do it slowly and thinks he can trust him this time. If they clear it normally, the department will lose interest, and he will be left alone, hopefully. However, it's also extremely cold in this place. Even though he prepared, it's still cold, so he will just bear with it. Seeing his face, Kozak thinks he's in immense pain from the cold, so he will finish this as quickly as possible to get him to a warm room. He immediately charges in and eliminates the weasels without a problem, making Hyuk get another S++ reward. He immediately gets a call from Jong, and after he is done, he immediately unsummons Kozak, as there is no soup for those who do not obey. The next day on the 13th floor, the only mission is to pass through a bunch of traps, and since his master would get hurt if he goes alone, Kozak picks Hyuk up and runs towards the finish with him, clearing the floor in record time. On the 14th floor, the bats have AoE sonic attacks, so Kozak eliminates them quickly so as not get Hyuk injured. At this point, he doesn't even care anymore, and since he made 2 million from mana stones and 2 million from general player support, adding what he made from 11th to the 14th floors, he made about 7 million won in 2 weeks. If he keeps it up and reaches the 20th floor without issue, the mana stones he gets as a reward will weigh a lot more. And if he gets awakening management to handle sales, that's 1 million per day, with no taxes, meaning that he will be crazy rich. The The next day, Kosak immediately bows as he is summoned, as he was still granted a 5-star, even though he committed sin after sin of disobeying his orders. Hyuk tells him to relax on the 15th floor onwards, as he won't need to take it slow anymore. It's all out in the open as it is, and if he gets the S++ on the 15th floor, he will make it to 15 platinum badges, meaning that he can get another one of those special perks. He is starting to get a bit greedy, but the more perks he stacks, the safer he will be after all. Within that, they get going to the 15th floor, where they have to eliminate 20 goblin workers. This is Hyuk's first time seeing humanoid monsters. They are not as strong but have some amount of intelligence. Starting floors and clearing them will be quite annoying, even with enough info. Kosak notes that if even one manages to escape, the others will be called here. These creatures are cunning, so he should hide really well, as he will be eliminating all of them at once. Kosak uses his stealth skill and immediately gets rid of them, without the beasts even noticing that they are dead. With that, the floor is cleared, and Hyuk immediately opens up his inventory. That makes a total of 15 platinum badges, and since he has accumulated so many, he gets another perk. When he collected 5 badges, he got a perk that upgraded his trait. When he got 10, he received a perk that allowed him to copy a skill from his summon. So what will it be this time? The reward this time is an energy barrier kit, which has the effect of protecting the user with a damage-absorbing barrier, with a limitation of a certain amount of damage and a cooldown of 5 hours. Hyuk uses it and notices it's a full set of body armor, and since it's not labeled as tower exclusive, he can use it outside of it too. He wonders how much he can sell this for. Maybe 3 or 4 billion. Maybe he should just sell it and quit the tower. However, there might be better rewards if he climbs higher. So he asks Kosak if they can clear floor 16 with an S++, and he thinks it's possible, but they have to be careful, and there's no guarantee either. Hyuk is surprised to learn that, and wonders what he should do. Back at the player department, the chief asks Jong and Lee how long it's been since the S++ clear record has been updated. They announce that it's been 15 days, and they are apparently stuck on floor 15. The chief notes that heaven is really cruel. Why was such talent handed over to such a timid person? Jong notes that the difficulty increases greatly from floor 16 onward, but he hasn't given up on clearing it, so they should wait a little longer. As he says that, he gets informed that Hyuk is coming to the awakening management department, wanting to use the player shop. Now the chief finally understands. He's been repeating floors to raise funds to purchase items. Jong thinks so too. He was empty-handed when they first visited him. The chief calls himself a fool. He was about to criticize Hyuk without even realizing it. When he arrives, they will support him with whatever items he wants at a generous price. 15 days ago, Hyuk asked Kosak something he absolutely hated, to be stabbed with the dagger. Kosak asks why he is doing this to him. If he doesn't like him, he could just kill him. Hyuk just wanted to see if the energy barrier was working properly, and wondered why he was making so much of a fuss over a little stab. Kosak refused and refused, but in that refusal, Hyuk stabbed himself with his hand. Unfortunately, he forgot to turn on the barrier, so he heals himself, and Kosak wanted to cut off the evil arm that dared to do such a thing. He made Hyuk promise that he won't do that again, and he confirmed as such, letting him go back to hunting. As he looked at him, Hyuk thought that his hunt would end in 10 minutes, no matter how long it is. He should at least practice his skills in the meantime, right? He uses Shadow Step and rushes forward instantly. He didn't expect it to feel like this, but he now gets why Kosak recommended it. He can move around, free as a bird. Suddenly, he happened upon a goblin, which was probably hiding from Kosak. Seeing Hyuk, it charged in, and the barrier protected him from the first attack, allowing Hyuk to kick the beast away. Seeing this, Kosak cut the goblin in two, and noted that this was a nice pass, but then realized what happened and rushed to Hyuk's side. He asked if he was okay. Why did he fight a goblin out of nowhere? He told him time and time again, even with his powers, he must not be foolish and endanger himself. Hyuk covered his ears and noted that he would be more careful. After defeating the 15th floor for 2 weeks, Hyuk became accustomed to his skills, and the mana stones he accumulated totaled 11 million won. He calls Jong, asking if it's alright to come to the player shop now, and he agreed. In fact, he would send someone to pick him up right away. Hyuk notes he can come himself, but Jong insists, so he decided to wait. After arriving at the department in a limousine, Jong welcomes him at the entrance. Hyuk bowed down too, and thought that even if he's a normal contract, they are giving him the VIP treatment. They go to the shop, where Hyuk successfully registers his information, and Jong explains that from now on, he can come anytime without calling. Would he like to show him around though? Hyuk denies this offer. He just wants to look around himself. After that, he enters the player shop, which seems extremely luxurious, but there's not a single customer. Perhaps the items are way too expensive. So first things first, he should sell those mana stones. He does that, with the clerk noting that 11 million won will be in his account within 3 days, and Hyuk asks if he can use it here now, and he can. He immediately becomes socially drained after this conversation, and thinks of buying something quickly before heading home. The chief asks Jong if Hyuk entered without issue, and he confirms as such, as he's browsing as they speak, and they told other players the shop is closed today. He also told the staff to give him a 90% discount, because he's timid, and giving it out for free might make him uncomfortable. Later, Hyuk comes forward with his purchase, an adamant mace, which was 2 million won, and basilisk leather boots, which were 3 million. He heard the prices were around 20 to 30 million, and since Jong came out to greet him personally, no matter how he spins it, he definitely is getting special treatment. Although these items are nice, he's only used these boots as armor because of the energy barrier, a piece of armor that unifies all defense. This is all thanks to his perks, and he decided not to be greedy when he started climbing, although these perks are extremely tempting. The next day, he summons Kosak, who asks if they are repeating floor 15, but Hyuk actually wants to advance, as the summon cooldown is finally over, meaning he can summon one more. As he does, he begins saying every prayer known to man, and his summon slowly begins to take shape, but it grows and grows until his head is through his ceiling. Just what could he have summoned? The summon begins to take shape fully, and he slowly pulls his head out of the ceiling, making Hyuk wonder if he's a human or a monster. Kosak immediately jumps in with a jumping kick, asking why he, of all people, is here. Whose life is he here to ruin? Hyuk wonders if they know each other, and the barbarian notes that his attacks tickle. Kosak wonders if he will say the same thing after he takes his head. He will even put on a pretty ribbon. Hyuk intervenes, making Kosak stop, as one broken ceiling is enough. He tells him to step aside for a moment, as he needs to talk with their new guest. Kosak notes this is not necessary. This guy is infamous. He's known for being an idiot, and he probably doesn't even know the principles of the summoned. The barbarian notes that he studied them. It's summoner obedience, or was that absolute life? Second is understanding value, then conflict. Kosak knew he was a dud. They needed to kill him so that he couldn't be summoned for 100 days. Hyuk pulls up his tab. He's the dull barbarian meat shield of the Great Plains tribe, with an R rank, the lowest possible, which is disappointing. Should he wait a month to pull again? He begins grilling the barbarian, asking his name, which he forgot, if he knows why he is here, which he doesn't, and if he knows about the tower, which he doesn't. Hyuk thinks he will just read the description, but that's when he gets pulled back into the barbarian's memories. He sees him in the plains, frolicking around butterflies. He is a pure being who found happiness simply by living with nature. However, his purity aside, his physical abilities were also amazing. He was too dim-witted to the point where he even forgot his own name. Deceived by a false hero, the barbarian warrior was set up as a meat shield against the archfiend Hydra. Using his powerful body and only that, he withstood the Hydra's breath and fought valiantly, tearing off its heads one after another, unaware that his own skin was melting away, all for the sole purpose of protecting his comrades. In the end, he met his demise because of the accumulated acid breath, and his comrades were all glad for it. Hyuk now knows why he was called a meat shield. He also knows that he won't turn him away no matter what, so he welcomes him, noting that they will climb together. They should start with his name first. Does he prefer barber or a meatball? He doesn't know, so Hyuk tells him to pick, so he picks a meatball. Hyuk tells him not to worry, he will make him happy, and Meatball trusts him. He's his summoner after all. With this, they are all comrades, so they should work together. Kosak is not happy at first, but then finishes computing, and now understands, this guy is a reliable meat shield, and he will teach him how to use him as such. As Kosak attempts to guide him, Hyuk thinks of their team, a timid player, a mad assassin, and a simple-minded barbarian. It's pretty weird, but he will make it work no matter what. On the 16th floor, they have to eliminate 30 goblin scouts, and Kosak advises Hugh to activate his energy barrier and be ready to use Shadow Step at any point. These goblins shoot poison darts, so they do not know when they will appear. Sure enough, they are hiding among the trees, and one of them shoots a swift dart at Hyuk, with Kosak barely able to capture it. This gives out the signal for the other goblins to attack, and Kosak blocks the incoming strikes as Hyuk goes into cover. Judging by the number of projectiles, there are way more than 50 goblins here, so he tells Meatball to get in front and block them. Hearing this, Meatball launches himself in the air, and as he falls, the goblins who are attacking Kosak begin to retreat, but his landing puts all of them in the air, including Kosak. Hyuk watches with great interest, and the ranged goblins begin shooting at him, but the darts cannot go through his thick skin. With that, Meatball charges in, wiping them all out. Hyuk is shocked. How is he only an R rank? When they go back, Hyuk rewards him with a bunch of chicken, which he really enjoys. Kosak bickers with him because he calls chicken kitchen, and Meatball notes he looks like a fool, with Hyuk telling them to get along. Suddenly, Meatball calls him a good person. Since he fed him kitchen, he will give life. Hyuk blushes, noting that this is nothing compared to what they do. He should be the one asking them for help. Suddenly, Kosak punches him in the face, and Hyuk immediately scolds him, asking why he's bothering him when he's just eating. Kosak noted that he just thought he needed some education. The next day, they go to the 17th floor, giving Hyuk another physical boost. He feels even stronger, his heart racing once again. Is the wild horse within him awakening once more? As he tries to hype him up, Kosak notices that level 20 is the perfect level to get complacent, so he will take the lead, with Meatball confirming that he will protect him no matter what. Their mission now is to eliminate 30 goblin warriors, and Hyuk did not realize when he watched the other players walk through videos, but seeing them in person is quite intimidating. There are at least 90 goblins here. As monsters, they are pretty skilled in strategy and tactics. The guide he watched before entering advised that when they appeared, they should retreat to the safe zone. When they came back after waiting for a bit, their forces would have naturally scattered, and they would patrol in groups of 3. They have to lure and kill 3 at a time without drawing more aggro, and repeat until success, which will take quite a bit of time. Instead, Hyuk calls Meatball and tells him to go. With only that command, Meatball charges up his power, as he knows his master wants these beasts dead. As he charges in, the goblins put up their shields and spears, but Meatball easily passes through all of them, Hyuk thinking that he is performing amazingly. Strategy and tactics only work when the weight classes are similar. This is like 1,000-foot soldiers trying to attack a tank. With that, they clear the floor within minutes, and Kosak, seeing only Meatball being used, feels a little hurt. On the 18th floor, where they have to eliminate 30 goblin assassins, Hyuk sends out Meatball once again, but the goblins use their stealth skill and get out of his way before they can be grabbed. Meatball becomes infuriated and begins throwing his hands around to catch them, but this makes Kosak laugh. He has suffered enough watching that ignorant bastard strategy. He will purify his sight with a classy strategy. He enters his own stealth skill and takes out the goblins one after another with extreme ease. Unfortunately for him, this was all part of Hyuk's plan, as Kosak is anxious because he's not using him as much, and with this, he has stimulated his competitive spirit. He's doing this to maximize the badges he earns. He needs those sweet perks after all, and he's also around level 18. It's time for his wild horse heart to ascend. He checked all the strategy info before starting this floor. The goblin assassin's stealth is low level, so if one concentrates, they can detect their movements. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. He practiced shadow step enough. He actually manages to get behind a goblin, but he loses his balance, managing to hit the goblin much harder than he wanted to. Hyuk thinks it's fine, but suddenly, another goblin assassin descends on him, his blade already at his head. Kosak continues taking down one goblin after another, with Meatball also deflecting any incoming strikes while spinning around. Kosak, in his trying to show he's better, completely forgot about Hyuk and wonders where he is. Fortunately, he was protected by the barrier. He definitely would have died without it. As another assassin pops up and they attack at once, Hyuk locks in. It's probably because of the adrenaline, but the movement of their blades has become rather slow. It feels like the entire world has slowed down, and he is faster than them. With this kill, they clear the floor. Hyuk is glad that he actually got the last hit, but Kosak is in tears in front of him, glad to see that he's actually alive. The global announcement is instantly posted, and the chief is very glad for it. Jong believing the items he bought really helped. The chief would like to reveal immediately that the record held for Korea's 18 consecutive S++ clears is this person. Jong notes that now, Hyuk is a super special player they need to care for even more delicately. The news about someone clearing 18 consecutive S++ ranks eventually gets spread around. This is an unprecedented record. History is being written as they speak, and the mysterious player who did all this is currently estimated to be level 19. Kosak sighs deeply after hearing this, and Hyuk tells him to say it if he has something to say. Kosak just believes that the speed at which he's realizing his talent is too fast. Hyuk is confused. Him and talent in the same sentence. He must be joking. Kosak thinks it's no joke. The shadow step that he showed at the end, it was a perfect movement that even he would struggle to mimic, which makes it a ton more dangerous. He tells Hyuk that it's the truth. He will start finding combat fun, and then he will gain confidence. With confidence comes bravery, and that's extremely dangerous. They made a promise from the start, did they not? Safety first. Hyuk agrees. He absolutely won't do anything dangerous, and just go for one mob at most. Kosak still feels uneasy, as something is telling him that he will definitely cause an accident someday. Meatball calls him a moron for crying, and Kosak kicks him right in Hyuk's fridge, who immediately desummons them. But the damage has been done. His mother's kimchi is on the floor. Tomorrow, to clear his head a bit, he will pay a visit to his parents. He does just that, and they invite him inside. His bedridden father notes he should visit more often since he's close, but the mother tells him to stop nagging. Hyuk asks how his hip is, and he notes that bones don't heal easily. He spent most of the day like this. They go to the table to eat the mother's stew, and she announces that his brother will also be here soon. He went to buy tofu. As they eat, Hyuk asks if things are rough these days, but his mother tells him not to worry. He will find work again soon, and his father tells him to live his life and not worry about them. To test the waters, Hyuk notes that it would be nice if he awakened at a time like this, but his father immediately thinks of it as a joke. A guy that looks like him entering the tower? He's the type of guy who asks a woman to catch cockroaches for him. She notes that's not something to be proud of, and asks Hugh if he doesn't have work today. He says that it's his off day, even though he quit everything a while ago. His mother sees him lying, but even so, she trusts him. He shouldn't use loan sharks though. That's a big no-no. Hyuk almost forgot about that whole ordeal and changed the subject, asking what happened to her job. She explains that it was because of a rude customer who went to fix a water purifier, and they asked her to clean up all their recycling and food waste too, and she couldn't stand that disrespect. Hyuk thinks that his mother is aggressive and brave, a personality that cannot stand injustice. His father, who fell head over heels for her, is a complete beta male. Thus, he spawned 2 other betas. He's certain everyone must be worried, so he will talk about awakening after the situation settles down. After going out with his brother, he gives him the allowance for their parents, so that they don't overwork themselves. His brother tells him to wait, and sheepishly tries to say something. Hyuk, thinking that he's shy because he paid for his tuition, and notes that he knows how he feels. His brother's happy to hear this, as this allowance is for their parents, but something is missing: his share. Hyuk is about to throw him away, but gives him 500,000 won. After that, he goes to the awakening management department. He did so on a whim. After seeing his family, the thought of doing this properly grew even bigger. He didn't contact Jong, as he was instructed, but he should be fine. He does have that energy barrier, but the monsters will only get stronger, so he was thinking of buying a shield. The one he was looking for is 100 million won, and since it's a female employee, he can't ask anything properly. Why are there so many people around? Instead, she offers a round hand shield made of adamantium. It's small and light, and it even has a self-repair function. Hyuk thinks that this suits him really well, combined with the mace. He goes ahead and buys it. Honestly, talking to the staff members is more challenging than dealing with goblins. He decides to go home, but someone speaks with him, noting that he probably hasn't awakened for long. He introduces himself as Choi Hoseok. He comes to this place every day, so he wanted to get acquainted with him since he hadn't seen him around. If it's not rude, what floor is he on, as he's currently climbing the 30s? Hyuk says that he's in the 10s, and Choi tells him to ask anything if he has trouble. Hyuk notes there's nothing, and Choi tells him to come anytime and ask if he's in trouble. As he leaves, Hyuk thinks he's quite the extrovert. He probably has a girlfriend too, and he's envious. After getting home, he checks his level, which is 19. He's happy, as now he can challenge the 19th floor. But before that, he should call Kosak and reach an agreement. Upon summoning him, Kosak's face immediately contorts as he sees Hyuk with the shield in hand. Does he have to do this? Hyuk thinks he will prioritize safety, and Kosak notes that the previous summoner said so as well. Hyuk knows he's a wimp, so he will just run away. Kosak makes him promise not to take the lead and charge in. If this get wrought, he should sacrifice his summons, preferably Meatball first, since he's bigger. Before Kosak can say anything more, he smells something divine, and Hyuk notes he bought king dumplings for them. Kosak is touched that he is feeding him before Meatball, but before he can dig in, he stops, and asks Hyuk if there's anyone he has a grudge against. Hyuk says no, but then Kosak doesn't get it. Why is there someone outside with an overflowing killing intent? Hyuk immediately tells Kosak to hide, and he activates his barrier, right before the door is blown open by none other than Choi, who is mad that he had a hard time following such a loser. Hyuk tries to ask what is happening, but Choi tells him that he did not permit him to speak. He will take off his bracelet and open his inventory before he fills him with lead. Hyuk is scared, really scared, not for his life, but for Choi's life. Choi thinks he froze up because he's holding a gun. He picks some good prey this time too. Before he can knock Hyuk out, Kosak smashes the hilt of his blade into his head, making Choi immediately fall unconscious. Hyuk is extremely happy that he didn't kill him. He was worried he would decapitate and put his head in a bowl again. Anyway, this guy is probably an item broker, who, outside of the tower, kills players and steals their items. He has heard of them, and now understands why Jong was so adamant about protection. If he couldn't summon stuff outside of the tower, he would have been dead right now. Truly, this is a cheat ability. Kosak wants to carry him away and get rid of him, but Hyuk tells him to wait for the police. At the department, the chief gets informed that Hyuk went shopping again, without any of them knowing at first. He bought a small buckler. They don't know his traits just yet, but judging by his purchase of a mace and shield, he's probably a melee type. The chief thinks that not even a full set is enough, and Jong thinks of making up an excuse to give him more, but he suddenly gets a call from the police player task force. He is immediately informed about what happened and dashes through the streets. He should have made him sign the elite contract from the start. If anything happened to Hyuk, what would he do? The officers pin and cuff him, but Choi tries to play it like he was innocent. He was actually kidnapped by this creep. Hyuk notes that this is his house and he broke in, but the police note that he has to come to. Hyuk wonders if he really is going to prison, but that's when Jong rushes in, and Choi thinks that it's to save him. Unfortunately, Jong walks right up to him and slaps the snot out of him, berating him so hard and so loudly that even the police can only watch as Choi is getting beaten. He tells the cops to take this bastard away. The niece will be here soon, and they can hand him over to them. Choi knows those bastards even use torture for player-related crimes, and he bows down, pleading for innocence. But Jong notes he's not the first to try this. He's a repeat offender too. They will uncover all the crimes he has committed, and even if he has the best lawyers in the damn country, he won't go unpunished. With that, he is dragged away, and Jong asks Hyuk if he's hurt, who immediately confirms otherwise. Then, Jong bows down to him. To ensure this never happens again, he will make sure to prepare. He cannot delay that elite contract any longer. He must protect this player. The next day, after summoning Kosak, he asks if that guy got the death penalty. And if not, does he happen to know where the detention shelter he's held in is? Hugh knows what he wants to do and denies it. He summons Meatball as well, who is very glad to see that he's getting so many 5-star reviews. With that, they go to the 19th floor, where they have to defeat 30 goblin shamans. They are not that threatening. They can't use any impressive magic. At most, it's curses or fire arrows. Sure enough, as they try to block Meatball's charge, he just roars their magic away. Kozak gets behind him and asks if he remembers what they talked about, to clear everything as fast as possible. Meatballs confirms as such, and they both charge in together, taking out tons of shamans. Before Hyuk can even get his items, the floor is cleared, and judging by Kosak's expression, he's guessing they did it because they didn't want him to fight. The next day, they go to the 20th floor, which is rated to have a very hard difficulty. Kosak confirms as such too. Every type of goblin appears here, from a scout with poison to max-level warriors. If he were the summoner, he would wait right here, and Meatball agrees. The mission this time is to kill 100 of any type of goblin and at least one hobgoblin. With that, the summons charge in, ready to take out the army of goblins, who are quite diversified, but Hyuk refuses to stand still. He uses Shadow Step to advance, and then uses Meatball's back to jump even higher. Kosak can't believe it. He actually went and did it, even after he told him not to. Hyuk, since he was a little child, has always been introverted. Even when children took his toys, he didn't say much. In elementary school, it got a little worse. Poverty had become the problem. In middle school, he was a loner too, never having any friends, and sitting behind in class when others went out with their friends. Even in high school, he ate lunch alone, the life of a complete social outcast. He was afraid of the very act of trying to change, and so, he remained a loner. Someone like him is fighting monsters in the tower? He, who could not even make eye contact with a woman before. It's something he would never have imagined. However, monsters are not people. There is no fear stemming from relationships with them. They are no different than a mob you have to kill for a quest. He just needs to crush them out and get the reward he was promised. Meanwhile, Kosak is still screaming, scared for his master's life. The goblin warriors point their spears at Hyuk, but he rushes through them and ends up behind the sharpshooters, bashing his skull in with his mace, before moving on to the others and doing the same thing. Kosak is amazed that, in such a short time, his master has learned to use Shadow Walk at an impressive level. Suddenly, a bunch of projectiles threaten Hyuk's life, and Kosak tells him to look out, allowing him enough time to block some of them with the shield, while others are blocked by his barrier. Hyuk is very glad to have it. Were it not for this barrier, he would have been dead by now. He has just realized how scary this truly is. Perhaps he got too carried away by his bravado. He immediately runs away as his emotions overwhelm him, primarily fear, and Kosak tells him to keep running towards the cliff, as he will be there immediately. Meatball beats his chest like a gorilla, noting that he must protect the summoner. Hyuk continues running, but he is running out of stamina, and the warrior goblins keep closing in. Eventually, he finds himself at a dead end. He's stuck between a rock and some very bloodthirsty goblins. So he puts his shield up and hopes for the best, while thinking that he really is going to die this time. Suddenly, Meatball protects him with his large hand and faces the goblins, who are now thinking twice about their rushed advance. He smashes them all to a pulp with one mighty punch, and Cossack congratulates him as he takes out more goblin assassins. The shamans try to take him down, but they have no chance against his blinding speed. He thinks that if he takes care of the shamans on the cliff, Hyuk should be fine. As he cuts and cuts, eventually, he finds nothing else to kill. He thinks they caught all 100 goblins they need, so it should be coming out soon. Hyuk is impressed by his summons, who cleared all of these goblins out in an instant, but not so much by Meatball's position, who unknowingly almost crushed him with his cheeks. Suddenly, though, he hears a mighty roar. It's the long-legged idol of the goblins, who are sad because of their short legs, the final evolution of the goblin, a hobgoblin. Cossack jumps off the cliff and tells Meatball to charge, who does so immediately, clashing with the gaunt hobgoblin. He manages to grab his throat tightly and hold him in place, allowing Cossack to move in, striking both of the creature's eyes before ending its life. With this, the 20th floor is cleared, Hyuk's level is increased, and his reward is a 2 kilograms monostone, or 4.4 pounds. Cossack congratulates Hyuk for succeeding, but Hyuk himself is impressed by the fact that he just one-shot a boss mob. Perhaps it would be better to leave everything to them after all. Anyway, he thanks them too, for working so hard to protect him. This was another S++ clear, so he is awarded a platinum badge too. News about this achievement spreads. It has become breaking news, and everyone is shocked. The chief can't believe this. The consecutive 20th floor record is good, but it is troublesome if too much attention is focused on who achieved it. Lee asks if they should try to control what the press puts out, but he denies this idea. Information might leak that they know who did it, and that would be pretty bad. But did they look into the player's family situation at least? Jung explains that he did so discreetly. His father, Mr. Bong Joohyuk, had a hip surgery after an accident on ice a few months ago, and is currently in rehab. The chief asks if there is a way to support him, and Jung planned to introduce him to the best rehab center in the country. But should he do that? The chief agrees, and Jung moves on to Hyuk's younger brother, Bong Minhyuk. He is a university freshman, scheduled to enlist soon, and some scholarship support would be the perfect benefit for him. Finally, there's his mother, Ms. Hong Gyumja. She was working as a water purification coordinator, but is currently unemployed. It appears she was forcibly fired from the company after a conflict with an angry customer. For the record, the person they need to pay the most attention to is the mother. She has the strongest voice in the entire family, and her personality is strong, to the point that the others can't make a peep if she decides something. The chief notes that this is a good plan, and tells him to go with it, even if they have to use all the authority of the Awakening Management Department. He has to make it happen. Jong confirms that he will do his utmost to support Hyuk's family. At his apartment, Cossack immediately smells the delivery man arriving at their door, and Meatball jumps up and down, threatening to make another hole. Hyuk hides both of them so they are not seen, and the delivery guy comes inside, who asks if he's having a party today, since he ordered 12 bowls of each thing. Hyuk confirms he has, and the delivery driver notes that he added 1 fried dumpling as service, and thanks him for his order once again. Hyuk thinks that only 1 fried dumpling is really stingy, and also sees that they didn't put any coupons either. Well, even if they did, how can he order food online with coupons? He tells the others to come out, and Cossack is amazed to see that he ordered chajang again. Meatball hasn't had it before, and immediately pops the dish in his mouth, plate and all, making Cossack scream at him again. Hyuk tells them to eat, as he has something to check, and opens his inventory. He has accumulated 20 platinum badges, which will grant him a perk, but he wonders what it will be this time. As the perk appears, it seems to be 1 random box, which glows brightly under Hyuk's eyes. This random box grants 3 random items found within the tower, which can be a lot of things. Hyuk wonders why there are so many options. Should he just skim through it? It's random anyway, so he shouldn't FOMO himself. He sees monostones, herbs and metals, weapons and armors, none of it being really great for him. Does the level up rune mean his level goes up while he stays on the same floor maybe? Then he wouldn't even get the clear rewards, so that's stupid. But there is also a tower jumping ticket, which skips floors. He thinks that the rune of level up is better than it, but there's also a multinational tower access ticket, which lets him clear towers from other countries. However, the best one among them is the grade confirmation summon ticket, which perhaps will make him pull an LSSR. He could forget about clearing the dungeon himself, and just chill while that rare summon does all the work for him. The box will give him 3 items, and there might actually be a chance to give him that. He decides to open it, praying that he'll get something good. The first reward he gets is a 10 kilograms, or 22-pound mana stone. Hyuk thinks this is the worst reward, as he can get mana stones at any point, but he can still sell them. For the second reward, he gains the Chaos Lighting Staff skill, which he thinks sounds like something straight from a martial arts movie. Finally, there's the last pull, and he prays it's something more useful this time, and his prayer seems to have been answered, as he gets the rune of Summon Grade Up. This is a total jackpot for him, as it can upgrade a summon's grade. This is what he's been wanting. But the problem is now, which one does he give it to? They are both equally reliable, if not idiotic, so it's hard to choose. He should probably choose Kosak though, right? Given how many meals they've shared. He decides to give it later, as they have plenty of firepower as is anyway. He doesn't need more. The skill though is another story. It infuses a blunt weapon with the power of lightning, consisting of 3 forms, and is also a growth type skill. He really needed an offensive skill as is, so he learns it, making all that knowledge rush to his brain in an instant. Hyuk immediately summons his weapon to try it, but as he does, nothing happens, so he acts nonchalantly. Indeed, if he could use this kind of power in reality, the world would have been gone a long time ago, so he will try it in the tower later. Kosak asks why he was just swinging his mace around just now, and Hyuk notes he got a skill as a reward. Kosak asks if it's an offensive skill, and Hyuk confirms as such, while also noting that it's a growth type skill too. Kosak can't hold in his sadness, and drops his food, which Meatball immediately picks up and munches on, causing them to brawl. In response, Hyuk just unsummons them, having had enough for the day. The next day, Hyuk understands what Kosak is really worried about, and that is his summoner trait. This ability means the summons handle most of the combat power, so basically, the summoner doesn't really need to fight directly, especially for an irregular like him, who can summon in reality, and has expert summons. That person from a parallel universe who had the same trait, the one who called Kosak before him, must have been much stronger than he was. But even with that power, they died, and their world was destroyed too. It's only natural that Kosak is worried. Anyone would be. However, he is a human too. He just awakened and finally got a small taste of being a tough man, so he has to try out this attack skill he learned, for his barely existent manliness. Besides, both of them are absolutely obedient, so he can just talk them into it. He summons both of them, and Kosak looks like he's about to die from worrying. He thinks an offensive skill is worse than poison. Honestly, he was uneasy during the 20th floor clear too. Goblins are fine, sure, he can beat them, but that will not work on the orcs. Hyuk asks if he's going to tie him up perhaps with a butterfly knot maybe? Kosak denies such a thing. However, the summon principle number 3 is now in effect, the one that states that principle 1 takes priority. Meatball grabs him sternly, but Kosak told him to save it for the tower. How can he be so slow? Kosak tells Hyuk outright that once they enter the tower, Meatball will be holding him safely, and he will clear it. Hyuk is surprised they unionized against him, but he did not want to go this far. Now, he has to unleash his ultimate move. He activates his secret technique, the sad puppy eyes, and begs Kosak to let it slide just this once. He will be more careful from now on, he promises. Kosak doesn't believe him, but Hyuk stakes everything on it. He won't run out by himself. Instead, it's boring to sit around, so he wants to kill just one, carefully and slowly. That should be fine, no? Kosak doesn't know what to say, but Hyuk just keeps begging and begging until he finally relents. But he will intervene immediately if things get too dangerous. With that, they enter the 21st floor. Kosak explains that orcs have strength, but are pretty stupid, and probably a bit smarter than Meatball over here, despite what everyone says. Hyuk equips his items and notes that they should practice 10 times before they go, but Kosak notes that he can do so 100 times for all he cares. Kosak tells him to use a meatball as a target dummy, as he won't feel it anyway. Hyuk asks if he really asked him to hit a meatball, but Kosak notes it's just 10 times, and even with his full power, he won't leave a scratch. Meatball confirms this too, but Hyuk doesn't want to. If they keep this up, he's going to charge in alone. Anyway, the technique is already in his head, so it will be easier to practice on an orc than to hit a meatball. The quest for this floor is to defeat 30 forest orcs, with a time limit of 4 hours. Kosak and Meatball go in first, with Meatball jumping in with a mighty punch against one of the orcs, as Kosak rushes through them and cuts them up into tiny pieces. Hyuk is impressed by how fast they are. At this rate, things will be over before he touches a single orc. Suddenly though, Kosak stops at one of the orcs, who is confused as to why he wasn't hit too. Hyuk knows he picked it for him, and charges in too, using Shadow Step to get there immediately. Kosak gets out of his way, and the orc tries to swing at Hyuk, but he dodges and uses the first form, the Lightning Soul Chaser, a simple vertical strike. However, it has enough power to crush the skull of the orc upon hitting, making Hyuk smile with pride. After taking down the orc, Hyuk stands over his body, thinking that this is far too easy. With this in mind, he tries going for another, but that's when Meatball puts the orc on the ground, and Cossack puts a knife in his head, as they only agreed on just one enemy after all. With that, they clear the 21st floor. His level increases. He gains a mana stone, 5 tower-exclusive healing potions, and another platinum badge. The next day, Hyuk takes down 1 desert orc before clearing the 22nd floor. The day after that, 1 cave orc. So on, he kills a volcano orc too, and even though it was slightly more difficult than the other ones, he got it. The next day after that, Hyuk woke up with a smile on his face as they had just reached the long-awaited 25th floor. Catching just 1 enemy at a time is starting to feel a little boring though, so still he must build trust with Cossack for the time being. As he puts his pants on, he thinks that he hasn't given any items to Meatball or Cossack ever since they've been with him, so he should probably hand over a rune while he's at it. He summons Cossack, who asks if he wasn't resting today, and hands over a rune that he picked up on the way. Cossack wonders if it's for eating, but then checks it out and sees that it's actually a summon grade up rune, which increases the grade of the summoned being. Cossack is very shocked and tries to bite it, and Hyuk is very glad to see that he likes it. Cossack is confused though. Is he really giving this to him? If he uses this, he'd grade up to an SSR. He is really overwhelmed with emotion. He'll be able to protect him even better now, so he's really happy. Hyuk likes seeing him feel good and asks if he's going to start the upgrade now. Cossack says it is more dangerous if it's done in a rush, so he'll do it when he returns today, and then he'll see him with a new, fresh look. Hyuk asks if he's really leaving already. Since he's here, he can hang out a bit if he wants. If that is the case, Cossack picks up the remote and notes that he'll watch some TV. They both sit down. Hyuk is wondering if he's really going to watch the same reruns all over again. Should he just watch a VOD or something? Cossack thinks that's expensive, but Hyuk knows that they have a lot of money anyway, so he can watch it with ease. Suddenly though, Hyuk sees something and tells him to turn the channel back. Cossack does so, until he ends up on a channel with Hyuk's mom on it, who is extremely confused as to why she is on the news in the first place. His mom is actually protesting against water purifier managers and for preventing companies from abusing their power. She couldn't stand it anymore, as this kind of unfair contract termination was the breaking point for her. What makes her even angrier is that the company told her to apologize to the customer, even though she did nothing wrong. When she didn't bend her back for them, what came back in the end was a contract termination notice. What she got from doing a 1-person protest for over 10 days was only ridicule from the company executives, who are still probably laughing at her. However, she doesn't care. If they come next time, she'll just ram them. As she continues sulking, suddenly someone else arrives, thanking her for her hard work. He introduces himself as someone from the law firm Park and Kim. He is Attorney Lee. Hearing law firm, Hyuk's mother immediately gets angry, thinking that the company is trying to sue her, but she lets them, as she will never back down. Lee tells her to calm down, and explains that he came here for the opposite reason. He wants to formally sue the corporation that fired her. Park and Kim is Korea's best law firm, so they will represent her for free. She submitted a petition to the labor office too, didn't she? He came after hearing about it from a public servant he knows. She is definitely surprised, but this is a project for the socially disadvantaged that their law firm conducts every single year. Hyuk's mother is suspicious about it, but it doesn't seem like she's lying. Should she really accept though? Lee explains that she's lived diligently up until now. She should think of it as receiving a bit of luck, and they will stake their honor in winning this case for her. Hyuk's mother relents, and agrees to entrust the defense to them, so Lee immediately decides to start by beginning the media work with a flick of his wrist. Thousands of reporters appear right in front of her, putting this situation in the world's view. With her thumbs up, he tells her that it's fine to answer the reporters' questions as long as she can, and to speak in detail. She shouldn't leave out a single unfair treatment she suffered, as they will reveal the real truth to everyone. As she does so, Hyuk sulks in his room, never expecting that his mother has been suffering during a 1-person protest. At this point, what's the use of having 2 sons? They are unfilial sons who can't even be relied on at important times like these. However, how did she even get a lawyer if it's the Park and Kim law firm? A few pennies would never be enough. Those guys are pretty expensive. Cossack dangles his daggers around and asks if he should visit that company for him at least once. Hyuk is glad he grasped the situation. It's rather commendable, but he tells him not to do that. From looking at his mother's interview, it seems she's got herself a pretty decent lawyer already. He thinks he should at least send her the lawyer's fees later. The mana stones he's collected so far are worth about 10 million won, and if it's not enough, he will just sell the energy barrier kit. Suddenly, he gets a call from his father, who immediately asks if he has seen the news. Hyuk confirms, and his father tells him not to worry, as his mother's lawyer is available. Hyuk notes that he was actually planning to send her some lawyer fees, but his father wonders where he would even get that money from. Anyway, he should not worry about his mother and just keep working well. He also got a call from Ilseong Hospital today. The orthopedics department at Ilseong is implementing some type of hip joint surgery rehabilitation treatment project, and they said he was selected, so he is being hospitalized there for a few days. With any bit of luck, even the treatment costs for the hospital rehab are also free, or so he's been told, so he shouldn't worry about them anymore, right? Hyuk closes the call and thinks about Ilseong Hospital. It is Korea's best hospital, owned by a conglomerate. It's a good thing, but isn't this a bit strange? The whole family is having some type of luck. Is this perhaps a special day? He calls his brother, who immediately asks if he saw their mother's interview, and knows that he thought it was going to explode as she explained. He knows how hard she worked to raise them after all. He was actually thinking of sending the allowance he gave him to their mother. If the lawsuit proceeds, it will probably cost a lot of money. Hyuk asks if he said he didn't need a laptop or something, but his brother says it's fine. He has enough money to pay tuition and buy a laptop after all. He received a scholarship actually. Living kindly certainly does bring luck, doesn't it? Hyuk is suspicious and asks where this scholarship came from, so his brother explains that it's a national one, given by the Awakening Management Department. They usually give out lots of scholarships after all. Hyuk expected something like this. It wasn't the heavens that were helping him. His mom's lawyer, his dad's hospital surgery, and his brother's scholarship. All of it. It's the work of the Awakening Management Department. With this in mind, he calls Jong and asks if he has some time so they can meet somewhere quiet. Jong says that he does. He will come pick him up so they can have a meal together. He takes Hyuk to a BBQ restaurant, and upon sitting down, he immediately asks why he did it. He is talking about his mom's lawsuit, his father's hospital treatment, and his brother's scholarship. Jong doesn't even deny it. He explains that it was absolutely necessary. If there are troubles at home, worry is bound to rise, and those worries would affect his tower clearing. Hyuk knows that even so, he did so without consulting him at all. Isn't that kind of care only applied to the elite team? Isn't he just on a general contract? Jong suddenly smashes the table and puts the ultra-elite contract on it, noting that they can sign right now, of course, if he feels like this is charity. Hyuk is a bit surprised. This guy really came prepared. However, he is not that confident yet, and his talent isn't exactly great either. Hearing this, Jong gets up and asks if he sincerely thinks that, even after setting an unprecedented record, Hyuk can't really do so. It would just sound like false modesty coming from someone who cleared 24 floors at S++ rank consecutively. Jong suddenly bows down earnestly, begging him to sign. Did he not go through that incident with that Choi guy recently? If he joins the elite team and receives the treatment he deserves, he would never have to go through a situation like that, and everyone knows he's more than qualified for it. Hyuk tells him to sit down, as he is a bit embarrassed, but Jong continues as he does. If he signs the elite contract, at least he knows he will be safe because he will receive protection equivalent to a VIP. Hyuk notes that having someone stick to him at all times sounds rather uncomfortable, and he doesn't want his clear to be filmed either. One of the biggest reasons for not signing is the player's duty to record video. He doesn't want Kosak and Meatball to be exposed and get entangled in this stuff. Jong explains that the video recording can be handled however he wishes, and the security issue can be adjusted as much as he likes. Hyuk is interested and asks how he will adjust it exactly. Jong explains that he can just spend his usual days living alone, but in a highly secure place. He will only receive protection when he is doing outside activities if he wishes, so bodyguards will also be assigned to his family. Hyuk is kind of wavering, even if he doesn't want to, but then Jong deals the final blow, explaining that immediately upon signing the elite contract, he will be provided 2 houses, one for his family and one for him. This hits Hyuk in the heart, and he asks if it is really okay to be so straightforward. Jong thinks that his expression tells him everything he needs to know, and tells him not to worry about that, as he came here with the full authority granted by the chief. All he needs to do is sign here. Hyuk happily grabs the pen and begins doing so, but then stops himself as he needs a little more time. Jong asks what the reason for that time is, and Hyuk knows that he just wants to get some advice before deciding on it. The next day, Hyuk summons Kosak for that reason, but he is met with his upgraded form, where his clothes have become like a glowing gemstone. Hyuk tells him to change back because his eyes hurt, and after he does so, Kosak asks if he's not going to call for Meatball too. Hyuk explains that before clearing the 25th floor, he called him separately because he had something to discuss with him. Kosak guesses so, as he wouldn't be having an impossible conversation with Meatball after all. Hyuk explains that he met the team leader from the Awakening Management Department yesterday, and he has received this offer. Now he is debating whether he should remain in the normal team or join the elite team. What does he think about it? Kosak is in favor. He is a player of national power level after all, so he must receive the treatment he deserves. Hyuk wonders if that would really be okay. If he joins the elite team, he might have to climb to the 60th floor, or who knows how high. Kosak thinks that it's definitely possible, and Hyuk guesses he will have to train hard too if that's the case, but Kosak immediately denies it. It is enough for him to live a long life, as his safety is power itself, isn't it? In the space where he stayed before he was summoned, there were tons of legendary SSR-grade summoned beings. As long as he is safe, he can summon all of them at one point. They will all practice absolute obedience just like he does. If he orders something, they will do it. Of course, as long as it doesn't violate the third principle. Additionally, there are also a few demigod-level monsters that transcend the status of humans in there. They are pretty scary even to him. Hyuk is surprised to hear this, and can't even imagine how much power they would have. Although he notes that he probably wouldn't be able to summon such unranked existences at this point, right? Kosak confirms as such, but later, when his summoning ability increases, he will certainly be able to do it. So he should live a long, long life, and just consistently do random summons. That is his ultimate skill in an incredibly small move. Hyuk thinks that, since the random summon cooldown is roughly a month, that's 12 times a year. If good items drop, he can probably do even more than that. But naturally, it's all for nothing if he doesn't get lucky. He has 19 days left until the next random summon. So what should he do? Kosak suggests that he make one firm demand. Climbing uncleared floors is decided solely by him, without outside interference. He should make sure this is a set condition. He must do so, otherwise, all sorts of trash will throw a fit, asking him why he isn't climbing the uncleared floors yet. Then, in an unprepared state, perhaps fate will not be kind to him anymore. Basically, he must never be dragged along, and if that condition is guaranteed, receiving state support shouldn't be that much of an issue for him. Hyuk thanks him for his opinion, and summons Meatball, who greets him warmly. Kosak asks if he's not going to greet him too, but Meatball won't greet just anyone. Kosak notes that he's not just anyone anymore. He's an SSR, a special super rare. There are 2 whole S's attached in front of the R, unlike a measly R like he is. Meatball notes that SS is in his bed, but Kosak tells him to shut up. This is the difference in levels between them, so he must respect it. He can't even maintain eye contact right now, since the grade gap is 2 levels apart. Even Meatball must be feeling some type of influence. Next time he gets a grade-up rune, he will definitely give it to Meatball. With that, they enter the 25th floor, and the mission for that floor is to defeat 100 orcs, regardless of type, and 1 orc-grade chieftain. The time limit for this is 10 hours. Almost immediately the orcs charge at them, and Hyuk thinks that it's a lot. Maybe he can sneak around and catch 1 or 2, right? Kosak begins to stretch, noting that it's time to celebrate the SSR rank up, and tells Meatball to go first and pull some aggro. Meatball immediately does so, rushing in and jumping into the air before smashing his fists into the ground, sending more than a few orcs flying. Kosak himself dashes in at incredible speed, to the point where Hyuk feels that it feels similar to a jet flying past him. Kosak unleashes a bunch of daggers all at once, and then uses Blade Explosion to take care of the stabbed enemies. Even the surrounding orcs are getting caught in the explosion. This is not just a simple blade explosion anymore, it's like a nuke. A few orcs charge at Kosak from behind, seemingly hitting him fatally, making them grin, but suddenly, the phantasm they hit begins to dissipate. Kosak kills them all using the despicable ambush. Seeing this, the other orcs become naturally afraid of him, but he isn't done yet. He uses Poison Dagger and notes that they are just getting started. Hyuk gets scared. Before he gets them all, he needs to kill at least 1 too. He uses Shadow Step and jumps in, remembering what Kosak said about him living a long life. He heard that, and took it into account, but he has to grow up too. Enough so that everyone who worries about him can be at ease, at least. As he continues charging in, he thinks that he can't rely on Kosak forever. He has to grow strong too. The orc he's attacking notices him too, but Hyuk dashes away from his attack and kicks him in the back, making the orc fall on his face. After getting up and looking all confused, Hyuk unleashes the Primordial Fist, a second form of the Primordial Thunderstaff, the soul-chasing thunderbolt directly from above, taking out the orc with ease. A group notices what he has done, and charges in, but uses Shadow Step, and the first form again and again, killing them one by one. Because of this, the second form of the Primordial Thunderstaff is unlocked, the Scattered Falling Thunder. Hyuk is very happy to see this. He now knows how to use the form immediately too, But since it is scattered thunder, what kind of technique is it? He decided to immediately use it, and he crashes it into an entire group of orcs, making the scattered falling thunder split into 5 branches that hit the entire group. Basically, it's an AoE attack. Cossack suddenly notices that there's lightning around, and then looks behind, seeing Hyuk is actually fighting. He immediately rushes to him and begins crying out, noting that he should not be happy just because he unlocked a new skill. Did they not agree that he would only catch 1 orc per floor? Hyuk apologizes, but then he wonders why he is apologizing to an entity he summoned. He speaks out, wondering why he has to walk on eggshells around them forever. He might be a wimp outside, but inside of this tower, he's an alpha male. Cossack lets out a long streak of tears, noting that his safety is the #1 priority, but Hyuk has had enough of that. He wants the orc great chieftain to come out now, as he will run right up and smash his head in like his minions. It seems the chieftain has heard that, and is now looming over Hyuk with his very sharp battle axe. As he crashes into Hyuk, he immediately begs Mr. Cossack to save him, and he does so with ease, making Hyuk think that he should have listened earlier. He then orders Cossack to get rid of the orc chieftain now, who is rather confused by this ragtag group of would-be fighters. Cossack tells him to leave it to them, as they will make sure that bastard doesn't touch a hair on him. With that, they both go in. Meatball charges in at the front while Cossack takes the side. Meatball simply grabs the great battle axe and makes a death blow through it using sheer force. After that, he jumps up and smashes his fists into the chieftain's shoulders, causing him to stumble back. Using this opportunity, Cossack appears from behind and cuts him into 1,000 little pieces, ending the fight immediately. With this, the 25th floor is officially over. He gains another mana stone, another platinum badge, and a very harsh lesson. This is the final badge needed to get another perk, so Hyuk immediately uses it, and is then granted a choice of an encore perk. He has never gotten these options before, but among all of them, the only natural choice is trait enhancement. He would be a fool not to get that. With this, simultaneous summons is increased to 3. If he counts himself participating in the battle, that's basically a 4-man party. The random summon cooldown has about 18 days left anyway, and so he will soon summon the 3rd team member. Well, he should think about that later. Now it's time to eat. He asks what they would like to eat today, and Cossack asks for tteokbokki. Hyuk wonders why, as he can't handle spicy food, but Cossack believes that since he is an SSR now, he can handle anything. Hyuk tells him to suit himself and get the food, a lot of it too, as they should celebrate clearing the 25th floor. Meatball is the first to get a bowl and slurp it, making Cossack ask if it's not spicy. Meatball notes that it's just a bit sweet, but when Cossack tries it, his mouth immediately becomes a flamethrower, and he begins to slowly melt into a puddle on the ground. Meatball explains that this guy is dying soon, so he should throw him away and summon a new one. Hyuk just laughs it off and thinks that they've already cleared the 25th floor. At this rate, it's probably okay to tell his family, right? A bit later, he goes to his family, bringing some quality beef to them, but his brother wonders where he got the money from, and his mother wonders how much she spent on it. Did he even look at the receipt, as this should be extremely expensive? His father tells her to stop it. Things have been chaotic as of late anyway. After cooking it and enjoying it, Hyuk is just happy to see them with no stress in their eyes. His mother's lawsuit, his dad's treatment, everything seems to have worked out well. Since he came here for one reason, he should announce it too. He tells everyone to listen as he has an announcement to make, and then explains that he has awakened and is an active player. They don't really react at first, but then his brother tells him to just eat the fruit he brought. His mother tells him to stop joking around, and his father wonders if he's talking about a game or something. Almost immediately, Hyuk picks up the phone and calls team leader Jong, as he wants to give these untrustworthy guys a tour of their new home. The next day, they are brought with a limousine to their new housing, and Jong explains that Hyuk really has awakened. He's a precious talent of the nation after all, an elite player. Jong guides them to their new accommodations with a very serious-looking card. He opens the door to the apartment, which seems more like a villa compared to their old home. After that, Hyuk goes to the Awakened Management Department and officially signs the elite contract. Just a short time ago, he thought he would never sign something like this, but life surely took a turn. Jung apologizes that they can only provide an annual salary of 2 billion won, because the initial annual salary for elite players is regulated. They can only do so much, actually. For someone like him, he should probably be getting a much larger amount. Hyuk explains that it was a choice he made himself. It is just that he is not comfortable with being officially revealed as an S++ rank holder. If that happens, his personal information will certainly be released. If his face does spread on TV, social media, and everywhere, it might become more difficult for his family to even go outside. Just imagining something like that is terrible. Jong was also wondering if his family liked the house, and if there are any aspects that are lacking, he should feel free to share. Hyuk tells him it's more than enough. He even got a text from his brother explaining how much they loved the house and everything in it. Jong also wanted to talk about the office telling where he will be residing. It is also ready for him. They've prepared it with full options, including appliances and furniture, so he can move in immediately. But is it really okay with a 2-room apartment? Hyuk is impressed by the images alone. It is so clean and nice. To him, this already feels like a penthouse, and too much for a single person like him. That night, in the largest penthouse in Korea, located in Seoul, another ranker is enjoying his 2 women, asking how long they are just going for a boring swim. Shouldn't they come out and have some fun? This is Yoo Chae-olman, South Korea's first-ranked player. His trait is an all-weapon warrior. He has the highest proficiency in all weapons, possesses numerous AoE lethal and ultimate skills, and is currently climbing the highest floors, the 66th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. He pulls them out of the in-house pool and cheers with them using a drink that is extremely expensive. As they talk about it, one of the women perks up, as she was curious about something, since he is the top player in all. She was wondering who on earth was the record holder for the consecutive S+ ranks that cleared up to the 25th floor. Whenever people gather these days, that's all they talk about, so she was naturally curious. Chae-olman notes that nothing is really that great about a measly 25th floor. He has no interest in some low-level rant like that. A world first after all. Isn't he a little bit curious that such a player exists in his country out of all of them? The other, sensing the atmosphere, tells her to stop talking about that. But Chae-olman suddenly begins pouring the alcohol on the girl who asked, telling her to keep blabbering. She should listen well while she still can. If he stops clearing the 66th floor right now, what does she think will happen? Right now, the Black Tower is in the boonies of Gangwon-do, but what if it's built near a major city? Next time, South Korea will just be utterly destroyed, so should they test that out? Does she really want that? Would she really want the tower to collapse because of her? After kicking both of them out, Chae-olman thinks that he had his head out. The fun was sucked out of him with that conversation. These player women only keep blabbering about the S+. He invited some civilians to have fun with, but they are talking about death everywhere, it seems. Constantly and constantly. He sighs, thinking that China contacted him this month, following last month. The condition was an annual salary of 180 billion won. On top of that, he would get a mansion, caretakers, a private jet, and treatment equivalent to a national leader. What about Japan? He was also offered an annual salary of 200 billion won and a top-class mansion, assigned caretakers who will do whatever he wanted. He was promised the highest treatment and pleasures, yet he stayed in Korea, clearing the 66th floor to the death for months. What he gets in return is just yapping about some bastard who just broke through the 25th floor. They are all ungrateful. Perhaps he really should just naturalize. The 66th floor is cumbersome enough as it is. Even for him, it's pretty difficult. The 60s floors are the beginning of the undead section. On the 66th floor, bastards called specters appear. They take the form of ghosts that make one tremble just by looking at them, and physical attacks are ignored. Only elemental attacks are effective against them. It is a huge mistake to think that they are the undead from common fiction. Only those who've experienced how terrible their demonic energy is can know they are completely different. After one attempt, one has to rest for 3 days, due to mental shock alone. Accessories and elixirs to withstand the dark aura, and even light attributes tower reward weapons have been used. But even with all that kind of support, he's barely made it out alive every time. Clearing the 66th floor will be difficult for a long time. However, he should just stop thinking about naturalization for a while. He should just really push the 66th floor. If he suddenly naturalizes in a foreign country, the world will fall into chaos. The deadline for Korea's 66th floor clear has already passed the halfway mark in the first place. In about 3 months, the tower collapse countdown will officially begin if he doesn't move fast enough. The only hope would be him, the top player. But even so, perhaps it's already too late because he won't be in Korea by then. They will regret it, and they will despair, and that S+ player of theirs will be of no use. A few days later, Hyuk ordered some chickens, 10 fried chickens to be exact, and the apartment staff carried it to his room. Hyuk apologized for causing them trouble. He thinks that it's very comfortable since he came to live in this place. Resident staff handled everything from office management to small errands. Dropping and picking up laundry is very simple, and if cleaning is needed, they even dispatch those. The facilities attached in the building have basically everything. Restaurants where one can get 3 meals a day, coffee shops, gyms, dry cleaners, karaoke, and so on. The 26th floor mission they just finished was to eliminate 20 swamp trolls. The 26th floor is pretty known as a tough mission because of the swamp environment, but thanks to the shadow step, it was pretty okay. He goes with the chicken to Meatball and Cossack, but they are seemingly distracted by something, and they are both staring at it. Hyuk comes closer to see what they could be watching, and he sees that they are just staring at a K-pop group on the 100-inch TV he has. He acknowledges that even he would be mesmerized by something like this. As they eat, Cossack asks if they will do the 27th floor straight away tomorrow, and Hyuk confirms as such. Since they started, they should go straight through the 29th floor, and maybe even the 30th later. He wants to go up to the 29th floor especially. Hyuk explains that they will do repeat clears for 10 days, and when the random summon cooldown is up, he plans to go up to the 30th floor then, as a 4-person party. Cossack forgot that they can pick up a new member soon. He was actually looking really forward to it. Meatball is looking forward to it too, but Cossack also hopes that it's not someone better than him, as he doesn't want to lose his position as the right-hand man. A bit later, Jong comes along with the item he requested, the Volcano Orc leather armor, which blocks all types of colds and chills. Hyuk thanks him for taking care of him every time, and Jong notes that it's just his job to provide support tailored to his needs. With that, they officially enter the 27th floor, which is notorious for how cold it is, but because of his new armor, Hyuk doesn't feel it at all. He asks Meatball if he is not cold, since he is basically naked, but Meatball doesn't feel any coldness. Cossack, however, is already a frost statue, making Hyuk ask if he should give him the armor, but Cossack denies any help. This cold is nothing after all. He can drive it away with his magical power. Hyuk reluctantly lets it go, and Cossack begins to jump up and down, noting that it gets better with movement. They should start the hunt right away. He begins dashing through the mountain like a man in lava, making Hyuk think that he's gone berserk thanks to the cold. He is not worried about that though, as he feels like he's under a blanket in a heated room. He feels too comfortable to even move, but he should catch at least one. He tells Meatball that they should follow after him, but just as they begin to move, the floor is cleared, giving him another mana stone and a tower-exclusive item, the Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. What a name. Hyuk is very glad to see that an item actually dropped. He is happy at first, but sees that the sword is extremely worn out. He does not even know what's better about it compared to his mace, so he puts it in his inventory, deciding to find its disposal price later. He has not read this, but this blade is perfect against undead, as it has increased attack power, sacred fire, steadfast spirit, and critical hit chance, all increased when facing them. After getting back to the real world, Hyuk offers the sword to Meatball, asking if he would try to use it, but Meatball refuses, noting that a warrior only uses his fists. Cossack also refuses, as the gear he uses is wyvern leather armor and dwarven daggers. They are very elegant and perfect for him already. Hyuk thinks that selling this really is his only option, meaning he has to go to a player shop again, which is a hassle. Before that though, he tried. He wants to try swinging it at least once. He does so, but after just 2 very awkward-looking swings, his mana is completely drained. Cossack thinks that was amazing, but Hyuk wonders what was amazing about that. Cossack explains that he did well, all things considered. After all, physical abilities are limited when outside of the tower. Hyuk wonders if there's any way to remove that limit, and Cossack explains that it is actually possible. If the boundary between the outside world and the tower disappears, the limits will be lifted. If the numerous towers on Earth collapse, this reality will become the same space as the tower, and then the player's abilities will naturally be unlocked. That is basically an omen of impending doom to everyone else. At the Japanese embassy in Korea, in Seoul, a very important person is informed that the rabbit says he wants to leave his old nest and move to a new one. The man thinks that this is great news and tells him not to worry about anything, as they will be handling it. This is the Japanese embassy counselor, Tomo, who thinks that a typhoon is about to hit and that they will be the ones who create it. 2 days later, Hyuk checks out the Black Tower stats. He got a bit anxious because of what Cossack said about impending doom or whatever. However, for climbing the high floors, they have no choice but to leave it to the pros like Cheolman. Worrying will not solve anything after all, and he just needs to keep climbing at his own pace, just like he has been doing. Okay, following the 28th floor, today is the time to clear the 29th floor. The 28th floor was a headache because of the jungle trolls attacking from top giant trees. An S++ rank would have been difficult if it were for just Cossack, but with Meatball, he basically just shook those gigantic trees until all the trolls fell out. Cossack then cut them up to end the fight. However, he knows that the 29th floor they are clearing today will not end cleanly. They will be fighting plague trolls, guys who wander around the dripping yellow pus and discharge all over. there were actually players who got sick during this clear. Okay, he has prepared thoroughly enough, so he summons both of his summons, and they make their way to the 29th floor. After getting there, Hyuk wonders if they're really okay with not wearing masks, but Meatball knows that he doesn't get sick, and Kosak thinks he's an SSR. Also, it's hard for him to breathe and move with that thing, although he accepts his consideration. Thanks to these two who do not care about disease, the hunting speed of this floor seemed even faster than the 28th floor, so they cleared it rather easily without much hassle. After that, Kosak wonders what they will be having for dinner today, but Hyuk suddenly apologizes and, with a sad look on his face, unsummons both of them, as he will not be in the same room with them when they are in that stinky state. The next day, in the Awakening Management Department gym, someone seems to be training hard with very heavy dumbbells. This is Nam Gayun, Korea's second-ranked player with the swordsman trait, who is currently climbing the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. She is thinking about the dark zombie of that floor. They emit a dark aura that encroaches upon and corrupts the players during combat. As of now, she has no chance of victory. Is this really her limit? Even if it is, as long as she walks the path of an elite player and tries until her body breaks, she boosts up by using some protein supplements and thinks that she has to be positive no matter what. Suddenly though, she sees Mina and a few others dashing through the floors, and she calls out to Mina, who notes that she is busy right now, so she can't talk. Gayun was curious as to why everyone was rushing into one place. Did something happen? Mina guesses she hasn't found out yet, but that Cheolman bastard, he actually went and did it. A little later, at a conference, Cheolman explained that Korea's Awakening Department only focused on politics and has neglected the operation of the elite team. The future of this country was grim. Therefore, Cheolmin will now be leaving Korea as of today and be active as a Japanese player. Hyuk is shocked when he finds out he is in the same room as Jeong. But what will they do now since their country's first-ranked player is gone? Jeong explains that this is why he invited him too. By any chance, how long would it take him to climb the 60th floor? Hyuk knew it would come up. He wondered why he even called so suddenly. It was because of the clear. He is currently on the 29th floor. Assuming he climbs uncleared upper floors every day, it would take him 37 days to get to the 66th floor. Since the deadline for clearing the 66th floor of the Black Tower is 90 days away, simply looking at it, it is basically possible, but it would be extremely difficult to do within 90 days. If there is a difficult section, he also has to spend at least 10 days preparing before climbing, and in the contract clause it says climbing the upper floors is left solely to his decision. Jeong apologizes. It has not been that long since he signed a contract, and he has no face to ask for such a favor, but they're so desperate that they're clutching at straws here. Seeing his sad face, Hyuk's resolve weakens, but even so, it can't be done. He can't make a promise that he cannot guarantee. It's just not the kind of man he is. Suddenly, Gayun appears in the room, as she's heard from Mina about what happened. Did the US really say that they would lend them light attribute items? Jeong explains that they haven't received the definitive answer yet. Right now, the supply of light attribute items is difficult to procure globally, so they aren't shared that much. Gayun apologizes. She was just anxious, and asks if she was interrupting something, having guests over. Seeing her, Hyuk immediately freezes and makes up the excuse of selling some items. Come to think of it, he obtained something like this a while ago. Since it seems they are lacking in light attribute items, would she like to try using it? Someone said it's a superior version of light attribute items, but he doesn't know about that, as it looks rather ragged. Gayun is interested in the sword and asks if she can check it out for a moment. Upon doing so, she sees the effect that it has, and she is immediately shocked, as she has never even heard of such an effect on one single weapon. Suddenly, she grabs Hyuk's shoulders and asks him to lend the blade to her. She will do anything for it, absolutely anything. Feeling her touch, Hyuk is already thinking of their marriage and their honeymoon. He even goes as far as to think of their first kiss, while they are thinking of their first child's name. But suddenly he wakes up to reality. Gayun asks if he really is going to lend this sword to her. Hyuk wonders when he started daydreaming, and knows that, of course, he will lend it. She should just use it and let him know if the performance is at least decent. She thanks him again, and knows that if he ever needs any sort of help later, he should call her at any time. With that, she equips her usual gear, and immediately goes to the 62nd floor. Hyuk wonders if that sword will really be useful. The review needs to be good, so it sells at a high price. Well, he was just planning to get rid of it anyway, so he shouldn't be greedy, but he wonders how much an old sword like that could even do. Gayun appears on the 62nd floor, and her mission is to defeat 20 dark zombies with a 15-hour time limit. She is facing something that shouldn't even be alive. an undead mockery of life. She can never familiarize herself with this trembling tension, no matter how many times she feels it. This disgusting energy that makes her want to flee right away is still the same after countless tries. She activates the holy sword's white radiance and thinks that the light on it is dimmer than she thought. The radiance of the light attribute item she's been supported with so far has been brighter. So will this really be okay? As a zombie charges in, she thinks that she has no choice but to try it out herself and face the enemy without running away. That is the destiny of a player after all. She charges into the zombie and smashes the blade into its hand, but suddenly, the dark aura she has been feeling starts seeping in. She falls, her body feeling extremely heavy, and the sword seemingly does nothing about it. Just as the undead is about to strike her down, though, the steadfast mind ability of the holy sword activates, and a mighty holy shield appears in front of the undead. She strikes the hand that wanted to take her down, taking it out immediately due to the critical damage, and she continues slicing, every attack being a critical hit. She is shocked by how easy that was, but if that is the case, this is actually possible now. 2 hours pass. Jong waits impatiently, looking at his watch, and wonders what happened. When Gaeun fails, she usually returns in 2 hours, so he wonders what happened now. Is she alright? Suddenly she appears, and Jong thanks her for her hard work, but before anything, she pops a healing potion, as she's rather tired. Jong thinks that she couldn't have cleared it already. Perhaps she abandoned it. It really is impossible, even with that sword. As she finishes drinking, she walks toward Hyuk, who is very glad to see that she is safe, and asks if the holy sword was at least a little bit useful. Suddenly she pulls him into a tight embrace, completely overriding everything he was going to say. He starts blabbering, but his mind is already in delusion mode, and thinking of their third child's name. Gaeun thanks him once again. If it weren't for that holy sword, she would have definitely failed once again. Jong asks if that really means she succeeded, and she confirms as such. Of course, she will have to continue trying to know for sure, but if it goes well, she thinks she might even be able to clear the 66th floor with this sword. Jong is very happy. This is really a huge relief. However, if Hyuk had brought this holy blade a little earlier, and it had fallen into the hands of that black-hearted Cheolman, he would have still left for Japan, and they would have had nothing to clear the tower with. The more this man, Hyuk, the more he gets to know him, the more fascinating he becomes. From the S++ to things like this, is it even possible for one person to perform such things all alone? Gaeun knows that she used the blade really well, but the blade is damaged in several places. Hyuk thinks nothing of it. It was a mess to begin with, so he will probably have a few more uses before it gets thrown away, right? Jong says it's fine. There are many skilled craftsmen in the player shop/workshop. If they ask them, it should be usable for quite a long time with repairs. Hyuk wonders if the repair costs will be high, but Jong tells him not to worry about that, as their management department will cover all costs. Hyuk wonders why they are not just buying it from him while they're at it. They need to continue clearing the 60th floors after all. Jong notes that, in his opinion, it would be better not to sell the sword. Instead, he should rent it, basically keeping ownership of the sword while getting money for its use. Besides Korea, there are hundreds of towers all over the world. Not many countries have entered the 60th floor yet, but they will keep coming up, so he can let it to those countries too, for maybe 10 billion won per use. It is definitely worth a try, considering management logistics, and if there's any part he doesn't like, he should feel free to tell him at any point. Hyuk jumps up in happiness, giving him a double thumbs up, as that is way too good. The rental business is just pure profit. Jong explains that the management department will handle the holy sword rental logistics on his behalf. Hyuk also wants to rent it to the management department for only 1 billion, since it will be getting a lot of offers from other countries in the future. They should just advertise it well to the entire world, right? Jong thanks him for his consideration, and knows that they will use it to the best of their abilities. After getting back home, Hyuk begins cooking some pork belly with a wide smile on his face. He will get 10 billion just for lending it once. It doesn't even feel real. The item he was just going to throw away or something has actually turned into a gold mine. He hands the cooked pork belly to the summons, with Kosak noting that he didn't have to cook personally for him, and Meatball saying that he treats them well. Hyuk pulls out his best capitalist smile and tells them to eat 1 million won's worth of boiled pork, for all he cares, because thanks to them, he is now rich. That evening, breaking news exploded from every media outlet in Korea, and just like that, thanks to Hyuk's performance, or luck, Korea's crisis had turned into an opportunity for Gaeun to rise to the top. 10 days later, the awaited random summon cooldown has returned. He has scrubbed diligently in the washroom, trimmed his fingernails, changed into new clothes, and even fasted an entire day. He is extremely hungry at this point, so they should finish quickly and eat. He gets the last piece of the puzzle, the purified water, and with only 29 minutes left until the summon, he begins praying for an LSSR. What will come out is definitely a legendary special, super rare. Kosak tells him not to worry too much. It will turn out well. Surely he will not get another guy like Meatball, right? Hyuk shushes him up and asks what's wrong with the Meatball. Thanks to him, they can easily clear floors with S++ rank. Kosak was just trying to reassure him, but after looking at Meatball, who is smirking at him now, he tells him to wipe it off his face before he does. Hyuk tells them to focus, as the time is now. He begins the random summon, and the figure begins to permeate into the room. Before they finish appearing fully, they thank him for summoning them. She is the maiden Gaian Dalray, and she humbly offers her greetings to the young master. What's more, she is of an unknown grade and type. She might be a legendary LSSR. Gaian is actually in an SSR, special, super rare, and is the shaman type. The tree just kinda stares at her. Hyuk notes that it's a woman, and wonders what they will do, and Kosak repeats the same exact things. Gaian summons her blade, and explains that although she is lacking, she swears to pour all of her strength in order to assist Hyuk, who recognizes those knives and bells. Is she a shaman? Suddenly though, Gaian sees something, and immediately calls Kosak a cur, asking what he is glaring at. How dare he look over a maiden's body with such lecherous intentions? He will only come to his senses after receiving a beating. Kosak immediately denies any of this. He was looking because he was amazed, but she tells him to be silent, as she will not have any falsehoods. She will warn him if he harbors wicked thoughts upon seeing her beauty. He will not escape the divine punishment. Hyuk sheepishly tries to calm down the situation, and Gaian immediately turns around to face him, noting that he may look as much as he wishes, and sit comfortably while he's at it. Hyuk wonders why there is not a single normal person among the summons, but even so, she is an SSR grade. She is on the same level as an upgraded Kasorak, but does a hierarchy form even among SSRs, as her charisma is rather high. He reads her description. She is the strict, solemn, and serious chief shaman of the Cheon Empire Imperial Shrine. This makes Hyuk wonder if leaving out purified water and begging affected the summon, but he is going into the memories of her to find out. He suddenly finds himself in a rather traditional Korean place, and the explanation begins. Giyeon, the daughter of the Emperor Myeong of the Cheon Empire. Since childhood, the princess who had keen interests in the state religion, shamanism, became a shaman of the Imperial Shrine. Upon the death of her father, Emperor Myeong, her younger brother succeeded to the throne and ascended as emperor, but soon after, he was murdered by their uncle, who then usurped the throne. Enraged, she vowed a blood revenge and performed a death curse ritual. Gyeon's uncle also installed all sorts of magical arrays throughout the palace and prepared a scapegoat to take the death curse in his place too, using all of his power and means at his disposal in order to prepare for his niece's revenge. She had served the Cheon Empire chief shaman as her master since childhood, making her the greatest shaman of all time. Because of this, when she sent the death curse, not even 100 arrays could have stopped it. However, unlawfully sending a death curse for a personal grudge is an act against the heavenly law. She succeeded in her revenge, but as the death curse she sent rebounded back to her, her short life came to an end. Now he understands the reason for her charisma and serious personality. It doesn't really match her appearance, but after looking at her past life, he understands. Hyuk notes that he has something to ask, which Gaeon immediately agrees to answer, whatever it is. He asks the name of the person who founded the Cheon Empire. She explains that it was the great Emperor Huan. He defeated the wicked Wang and Kim clans and expanded his territory to the land of the old Goguryeo. He was a great man who changed the name of the nation from Baekje to Cheonje. Hyuk is shocked and asks if it was the same Gaeon Himen who founded the later Baekje, and she confirms as such. Now he gets it. This is a parallel universe. In Gaeon's world, it was later Baekje, not Goryeo, that unified the later three kingdoms. Kesarak also said he operated in a place similar to modern Earth with his previous powers. He listened even more, but the history before the Cheon Empire was basically the same history he knows. As expected, the branch of history divergent from the later Three Kingdoms period was more interesting. This is fascinating. Certainly, being a former princess, her charisma must be no joke. Since he has been fasting since yesterday for the summon, he asks the others if they want some ramen, but Gaeon notes that being picky about food is against etiquette, so she will eat whatever. The others simply wait as Hyuk gets to cooking, but Gaeon is mortified and calls them a bunch of curs. Despite being mere summons, they act so arrogantly. They deserve divine punishment. How can they leave the young master to prepare food all by himself? They will get up at once. Cossack waves a dismissive hand and knows that it's too much to use for formal speech between fellow SSRs, right? Now Guyon understands. She was going to try to persuade him with words, if possible, but it seems she will have to cast the Yang Bop upon him to bring him to his senses. Cossack immediately disagrees, as he doesn't want any curse, and they both begin to prepare the food with Hyuk right away. He is surprised. One's a crazy assassin, and the other is a barbarian warrior. It seems that even guys like them have something they are afraid of. Hyuk asks if they would like to go together into the tower after they eat, and Guyon agrees, as she will serve him with all her loyalty. And with that, they enter the 30th floor. Hyuk thinks that maybe there's a good thing about Guyon being here, since Cossack can't do anything, because she's on him at all times. Perhaps he could hunt around 10 or so enemies now. Cossack and Meatball immediately get prepared, noting that they have to practice safety first and protect their summoner. Guyon is pleased. She thought they were just lowly people who did not have any etiquette yet, but it seems they have a proper mindset. The mission for the 30th floor is to defeat 80 trolls of any type and one twin-headed troll, with a time limit of 13 hours. Hyuk can't help but wonder how a shaman will participate in combat. Looking at her past, it's probably going to be a curse type. Is she going to send a death curse on the monsters? Perhaps. Surprising everyone, though, she summons a portable speaker, and she is rather embarrassed about it. Originally, a master drummer is needed to play the drum, but since this maiden, meaning her, travels alone, she has to prepare this as a desperate measure. Hyuk just gives her a thumbs up. As the others charge in, she presses play, and almost immediately, the two feel a change inside of their bodies. Guyon begins to chant as she unleashes a shamanistic ritual and slowly begins to let out a bunch of blinding light, causing Meatball's body to grow even bigger, allowing him to simply deflect strikes by being there. He takes out the ones that were attacking with surging power, and Cossack does the same. He hasn't grown, but he has gotten heightened senses, and he feels more alive than ever. Hyuk is pleasantly surprised. He thought she was a cursed character, but she can buff too. Furthermore, the trolls have noticeably slowed down. She applies buffs and debuffs at the same time. He's never heard of anything like this anywhere. His fighting spirit is boiling over, so he can't hold back anymore. He needs to see what he can accomplish with this, before he can charge though. Guyon grips his shirt with a death grip, and notes that fighting is best left to the underlings. He can just watch comfortably, right? He notes that he was just going to catch a few and get out, but Guyon tells him that it's not wise to stand shoulder to shoulder with such lowly things. Hyuk says he's a coward too, and thinks that he might not be able to catch anything again at this rate. So he tells her that this is an order. She should hurry and let go of his shirt. Before he knows it, the floor comes to an end, and he becomes immediately frustrated, as he couldn't catch a single troll. Whether she shouted or not, he should have just shaken her off and gone. Suddenly though, he looks at Guyon, who is quivering and crying. Hyuk wonders when the absolute obedience and the third principle of the summoned collided as she broke down like this. Still, for an SSR grade to cry. He tries to calm her down, but then she says she was afraid that she might lose him, as she always loses everyone. Hyuk's heart sinks, and he suddenly realizes he's been an idiot. She lost her father at a very young age. She was betrayed by the uncle she had trusted, and she even had to endure the death of her younger brother. When she cast that death curse for revenge, knowing she would die as well, how must she have felt? He can't even fathom such a thing. She's been isolated, fearful, and despairing for a long time. She is a girl who lost everyone precious to her in the past. The summoned aren't just familiars to be evaluated by their grade. They're also human beings with emotions and reason. Maybe her usual strong demeanor is also just her forcing herself to act strong in order to hide her own weakness. Seeing this, Hyuk pushes himself and pets her head, telling her not to worry, as he won't go anywhere dangerous. He promises, and she says that she is grateful, and the others come back running. But Cossack wonders why the princess is crying, as he thought perhaps he scolded her for treating him so poorly. Hyuk waves a dismissive hand, and notes that he's the one who did something to get scolded for later. But Cossack notes that he will cry too. Guyon calls him a knave, as how does he dare to approach the young master with bloodstains on his clothes? With that, and a little more bickering, they exit the tower and go back to Hyuk's apartment. He tells them to get some rest, as they deserve it, and he gets another perk, for accumulating 30 platinum badges. This time, he gets an item skill cooldown reset ticket, which will be sent to his tower exclusive inventory. He is surprised by this. A cooldown reset? This is an ultimate jackpot item that lets him use random summon one more time. Should he use it now perhaps? Maybe not though. It's a bit of a waste to use it now, since he has enough firepower. He will use it later when he is in a truly hopeless situation or something. In Japan, in his mansion, Cheolman watches the news. Following the 62nd floor, Korea's player Nam Gayun has successfully cleared the 63rd floor. They will now watch the prepared footage. As they can see in the clear video, the holy attribute item they secured, the holy sword, was the key to defeating the undead. If they can just neutralize their dark aura, the undead aren't much different from regular monsters. A reporter asks Director Park about the deadline for Korea's 66th floor clear approaching rapidly. Citizens are highly anxious since Cheolman has defected to Japan. Does he have any countermeasures for this? The director explains that many citizens must be worried, but he will make one promise right here and right now. They will clear the 66th floor within the time limit. Additionally, they are also considering leasing the Holy Sword globally, but he must inform the public and everyone listening that they will not be leasing it to the country where Cheolman is affiliated, no matter which country it is. Hearing this, he smashes the cup he's been drinking out of into the TV and smashes it on the ground. If they had an item like that, they should have just supported him from the start. Then he would have cleared it all for them. Suddenly, the butler comes and asks if something happened. Cheolman says it's nothing, and asks what brings him here so suddenly. He specifically told him he was going to rest for a bit. The butler says it's not much, and asks when he plans on proceeding with the 57th floor. Cheolman is confused. Didn't he say he could take his time in clearing it? The butler understands it's not particularly his fault. However, Japan ended up in a situation where they can't even borrow the item called the Holy Sword. The higher-ups are in the mood for him to clear the floors as fast as possible. Cheolman gets a little ticked off and says that he will clear the 57th floor tomorrow. The butler thinks that the Prime Minister will surely be very pleased to hear this, and while they are at it, how about appearing on a live TV broadcast? That will immediately calm the negative public opinion nationwide. Cheolman says they will do that, and the butler leaves, noting that they will replace his broken TV with a new one, so he should get some rest. After the butler leaves, Cheolman lets his rage out. Whether it's Korea or Japan, they really know how to piss him off. The Holy Sword, who the hell found it in the first place? If he catches them, he will put an end to their lives. Hyuk scrolls through his phone and watches speculations about the Holy Sword, but also sees that people are buzzing about him, which he feels rather happy about. Eventually, his order arrives. 10 tubs of ice cream. It's quite heavy, so should he bring them inside for him? Hyuk says it's fine, as he will handle it and put it all on his counter. This is something he always wanted to do. He used to just swallow his drool and walk past it every time he went to the shops, but now he has bought 10 tubs of premium ice cream. Well, 10 billion gold, a billion at a time, is going to be deposited into his account soon enough, so this is nothing. It seems that he has grown quite a lot. And another thing that changed since Guyon's arrival. If he doesn't take the first bite, the summoned won't eat. That's why they've been staring at him like this. He gives them the command, and they immediately start eating like pigs. Guyon notes that the unreserved behavior of these commoners is beyond frivolous. One should know proper etiquette like this. No matter how excited they are, they must be able to strain their revealed emotions. However, after she takes her first bite, she is immediately pleased with the taste, and Kosak immediately sees it. What was that expression just now? That was frivolous, wasn't it? Guyon clears her throat and explains that her mouth is truly being pampered. She has never tasted such sweet food, even in the royal palace. She is deeply moved by the ice cream bestowed upon them by the young master Hyuk. Hyuk gives her a thumbs up and notes that he will buy more for them next time, pleased to see that ice cream is delicious even to a princess. Traditionally, before she is summoned, she would like to perform a ritual to bring him good fortune and fend off bad luck. Is there perhaps anything troubling his mind lately? Kozak believes there is one thing, and explains that there's a damn scoundrel by the name of Cheolman, and begins explaining to her what happened. She is immediately fired up in righteous fury. How could such a despicable wretch still be alive? A person with great power should devote everything for the sake of the peace of the nation and loyalty to the country, and that is still not enough. How dare he put his homeland in danger and pledge himself to the Japanese? This is absurd. She will not let him be. She must make him pay the price. Kosak is glad to hear it. He agrees with her as well. Gyon asks Hyuk if he could perhaps obtain an item that Cheolman used. He says that it's fine. He is Japanese now, so they shouldn't interfere, but she believes that he is someone who has forsaken human decency. If such a person is left alone, injustice will continue running rampant. Hyuk understands how she feels. He really does, but casting a death curse has a backlash. He is absolutely against her getting hurt just to deal with guys like him. Kosak expected as such. He completely agrees with that opinion too. He is compassionate, wise, and simply the best. Hyuk wonders if he is a parrot or something, and Gaion doesn't know how to express her gratitude for his consideration. However, the curse she will be casting is not a death curse. What she will send is karma. If karma is sent, the consequences will be received a bit sooner, depending on the good and evil deeds Cheolman has committed. Good fortune or misfortune will come to him. It merely determines fortune and misfortune according to the principles of the heavens, so he should be at ease, as she will not suffer any harm whatsoever. Hyuk thinks about it, and since she won't get hurt, there's no reason not to go along with that. They prepare a table, and Gaion prepares a speaker, and eventually, Kosak comes back with an item he used, a remote, and he didn't get caught either. It was not difficult to find an item that Cheolman used. Kosak easily found out his address through Hyuk, who asked Jian, and since he fled in a hurry, he apparently left all of his furniture and belongings behind. Gaion pulls out a traditional knife and cuts her finger, letting the blood drip on the remote. She begins chanting and unleashing his own karma onto him. If this man's karma is like a mountain, that mountain will crumble today, and if it's like a river, then it will overflow today. Upon the scales of heaven and earth, he will weigh his own burden. The remote seems to come to life for a few short seconds, and with a surge of power, falls down. She exclaims that it is done. Now they will leave the judgments to the heavens. If his sins are light, it will end as a minor misfortune. However, if he bears heavy sins on his shoulders, then soon a great misfortune will fall upon him. In Japan, Cheolman is welcomed warmly on stage. Japan's greatest player, he is called, and everyone gives him a louder round of applause. The reporters agree to hold an interview. They ask because they've heard he is planning to clear the 57th floor today, but he still has plenty of time left until the deadline. So why is he doing it now? Cheolman says that he is right. There wouldn't be a problem even if he took it slow. However, he wanted to send his support to the citizens who have been disheartened by all the recent accidents. As a fellow Japanese citizen, he feels assured. However, he should prioritize his safety above all else, as he knows that before he was naturalized, Japan suffered the sorrow of losing its best players. Cheolman tells them not to worry. Even back when he was just level 57, he cleared it in 8 hours. Now he is at level 66, so in just 5 hours he will clear the floor. As long as he is here, he vows that Japan is safe. He will prove it to them right now. With that, he enters the 57th floor, which is a large mountainscape filled with flying creatures. His goal is to hunt 15 fire wyverns. The deadline is 14 hours, and the failure conditions are death or giving up. Wyverns are monsters that mainly feed on ogres. They are practically considered kings of the sky, aside from the mighty dragons. However, through countless repetitive raids, Cheolman has mastered the 57th floor patterns. It would be weirder if he failed today, so he gets to begin. But before he does, he suddenly feels a chill and shudder down his spine. Perhaps he is not in good condition today. He feels a sense of dread for some reason, and thinks that he should hurry up, finish this, and get some good rest. Tower raids are basically done solo, so it's most important to always make it a one-on-one situation. Even with a higher level, it would be dangerous if multiple giant monsters were to gang up on someone at once. So he aims for the isolated ones and takes them out one by one. He grabs one's aggro with a bolt, and the wyvern immediately charges at him, making him unleash a bunch more bolts. At this point, if he were a normal archer-type player, he would have to quickly create distance right as the monster closed in, but he is an all-weapon player. If the distance closes, he just needs to switch up to a melee weapon. For now, he will keep pouring arrows into it. However, as he keeps pouring arrows into it, one suddenly bounces off the wyvern's claw, attracting 2 more wyverns at once. Cheolman immediately summons his shield and blade, thinking that there was no mistake in his calculation. So what happened? It will be a little rough, but he can deal with 2 of them. Sure enough, he does take the wyverns out, but it takes quite a lot out of him. He wonders why it's like this today. Does it make sense that not a single critical hit landed while he took down 2 of them? This time, though, he will not let his guard down. He will do it right. However, just as he is about to press the trigger of the crossbow, a sneeze comes to him, and he accidentally shoots, making the blast attract the attention of all 3 wyverns at once. He thinks this is crazy. There are 3, too many to fight at once. If he exits the tower like this, he will be broadcast live by the studio, so giving up is not an option. Suddenly, the 3 wyverns let out their breath at once, forcing him to dodge. Breathing is a skill that wyverns rarely use because it puts a strain on them, and the 3 of them are coordinating to do it at the same time. However, there is no time to calculate cooldowns. He will use all of his ultimate skills and finishing moves right here. He unleashes them as such, and after a long and arduous battle, he clears the wyverns out, with only 1 of them remaining. He was a little unlucky with the hits, but it actually worked out pretty well because he hunted them in a group. He managed to catch 5 in almost an hour. This last guy over here will be finished with one more hit too. If he sets a record in the 4-hour range like this, it will make an even bigger splash, right? The wyvern lets out a screech, a fiery screech, and Cheolman thinks that this is its final struggle. There's no way an attack with no power left will even hit. This is a textbook situation where it's impossible to make a mistake. He will just step back and finish it with a counter. Suddenly, wyvern nest. He has cracked one of the eggs, and the others, the ones that are hatched, immediately begin to cry out as hard as they can. The probability of a wyvern that only lays eggs in high places laying their eggs on the ground should be impossible. The probability of stepping on the eggs of a wyvern that is just about to hatch is impossible. The probability of a flock of wyverns that just happen to be roaming near the ground hearing the cries of the hatchlings is impossible. Cheolman doesn't know what's happening and screams out in frustration as he runs for the safe zone, wondering how any of this makes sense. He makes his way into the safe zone, thinking that it's better to be utterly humiliated than to die. With the choice of giving up, the mission has failed, and he returns to the stage. A bunch of idols are trying to cheer him on, but he comes back while falling on his face. He immediately drinks a potion, and the interviewer thinks that since he has returned, they will give him a round of applause. There is still a lot of time left before the scheduled clear, so he would like to know the result of the raid. Cheolman doesn't even answer and screams that this is bullshit. Naturally, news about this immediately breaks out about Cheolman being a fraud, and about his failure. Rumors even start to flow around, noting that he attempted a second raid 2 days later, and the sources say he has failed. The comments are filled with Koreans and other people berating him, but also with people glad to see that another S++ rank just popped up, as Hyuk has completed the 31st floor. Gaeun has also completed the 64th floor in just 3 hours. At the USA Department of Homeland Security and headquarters, the Secretary of Homeland Security is told by someone that players want to rent out the Holy Sword. Specifically, player Gerald keeps pestering them, saying he wants to use it as soon as possible. The Secretary believes his item hoarding disease is acting up again, and the man explaining this notes that, since it's a holy attribute item, it seems he wants it. The Secretary wonders why there's still a lot of time left for the 67th floor. What's he trying to do by clearing it so quickly? The man says that he wants to repeatedly clear the 66th floor for testing purposes, so Macmillan, Secretary of Homeland Security, tells him to rent it out, since they requested it officially through diplomatic channels. It shouldn't cost that much. Antonio, the Tower Raid Director, also notes that they've received a call from the Japanese Prime Minister's office. It is an unofficial inquiry regarding the temporary naturalization of a player affiliated with their department. Macmillan notes that it seems the player they naturalized fell rather short of their expectations. Antonio also notes that it doesn't look like a temporary issue. The situation seems to be quite serious for them. Macmillan tells Antonio that a temporary naturalization is more than possible, but there will naturally be conditions. They have to wring out as much as possible from them. He can probably extract the rental fee for the Holy Sword while he's at it as well. They should drag out the negotiations until the deadline of Japan's collapse, right? Since they will be desperate, they will be paying a whole lot more than usual. Naturally, news from overseas immediately blares out about Cheolman struggling to go out amid public outrage across the entirety of Japan. Hyuk thinks that karma really hit him hard. Is this going to last forever? Gaeon notes that, unfortunately, it will not. Once the balance of the karma is restored, he shall return to normal. Hyuk thinks that it's almost pitiful, but considering his fake media plays, his freeloading, and so on, it's his own karma after all, so he will have to deal with it himself. He thinks today is their turn to clear the 32nd floor, right? But before they leave, Hyuk calls out Gaeon, as he wants to have a private chat with her. He pulls out a bunch of ice cream from the fridge, making Gaeon's heart skip, and Kosak immediately recognizes all of this. This is the flavor of the month, the best 5 out of 30 flavors. Hyuk wonders how they even know something like that and tells him to put it down and go to their room for a bit. Kosak wonders if they will eat all of these just by themselves, but Hyuk denies it and knows that he will buy something delicious for them later too. Kozak and Meatball immediately cry, with Kozak noting that his wounded heart cannot be healed by anything and Meatball noting that he will work harder from now on, as tears stream down their faces. Though Hyuk notes that he will buy them beef, they immediately obey. Gyeon herself is deeply moved by his consideration. He is a noble gentleman capable of ruling the entire world. Before she can reach for it though, Hyuk tells her to wait. Does she think it makes sense for such a great gentleman to not even catch a single monster? He will catch exactly 5 per floor. Is that okay? Gyeon, still shakily reaching for a spoon, notes that she can allow him to kill just 1, but Hyuk drags her back up to 3, and she agrees. With that, they enter the 32nd floor of the Black Tower. The mission is to defeat 20 Stage 2 Minotaurs. These Minotaurs appear from the 31st to the 35th floor. The unique part is that the monster types in the tower environment are exactly the same. Perhaps because it's a zone where large monsters appear. They just keep getting bigger. They are all larger than Meatball already, and the 35th floor Minotaur King is said to be around 6 meters tall. For this floor, it has the Stage 2, 4-meter Minotaur. The overwhelming presence when facing it is really no joke. He went through all that trouble to persuade the princess into fighting a monster. But is it really ridiculous to back down now? Suddenly though, Guyan buffs him and debuffs the entire Minotaur pack, allowing Meatball to clear out the surroundings and Kozak to be on standby, ready to jump in whenever an unexpected situation occurs. Joohyuk regains some of his confidence. It would be weirder if he could not pull it off without this much support. He rushes in toward the Minotaur and dodges its first strike, as he has learned through repeated clear stages how to fight. He uses the third form of Primordial Staff, Falling Thunder Flash, and, as its name suggests, it's an extremely fast move. Its power is just as immense as its speed too, so this is pretty amazing. He was a bit afraid at first, but he managed to catch 3 without any issues, and the buffed Meatball and Kozak quickly finished the rest. With this, he gets another S++ rank clear, giving him another platinum badge. The next day, at the Awakening Management Department, Guyan comes back from a tower raid, noting that the 65th floor was a bit tough. Her assistant tells her that she can try again next time, so she shouldn't overdo it. Guyan, however, never said that she lost. She just said it was tough. Of course it was a success. She will proceed with clearing the 66th floor in 3 days, as scheduled. To avoid any confusion, I want to clarify that Hyuk's summon is called Guyan, while this woman is called Guyan. Yeah, I know. If it sounds confusing, I will change them in the future. The atmosphere in Korea wasn't bad after Cheolman's failure, but that did not mean the public's anxiety was completely abated. After a long and strenuous debate, the National Assembly decided to clear the 66th floor early to secure 6 months of time. Jong is very happy to hear this. In those 6 months, Joohyuk would have definitely reached the 60s floors by then. However, Lee is a bit concerned. What if the Holy Sword can't hold out until then? It shouldn't happen, thanks to the craftsmen they have, but it is still a concern. Jong laughs it off. Even a guy like Cheolman cleared up to the 65th floor without a holy sword. Gerald Watson of the US made it to the 66th floor too. Does she really think Joohyuk's talent is any less than theirs? That person is a true anomaly, to the point where they wouldn't have to worry, even if the holy sword broke. Above all, he holds the record of 32 consecutive S+ rank clears. Lee tells him he's wrong about that. It has just been updated. It's a record of 33 consecutive S+ clears. Anyway, the simple fact that he is an anomaly has just become even more certain. Back at Joohyuk's home, Guyan gives him a perception-blocking talisman. People will recognize them as human if they walk out, but they will be unable to perceive their true identities. In their eyes, the bearer will simply be an ordinary passerby. Joohyuk is satisfied with this. The summoned, who only ever go between home and the tower, can now wander around with him. Gaeun also said she was challenging the 65th floor. If he remembered it correctly, he lent the holy sword to the management department for free on the 62nd floor. Since then, she made it to the 65th floor, and he got the prize for it. He has already made a significant amount of money. There will come a day when he will be able to flex it properly. For now, though, dining out with his summons comes first. They all walk out. Joohyuk is a little hesitant, and a girl looks at Meatball, staring right through him, but she calls him cute, confusing him, and making him wonder what Meatball looks like to her. He just looks like a very fat cow mascot. Anyway, seeing that nobody is freaking out over a 3-meter giant, the effect is really working well. Since they all worked hard on the 32nd floor yesterday, and the 33rd floor today, they will now enjoy some beef. Joohyuk goes a bit out and tells them to order as much as they want, even with Meatball here. The next day, the summons are all refreshed with their energies overflowing, but Kozak is also a bit curious. How much did their dinner cost yesterday? Hyuk tells them not to ask. There's no point in saying it came out to 12 million won. With that, they enter the 34th floor of the Black Tower, where their mission is to defeat 20 Stage 4 Minotaurs. The size of a Stage 4 Minotaur is nearly 6 meters, extremely huge, so Joohyuk wonders if he should focus his attacks on its lower body, then finish it off once it falls. Just when he thinks he has hit his limit, Kozak arrives, asking if the cow's head is too big. He shouldn't worry, the SSR Kozak will handle it for him. Instead, he should promise to only catch one this time. Kozak turns to Meatball, noting that he has to earn the beef he ate, since he ate the most of it, and it's not hard. He should interlock his fingers together. Meatball immediately does so in reverse, and after a bit of instructing, Meatball gets in formation, allowing Hyuk to rush in and throw him up the moment he steps onto his hands. However, Hyuk sees that he is not stopping in the air at all. Just as he is about to arch over, he thinks that he is royally screwed and begins falling down at Mach speed. He has levels, so even if he falls, he won't die, but that doesn't make the situation any less scary. He remembers something about shadow step. Sometimes, when he fell into a trance, he felt like he was stepping on air, like having some kind of thrusters attached to his feet in some kind of movie. As he imagines it, he can feel some kind of energy at the soles of his feet. This should be mana. Sure enough, since he now feels it, he can use shadow step in the air and walk on it without trouble. The three summons are shocked to see Hyuk just walk on air, but Kosak specifically is the most shocked. In the past, one of his comrades told him that people said that when shadow step reaches its absolute peak, one could simply walk in the sky. Kosak did not believe him at first, but this was actually possible all this time. Seriously, their summoner's talent really is immense. Hyuk himself thinks that he is going too fast. Can he even properly aim at this speed? However, he doesn't wait to find out. He uses the third form of the primordial lightning staff and smacks it into the Minotaur's head before he can do anything, killing the monster. He lands down a bit, surprised at himself as he managed to land using the attack recoil. But did he wet himself maybe? Kosak knows that he has truly amazing talent. Meatball notes that he deserves a warrior's title, and Gayan knows that she is simply in awe of his talent, but he should be careful. Kosak also agrees. His hair stands on end from worry. Hyuk admits that he was a bit flustered too, but he somehow pulled it off. They will clean up the rest quickly, letting his summons do their jobs. The 34th floor is clear without issue. He gains a large mana stone and a summon grade up rune. Hyuk is shocked. A summon grade up rune just dropped as a regular reward. He totally hit the jackpot. Naturally, he also gains a platinum badge for another S++ clear. After they go back, Hyuk pulls Kosak aside and asks if he can use the summon grade up rune to go from an SSR to an LSSR. Kosak denies it. Upgrading with a rune only goes up to SSR. Meatball himself isn't really that concerned. He asks if they will eat out today too, as he likes Korean beef. It's delicious. Kosak immediately reprimands him, noting that he's a clueless oaf. Does he have any idea how much Hyuk spent on them? Gyeon agrees, no matter how hard he works. No master wants a servant who has a bottomless stomach. Meatball notes that he will eat less next time, but the others continue to berate him. Hyuk notes that he looks like he's in more pain than when clearing the tower. He's a poor, dull barbarian. He can't leave him like this, so Hyuk hands him the grade up rune. He should go ahead and rank up. Tears start to stream down his face freely, and he thanks him before pulling him in a tight hug, allowing Hyuk to get a taste of his chest. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Special Information Department, the deputy inspector speaks with one of his soldiers, asking why there is no news about clearing the 59th floor. The soldier explains that among the resources they forcibly naturalized, over half have been reported missing in the tower, causing some setbacks. It seems quite a few of them take their own lives while inside the tower. The director calls them a bunch of useless bastards and slams a file on the table. It is a list of players belonging to South Korea's elite teams. This is Zeog Jun, deputy director of the Chinese Special Information Department. The soldier wonders how he got this, but Jun asks why he needs to know that. He should pick some less notable ones from the recent contracted rookies and bring them here. Those with famous names would be problematic, however. As always, they will leave absolutely no evidence behind, so his own country will not have a reason to disown him. He knows what happens if he does so. The soldier immediately salutes and notes that he will do so for the great nation, and Jun sighs as he leaves. They won't pull stupid stunts like Japan, forcing naturalization openly. No wonder they are being publicly humiliated. They can just kidnap a player whenever they need one. 2 days later, as Kosak prepares some ramen, Hyuk knows that they could have had delivery, but Kosak knows that they must eat ramen for at least 5 days. Only then will their minds be at ease. But is he really not going to eat any? Hyuk thinks that ramen 3 days in a row is a bit too much, and sees that Meatball is still unable to be summoned. Kosak explains that ranking up involves strengthening the soul itself, so it is actually pretty dangerous. If the upgrade fails, there is a chance of permanent deletion. However, Gaeon tells him not to worry. If he truly has been deleted, his name would have vanished from the list entirely, and berates Kosak for scaring their master like that. Gaeon gently tells Hyuk that the fact that he's unable to be summoned, but his name remains, suggests there is another reason. Though the chances are extremely slim, if the jump in rank is massive, there are cases where someone leaps 2 or more ranks at once. In such cases, They remain in a state where they cannot be summoned for several days. Kosak agrees. The princess is definitely right. That guy's soul is as pure as a field of flowers after all. Although Hyuk notes he doesn't know what he's talking about. If he jumps 2 ranks, then he will be an SSR grade like him, right? The light immediately drains from Kosak's face. Hyuk laughs at his expense. However, they will go to a cafe after they finish the ramen. He also thinks that what if Meatball comes back even larger than he is now? And with Guy on here, they need more rooms too, even though they just moved in recently. Does he have to look for an even bigger place already? At the cafe they are going to, 2 friends are speaking to each other, wondering if they have seen the news. One of them notes that the 66th floor raid is going to happen tomorrow, while the other knows that they will probably easily clear it again. They have the holy sword after all. Although he wishes he could just hold Guyon's hand just once. Well, right beside him, a random pedestrian who hugged Guyon, being Hyuk, walks past. Kosak brings their food and cakes, and as they indulge in them, Hyuk gets a call from Jong. He apologizes for calling so late, but he should congratulate him on his record-breaking 34th consecutive SSS clear. Hyuk knows that it's thanks to the support he has given him, and Jong notes that there is actually something he wanted to tell him about the penthouse Cheolman used to live in. Hyuk wonders why he's bringing that up all of a sudden. Did he perhaps find out Kosak went there? Jong actually hoped he wouldn't feel too pressured, but if he wanted that house, they could give it to him. They can transfer the title immediately. Hyuk wonders if it's for free, and Jong confirms as such. After all, he rented out the holy sword at a low price for them, so they should consider this a token of appreciation from the Awakening Management Department. Hyuk thanks him for the offer and knows that he will get back to him as soon as possible. Kosak wonders what that was about, and Hyuk asks if he remembers the house he made him go to. Kosak actually does. He was surprised because the house was truly magnificent. It even has a rooftop garden so they could grow lettuce and eat it with beef. With Guyon confirming that it seems like a home worthy of his status, Hyuk explains that the management department said they could give it to him for free. So what do they think? Hyuk immediately denies it. He is against freebies. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Capitalism is a cold-blooded venture. You will end up paying for it one way or the other. Guyon, however, believes he should accept it. Compared to the benevolence he has shown them, this house is a trivial reward. Hyuk himself is torn. Let's say he takes it for free. What if the management department comes to him later with a desperate request? With his personality, he wouldn't be able to say no, right? Especially if he's already accepted something from them, it will be even harder to refuse. That is why he decides he will buy it. He will get indigestion if he takes it for free. That apartment, he will simply buy it for himself with his money. He guesses a house like that will cost around 2 billion won, so he should search for it. Once that next billion won comes in, he will have 4 billion in his bank. So an apartment like that is nothing. Unfortunately for him, the current market price for the house the department wants to give for free is 20 billion won. The color drains from his face, and Kosak wonders what happened, as he doesn't look well. Hyuk tells him it's nothing, and notes that they are done here, so they should go home. Now that he thinks about it though, do they really need such a big apartment? Kosak tells him he's with him. Anywhere is fine. Hyuk begins to come up with excuses, like cleaning will be a chore if the house is too big, the maintenance fees will be high, and the garden might have bugs. As they walk though, 2 people come inside the cafe, and Kosak immediately recognizes them. Not personally, but something else. The thick scent of blood and scars on their hands, the faint smell of gunpowder, and the very concealed guns they are carrying. These guys are the same kind as him, the types who kill for a living. They have killed at least a dozen others. Is it really a coincidence that guys like these are hanging around Hyuk's studio apartment? Kosak immediately uses mark of tracking on them and goes back to Hyuk, thinking that he will keep it a secret for now. At the Awakening Management Department, Gaeun meditates. The holy sword is an essential item that neutralizes the dark aura of the dead, she thinks, but she cannot rely on it alone. Her opponents now are things like dark mummies, dark zombies, dark skeletons, dark ghoul, and even the undead legion. She has cut down hundreds of them to get here. Her image training is now complete, and she immediately heads right back into the tower. She enters the 66th floor, and she is met with a bunch of scary-looking spiritual undead, but she charges in adamantly, not daring to back down now. 10 hours later, she comes out on her knees. However, she gives Lee, who was just charging in, a thumbs up. It is announced to everyone that the 66th floor of the Black Tower has been completed, so the time limit has jumped to 180 days. Everyone cheers, and this news breaks out throughout the entire country, with everyone cheering and commenting about it. There is even a small festival held, and Gaeun herself holds an interview. She exclaims that she did not do this alone, It's all thanks to the citizens' support. Once again, she would like to express her gratitude to the owner who lent her the holy sword. Hyuk talks with Jong, knowing that she would do it. Now she's brought them 6 months' time. Thanks to her, even if he takes his time camping, he can easily reach the 60th floor range. After he closes the call, he thinks that just watching TV is making him itchy to go. He wants to go to the 35th floor soon, but Meatball seems to still be unavailable. However, as he checks, he sees that the unable to summon indicator disappeared, so he immediately summons Meatball, who comes out in a pretty purplish and bright light. Hyuk tries to welcome him back with a normal face, but he's completely floored and wonders who this chiseled Chad before him is. This is actually Meatball, who notes that he thought he would never return. He is always grateful to be called. As implied by the system, this is actually Meatball, who was raised to an SSR grade. Seeing this, Hyuk calls Gyeon and Kosak, who is confused and asks Hyuk if he has decided to reveal their existence to others. Just who is this man before him? He's been watching them get summoned. Hyuk tells him that this guy is Meatball. This person right here is Meatball, since he successfully went up 2 grades with the summon grade up rune. It seems that his appearance changed as well. Hyuk, just to make sure, asks if he can recite the 3 principles of the summon. Meatball tries his best once again, thinking that the first principle is to protect, and the other one is to absolutely do something with Hyuk. Now though, since Meatball is back, they should go into the tower for the first time in a while. With that, they go to the 34th floor. Meatball immediately takes charge, noting that he will take the lead. The rest of them should stand around Hyuk. Hyuk himself thinks that Meatball used to be really tall. Now he's only 190 centimeters. Can he really pull off his role as a tank with such a frail body? He is worried. He tells him that he thinks it's better if he goes with Kosak and gets Gyeon's buff beforehand. However, Meatball gently stops her buff. He wishes to test the power of his improved body alone, without anyone's aid. He bows down to Hyuk and asks this of him, to trust in the SSR Meatball. Hyuk, seeing him insisting, agrees and tells Kosak that if anything happens, he should be ready to intervene immediately. Before the Minotaurs can even see him, Meatball begins to scream out and surge with power, drawing everyone's aggro and confusing Hyuk. Suddenly, however, Meatball begins to grow much taller than before, maybe 5 or even 6 meters. He's almost as big as the Minotaurs. He did not get smaller. He's actually a lot more reliable now. He rushes into the Minotaurs and swerves one attack before punching the Minotaur who attacked in the back, using him as a stepping stool to rush into the other, who tries to swipe at him, but he goes under the Minotaur's attack and slams his knee into it roughly. Kosak is surprised Meatball doesn't look stupid while fighting now. Hyuk notes that he would have gotten some popcorn if he had known this would happen. Anyway, it seems like giving Meatball the summon grade rune was a pretty good idea. However, Kosak is naturally annoyed. This is a scam, a total, an utter scam, and game-breaking at that. He used the rune too, so why is this guy twice as strong? It's frustrating, and it doesn't even make sense. Gyeon, however, immediately berates him, calling him an insolent fool. How dare he reveal such ugly thoughts in front of the master? It's a joyful occasion that he has become safer. He should reflect on his actions. Hyuk, however, tells Gyeon that she should relax a bit, and notes that Kosak uses honorifics with her, so he wishes her to speak normally to him as well. When she addresses him, she shouldn't call him this guy, or that guy, as it seems problematic, and when she shouts, he gets kind of startled too. Gyeon notes that she will gladly accept the punishment for disturbing his peace of mind, so Hyuk tells her to try to use honorifics with Kosak. After a bit of hesitation, they shake hands. Gyeon notes that it seems she was too harsh. She will be careful from now on, calling him Mr. Kosak. She promises Hyuk that they will not fight amongst themselves from now on. Meatball, who has been holding his own against another Minotaur, is attacked from behind by another one in a surprise attack. However, instead of despairing, he summons a bunch of power and begins taking them out, even faster, proving that his durability and destructive power have increased at least 10-fold. With this, the 34th floor is successfully completed, and Meatball turns back to his normal form. He notes that this was too easy for the SSR Meatball. This warrior desires a stronger floor. He can fight as much as he wants to. Hyuk understands, and thinks that it seems that the S++ clears won't be a problem from now on either. They will climb faster to the higher floors, higher and faster than ever before. After going back home and enjoying some ice cream, Hyuk thinks that, with upgraded firepower compared to before, and a more compact Meatball, he is satisfied in many ways. However, he is still a freak with that tongue, and it seems that nothing really has changed about the way he acts. Kosak doesn't really join in the banter. He looks out of the window, twirling a knife in the air, his gaze adamant and cold. Hyuk asks why he isn't. He says it's nothing. He just got some things to think about. Gyeon tells him that his jealousy is far too much. How can he make it so obvious in front of the young master? Kosak says it's nothing like that. Thanks to Meatball, Hyuk is much safer now. He's really happy about it. Hyuk slips him a tub of ice cream, noting that he shouldn't let his guard down just because Meatball got smaller. His appetite seems to have grown exponentially, so he saved this one for himself. But by any chance, is there anything else he needs? Kosak notes that his manifestation time is ending soon, so could he summon him again at midnight? There is a football game he wants to watch. Hyuk is a bit surprised. Has he always been into football? Kosak notes that he really likes it. He really wants to watch this match live. Hyuk agrees to summon him again later, and he's going to drop by the awakening management department for a bit, because he has a lot of mana stones piled up. Kosak is a bit worried, noting that he should take one of them with him. Meatball notes that it's dangerous outside, and the warrior protects the summoner. Gyeon herself suggests that it never hurts to be careful, so it would be wise to take one of them with him. Hyuk tries to push himself out, noting that they can't get in anyway if they're not registered as a player, and eventually he does arrive at the awakening management department in a private car. Jong is already there to welcome him, and thanks him for taking the time to come all this way. Hyuk scratches his head, noting that he has a car for himself every time, so it's no hassle at all. Actually, it was a real struggle to get out in the first place. He could just send a normal car, as he really doesn't get used to limousines. Jong tells him not to feel burdened. It's only natural that they provide this for him. Then, if that is all, he will escort him inside. The mana stones he brought, weighing around 54 kilograms, a total of 27 million won, have been deposited right away. Hyuk thanks him and congratulates him on clearing the 66th floor. Gyeon is also incredible, is she not? Jong notes that it's all thanks to him lending her the holy sword. Also, has he made a decision regarding the transfer of the penthouse deed? Hyuk knows that getting it for free seems like too much pressure, so he is going to earn enough money on his own and buy it later. Jong, however, notes that he should let him know if he ever changes his mind, as they will keep the penthouse vacant for him. He is pretty adamant about giving him that house after all. There is also an important matter that he needs to discuss. It's none other than the US player Gerald Watson's scheduled visit to Korea in a few days. Gerald Watson is a name that is impossible not to know. His known traits are magical swordsman, and he is currently a US player with the currently highest level in the world. Hyuk wonders why he is being told this, and Jong explains that the purpose of his visit is to rent the holy sword. The terms are a $10 million rental fee per use. Hyuk thinks that it can't be 10 million won, so he asks if it's dollars. Jong confirms as such. It's $10 million, which is roughly 13 billion won. Hyuk is shocked, and his expression darkens, but Jong reads it as otherwise. He thinks that it's practically saving their national economy from collapse, so that amount isn't enough. When the US negotiation team arrives, he will try to stall them. He'd rather not take a mere $10 million. Hyuk wonders what this bastard is saying right now. If he lets his pride get in the way, and the deal falls through, what are they going to do? What if another item like the holy sword is discovered? It's a rare inquiry from their global neighbors, so they have to grab it. He immediately calls out Jong and notes that $10 million is more than enough, so they should take that amount and lend it, please. After he gets back home, he falls on his knees as he actually got 13 billion won. He can consider his 2 billion won salary as pocket change right now. It seems that he finally made it. He immediately rushes in, wondering what he should order. Maybe some fried chicken, some tuna sashimi, or should he order everything? Well, he actually just ordered some ramen. He should save the tuna sashimi to eat with the others later. Right now, he is happy to eat just ramen. As requested, he summons Kosak at night, who thanks him for being considerate. Hyuk notes that he's exhausted from walking all over the place today, so he won't be able to see him off when it's time for him to go back. Kosak understands and tells him to rest. Kosak pretends to watch the game for a few minutes, and after he hears Hyuk snoring, he immediately appears outside the apartment, looking out at the city. The tracking mark he put has no physical form. The humans of Earth cannot detect it, nor can they remove this microscopic shard of magic. Yesterday, he planted 2 tracking marks on those suspicious bastards, and all throughout the day, he found 2 magic shards monitoring the office tel. How dare they spy on the place where Hyuk resides, and the place where those 2 bastards are staying is in a massage parlor. Sure enough, they are tracking targets. They are after people, tracking their locations and such, and they are specifically looking for players. They find one Kim Minji who seems to have signed an elite team contract 3 months ago. She appears to have reached at least the 30th floor stage. They go through their targets until they eventually land on Hyuk, It's been a little over 2 months since he signed his elite team contract. They estimate he's at least on a high 20th floor range. The captain of the Northeast Special Forces Brigade, the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Deng Guangling, notes that this guy is it. This is an operation they can only pull off once, so they're taking as many as possible. Suddenly, however, the head of the guy who was keeping watch outside rolls in, his eyes wide as he never even registered the attack. Immediately, the others rush outside with guns and weapons, and Guangling himself stuffs the photos back in the folder. Cossack is already next to him. Noting that Hyuk looks amazing even in photos, Guangling immediately tries to attack with a Bowie knife, but Cossack just snaps it in two and stabs the broken piece through his arm. The others immediately turn around, wondering who he is, and Guangling orders his men to shoot the bastard down right now. They try to do so, but Cossack just deflects their strikes and notes that they don't have to be in such a hurry. They are all going to die anyway because they messed with someone very precious to him. They continue trying to shoot him, but Cossack just rushes through them and kills them. As the others try to grab him, he cuts off their hands with ease, and when another tries to rush in with his axe, Cossack just does a handstand on his head. Guangling doesn't know what's happening. Is he dreaming right now? Is he a Korean intelligence agent? A special forces soldier from the headquarters intelligence department? No, that can't be it. That kind of superhuman strength is only seen in the Black Tower raid videos. Yeah, it's the kind of superhuman being, but even if he's a player, how is he able to use his abilities outside of the tower? Cossack takes care of the last guy, and then turns his attention to Guangling, noting that he knows he can speak Korean. He should say, "I'm sorry," then maybe he will let him leave. Guangling tries to say, "I'm sorry," but Cossack immediately decapitates him, noting that he would never let a piece of trash like him leave. Does he even know who he dared to mess with? He ties a bow on his decapitated head, which he leaves on the table, but as he is about to leave, he turns back around. He's wondering what he should do if Hyuk finds out. He'd hate him, right? But he can't give up his signature that he has kept his entire life. Maybe he will throw him away because he cannot be controlled. If he gets caught this time, he really might get kicked out, so he decides not to do his signature. The next day, Hyuk summons him and asks him if the match was fun yesterday. He confirms as such, noting that he had a blast. Hyuk is confused though, as he stocked the fridge with snacks, but he didn't touch any of them. Cossack explains that he was so focused on the soccer match that he completely forgot. Hyuk sees it as it is, noting that it must have been a good match, and notes that he should tell him if he wants to do it next time. Well anyway, today it's time to climb the 35th floor, the last floor of the Minotaurs. Meatball immediately gets up, noting that he is always ready, and Guyon is also ready to help. With that, they move into the 35th floor of the Black Tower. The mission is to defeat 80 Minotaurs of any type, and 1 Minotaur King with a time limit of 13 hours. Hyuk is surprised to see that it's swarming with them and tells Guyon to buff everyone. Meatball moves in, charging adamantly, but Cossack moves in first, thinking that since Meatball stole the spotlight of the previous floor, this time he will show them what a true SSR looks like. He needs to be faster and even more decisive than ever. Hyuk wonders why he is acting so strangely, and Meatball tells Cossack that he can fight safely from behind him. Cossack tells him to shut up, as he can do it too. Hyuk is a bit surprised with Cossack and Meatball both going at it. Their clear speed is going to be insanely fast. He should hurry and catch one himself too. Who is he? He is a prodigy who successfully used Shadow Step mid-air. This is his wimp trait. He says things like this even though he is only picking off the weakest types of enemies. Eventually, the Minotaur King arrives. Hyuk loses all of his bravado as he sees him. The Minotaur King can't even make a move. Meatball charges in with a shoulder and sends him flying. Hyuk is surprised. The more he sees it, the more game-breaking it feels. That really was amazing. Cossack, however, is in a pit of despair. He really wanted to take down the boss and prove his worth. With this, the 35th floor is cleared, and he naturally gets a platinum badge. The next day, the crime scene is set at the massage parlor, with Jong and Lee arriving after receiving their call. One taking pictures on the crime scene thanks them for coming so quickly. Despite being busy, he gives them the photos, and notes that if they look closely, they will see that they are recorded as management department personnel. All of them. Jong looks at the file and thinks that if this is true, how the hell did this data get leaked? He also sees that even Hyuk's information got leaked. Jong immediately tells Lee to request an emergency assembly of all executive personnel right now. Hyuk pulls out his system as it's time to finally get a perk, and he wonders what it will be this time. Cossack wonders if he should get some purified water from the dispenser, and he should offer a prayer before drawing the perks. Guyon tells them that the dispenser is not purified water. If he offers a prayer with such water, it may actually bring in bad luck. Hyuk stares at her, as she was the one who came out when he did a random summon with that dispenser water, but he says nothing to her. With that, he activates the random perk system. Cossack thinks that the random summon is coming up soon too, so he wants it to be some kind of trait enhancement. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. He has 2 perk items, the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn and the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. These are both tower exclusive naturally. The Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn, when equipped, improves the user's concentration, creates a blinding flash, enhancing physical and magical defense, and has a set probability to reflect. The Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, during combat, increases attack speed, freezes the target, increases attack range, and has a set probability to trigger an ice field upon successful hit. Hyuk thinks that this is great. Both of the effects are amazing, and he dances around. Cossack whispers with Guyon, noting that he's grinning from ear to ear. He'll be even bolder now. So what do they do about this? Guyon knows that they must cling to his pants if they have to. Cossack is annoyed as they really should have offered a prayer, but Guyon knows that with the dispenser water, it probably wouldn't have been any better. However, Meatball breaks the silence as he remembers when Hyuk offered a prayer with the dispenser water, and he used random summon. She came out. Guyon thinks that he must be joking, but Meatball does not lie, nor does he know how to make jokes. Hyuk confirms as such. Cossack confirms as such too, and Guyon immediately plays it off, noting that it wasn't just any ordinary water dispenser after all. Seeing as she was summoned by it, it must be an extraordinary dispenser. Cossack notes that it's not an extraordinary dispenser. It's a very normal one at that, but Guyon tells him that if she says it is, it is. Meatball also explains that the random summon is not far off. The summoner will soon call forth a new person. If that happens, the summon will be 4 in total. But since the trait enhancement did not come today, the 3-person system will be maintained for a while, and they all know what that means. If a being more helpful than them gets summoned, then who out of the 3 of them will have to step down? Cossack is the most scared about this. Meatball can act as both a tank and a damage dealer. Guyon has overpowered support abilities. On the other hand, an assassin is a rather ambiguous position. If a situation like this really comes, the one who has to go will naturally be him. Guyon agrees. If one feels that they are no longer needed, they should leave on their own. A useful servant should take that place instead. Meatball agrees. That is the way for the summoner, right? Cossack slouches in his seat, wondering if they are saying that they are safe. It's infuriating, but it is also an undeniable reality. There must be some other way. He notes that if they reach the 40th floor, they could make a trait enhancement appear again. If they work hard and hurry to clear the 40th floor before the random summon comes. Before he can finish though, Guyon stops him, calling out his name with indignation. Climbing the uncleared upper floors is entirely up to the young master. Would he feel at ease if he pushed him, just for a servant like him? Cossack didn't mean it like that, and he tried to explain himself, but he slouched down again, noting that she is right after all. He will stay down gracefully, and it's been really fun. Suddenly, Hyuk appears, and he asks who told Cossack to step down, his fists a little clenched. Meatball notes that it wasn't him, as he stayed quiet, and Guyon sheepishly ducks, noting that she was merely assuming a hypothetical. Since they like being so judgmental, Hyuk judges them on his own. He wonders, what if a perfectly equipped shield knight appears? Would Meatball step down? Or what if a saint or a priest appears? Will Guyon step down too? They should all listen well. If he is going to climb this tower, he is not going to leave a single soul behind. They are going with this exact team until the day of their climb is all over. Cossack is naturally in tears, his face covered in them, and he is calling out Hyuk's name like it's holy. Hyuk continues noting that he has decided they should go on a continuous clearing streak until they can summon 4 people simultaneously with a trait enhancement. Cossack notes that he perfectly understands Hyuk's intentions, but it is fine. If he overdoes it, he will not be able to forgive himself. Seeing his worry, Hyuk comes to an understanding with them. He will step back and won't catch any monsters until that trait enhancement. That's not overdoing it, right? Are they going to object to that too? Guyon agrees. She shall shake her bells so hard they might crack. And Meatball also agrees, noting that he will protect the summoner and achieve the S++ rank. Naturally, Cossack also agrees, crying his eyes out even harder than before. At the same time, in Seoul, Hanam-dong, the Korean Awakening Management Department, in another briefing room, Jung gives a presentation on the crime. As they all know, this incident is not just a simple murder case. It is basically a kidnapping of the elite team, who shoulder the entire fate of the nation. They may look like victims, but these guys are not ordinary civilians. Park Il-jun, the NIS director, claims that their investigation results are about the same. According to the autopsies, All the bodies are presumed to be highly trained soldiers. One of the men there, the chairman, notes that the Holy Sword's actual owner was also targeted. If they had lost him by some kind of twisted chance, it would have caused a massive loss to the entire nation. They must find out who orchestrated this. Il-jun agrees, but, as everyone knows, everyone was murdered, so there is no evidence. However, Zhang tells them how it is. It's China. The fact that China is kidnapping talented players from all over the world has already become a pretty open secret, beyond rumors. As for how they entered Korea, if there are any remnants, they must thoroughly investigate this organization. They can only say it was pure luck that this attempt failed, and he should not say something like this, but he is a bit thankful for the murderer. The next day, Joohyuk and his party enter the 36th floor and ask if they are all ready to push hard until the next reward, which they all agree with. The 36th to 40th floors are where large humanoid monsters called ogres appear. Although smaller than minotaurs, their strength lies in their speed, and some can even talk. Even so, Meatball is naturally much faster and stronger than them, and with the wide area binding debuff of Gaia-on and increasingly frantic assassin Kosak, they can easily clear the floor in basically under a minute. Joohyuk is glad they will keep clearing like this and get that trait enhancement. The next day, at the 37th floor, ogres moving at a speed of light appeared, and the day after that, on the 38th floor, ogres with incredible jumping power that attacked from the air appeared. Naturally, Meatball doing combos like in Street Fighter is still faster and stronger. On the 39th floor, the fastest and most cunning ogres were there, doing hit-and-run tactics to buy time, but unfortunately, Meatball is still faster and stronger. It seems that throwing a meatball at the ogre really works. With this, 5 consecutive days of hyper-speed clears are stacked, with people naturally taking notice. The next day, Joohyuk notices something. For some odd reason, the office-tel security system was recently reinforced, and the number of guards drastically increased. Today, before the grand 40th floor clear, there's a place he has to stop by, and he was a bit nervous since he was heading out at 4 a.m., and it looked a bit suspicious. But fortunately, he has the perception-blocking talisman, which prevents people from recognizing his face. It also scatters their gaze. Thus, he is able to pass through without much doubt, even when going out at dawn during these strict times. He hails a taxi and goes inside, noting that he wishes to go to the Gongju traditional market in Cheongnam, and asks if the driver could be a little faster. The taxi driver doesn't know about that, as the Gongju traditional market seems quite far. The moment Joohyuk tells him that he will give him 500,000 won in cash, the driver immediately locks in and starts driving like an F1 pro racer, making Joohyuk arrive at the traditional market likely in record time. With this, Hyuk goes to the bathroom and summons Kosak, giving him a perception-blocking talisman too. He notes that there are quite a ton of things they must buy, so they should start grocery shopping together. They get all sorts of things, fruit, food, and the like. After another taxi drive, they eventually arrive at the mountainside. With this, he summons Gaia-on, who notes that she's been waiting, and Meatball, who tells them to give him the luggage, as he will carry it. As they continue walking through the forest, Gaia-on notes that, even though this is a different world, seeing how similar the mountains are, makes her think the place she mentioned is still here, so they should follow after her. They do so, and they eventually find the place she was looking for, a rather serene spot just off the hiking trail that doesn't seem to be much explored anymore. Gaia-on looks around and tells Meatball to move a rock to the side, and after he does so pretty damn easily, a hidden altar under the rock is revealed. Gaia-on explains that they have to cleanse it thoroughly, and they will use the holy water they fetched on the way. With this, she changes into ceremonial robes and begins sharpening a blade. Joohyuk, thinking that a woman in white mourning clothes, sharpening a sword, really is menacing, hopes she doesn't hold any grudges against him for his nagging. After a while, the altar is set with a bunch of fruit, tofu, and even a whole-ass pig head out of nowhere. Gaia-on dresses in her full uniform and notes that she will begin. She begins floating in the air and chanting, praying, with Joohyuk also praying for a trait enhancement quite a few times before he becomes determined, and notes that they should go. They go to the 40th floor, where the objective is to defeat 80 ogres and 1 twin-headed ogre. Naturally, ordinary ogres are no match against Meatball, and the twin-headed ogre is taken care of at super speed too, making this another S+ clear. After they get home, Kosak clutches his violently beating heart, and Joohyuk tells him not to do that, along with Gaia-on, who notes that he will jinx it at this point. Joohyuk checks his inventory and sees a roulette ticket, a one-time use item. Tearing the ticket will spin the roulette. If he does not tear it in 1 hour, the opportunity will disappear. Hyuk is surprised they switch tactics like this, and he wonders where the trait enhancement is. He sees it on the roulette wheel, and also sees that the section is as narrow as a damn needle. Kosak wonders if they're screwed if he has to use this spinning thing, and Hyuk doesn't know. But the section for the trait enhancement is pretty narrow as a needle in fact. He wonders if by any chance, there is anyone who wants to tear the ticket for him. They immediately all duck away from the responsibility. Hyuk takes a deep breath, believing in the ritual they performed, and notes that he won't get cursed if he can't pull it right. With that, he tears the ticket and pleads with whoever is listening for the trait enhancement. Hyuk looks at the spinning wheel and feels time passing much more slowly. He slowly gets dragged into it, making his entire world spin at one point, but it surely starts to slow down after a while, and he cheers for it. He even performs shamanic rituals for it, so just a little more to the right, and it's his. He even begins blowing on the roulette to perhaps influence it somehow, and sure enough, he gets the trait enhancement. He cheers to the sky with Kosak following suit. With this, the simultaneous summon for his trait is now 4. Since the summon cooldown is in a week, he thinks they should rest up until then, so he ordered chicken. The next day, at Incheon International Airport, Gerald tells Antonio to hurry up already as he runs with the others. Antonio is wondering what the rush even is, as they are going to use it anyway today. Gerald Watson, the world's #1 ranked player, wonders if he is asking because he doesn't know. Does he know how long he's waited for the day he can get his revenge on those damn dark specters? His affiliation is that of the USA, and his trait is Magic Swordsman. He's currently climbing the 67th floor of the USA Black Tower. Antonio tells him to calm down a bit. He successfully cleared the dark specters, hasn't he? Gerald tells him to look at Guyun. He has to achieve at least that much to call it a proper revenge, right? Antonio tries to catch his breath and thinks that this guy is unbelievable. He's always worried because of this impulsive personality of his. They eventually arrive at the Awakening Management Department, where Iljon introduces himself, and Gerald also does. But Gerald is mostly excited by the sword, asking if he can see it with a pretty ecstatic expression on his face. Iljun sheepishly agrees, and they open a pretty heavy vault door where the holy sword is stored, so they should go inside first. Gerald is shocked when he sees it, and notes that he can enter the tower with it now, right? Iljun tells him to pay the rental fee first, as they must be thorough with the payment to avoid any problems. Gerald tells Antonio to hurry up, who already deposited $10 million before he goes inside the tower. Iljun tells him that he must adhere to the written terms in the contract, and Gerald tells him not to worry. That will absolutely never happen. It is unclear whether he means following the rules or breaking them. With that, he enters the 66th floor of the American Tower, where the mission is to defeat 10 specters, and he charges in at a specter. 20 minutes later, he defeats it, and he thinks that it is extremely fast. Is this really the 66th floor? He will definitely have to rent this thing again. That means just testing the Holy Sword has cost up to $20 million, but it is incredibly worth it. 5 days later, Hyuk is in his room, telling people outside his door not to ring or knock, and not to disturb him at all. He is basically meditating. This is because of Gaion, who told him that the heavens are wary of those who possess too much greed. He has already achieved a great fortune through the prayer ritual, so for the time being, he should please proceed with a peaceful mind. Following that advice, the Cheon Empire's foremost shaman has been waiting for the random summon with all of his desires cut off. He even told Gaion and his family that he would be off-grid for a while. He has the money to eat whatever he wants, but he just wants to eat cup ramen, and today he sees the fruit of his labor. He summons everyone, and they have pretty grim faces, probably nervous about overlapping roles with a new summon. Dragging it out would only make it more suffocating, so he immediately unleashes the random summon. He sees that the light is pretty small, and the thing that is summoned pops into existence. It is an actual honest-to-God hamster. It is a diligent and highly trained labyrinth worker from the Biscan race. Its name is Razix. It's a rare type and a worker type. Its manifestation duration is 10 hours. Hyuk is a little confused and a little disappointed. Its rarity is R grade, and it's a worker on top of that. It is probably a miss. However, the summons are pretty okay with it. Seeing their expressions, however, Razix wonders if he should go back, and Hyuk agrees. He apologizes, but he will call him a bit later. With that, he unsummons him, and thinks that this is a bit of a waste, but since it's come to this, he will just use the skill reset/skill cooldown reset ticket now. Gaian tells him to consider this as warding bad luck. Kosak tells him that they need someone who can help him climb the tower, and Meatball notes that it will go well this time. Sure enough, the figure that is summoned is much bigger than before, humanoid, and he gains an achievement as he has successfully summoned the first Legend Special Super Rare Grade summon, rewarding him too, allowing him to go to the tower twice a day. Hyuk is shocked and very happily so. He actually got an LSSR, and being able to enter the tower twice a day is another jackpot. The man who is summoned forth looks like a Taoist immortal. He has a slew of titles like the greatest of all time, the public enemy of Murim, and a few more sinister ones like the sinister of Jianghu, and the perpetrator of a mountain of corpses in the Sea of Blood. His name is Guang Ma, or Mad Demon for short. He is a Murim warrior. He asks Hyuk if he's the summoner. It is an honor to meet such a noble person. Hyuk is glad he's polite, and notes that it's a pleasure to meet him as well, and suddenly gets pulled into his story. There was a time when the nation was in chaos, due to the passions of those with power. There was an unspoken rule between the government and Murim to not encroach upon each other. However, the first Murim warrior to break such rules was the Mad Demon, Guang Ma. Guang Ma decapitated the emperor and hung his head in the market squares for anyone to see. The Murim alliance, the Orthodox faction, and even the demonic cult themselves declared him a public enemy. After 7 days and nights of long and arduous battle, Guang Ma lost his life to the combined attacks of the Murim alliance leader, the lord of the Denoctologous Empire City, and the leader of the demonic cult, forging a bond between them in the process. Hyuk thinks that's pretty damn vicious, but he must be incredibly good at fighting if that's the case. Guang Ma sees his existing companions saying hello, but wonders why they are all frozen like that. Guang Ma tells him to forget it. He has no real desire to exchange words with petty creatures. He asks how many towers have collapsed in this world so far, with Hyuk noting that only one has. Guang Ma thinks it is a relief, at least, that there is only one. Hyuk says that it's the 67th floor where the undead appear. Guang Ma understands, so that is why there is only one. If he goes past the 71st floor, collapsing towers will appear everywhere. Is that not right? The collapse of the tower is an omen of destruction cast by the heavens. A collapsed tower drives deep into the earth like a giant nail, altering the world with it. Naturally, it's not a problem right now, since there's only been one. Does he know what the foulest part of conquering the tower is? It's that there are nationality restrictions for entering the tower. The awakened can only conquer the tower within their own country. It is a truly cunning gesture by the gods. At least his country will be safe with him here. He can just leave the rebel behind him to the side. But what good is it if only the summoner's country is safe? If all of the towers in the other countries collapse, the world will perish. So he does not wish for this world to end. He will assist him. Hyuk asks what he will assist him with precisely, and Guang Ma just fucking loses it, noting that he will help him with world conquest. He will put this world beneath his feet. He will be the one to get the blood on his hands while he becomes the sole emperor of the world. Hyuk now realizes this guy is extremely crazy and tells him not to do that, as it's an order. Guang Ma refuses. He cannot obey such an order if it's something that must be done to save him and the world. This is the third principle of his 3 principles, so he will be right back. First, he will eradicate the politicians of this country and place himself at the pinnacle of power. Guyon and the others immediately step up, wanting to attack. Guang Ma wonders how they dare direct even a sliver of killing intent towards him. This will not do. He will have to slice one of them up as a warning for their insubordination. Hyuk, however, perks up and notes that now he understands, with Guang Ma wondering if he has realized his true intentions. But that's not what Hyuk understood. He understood that he is extremely dangerous, and immediately unsummoned him. 3 hours later, they all celebrate their new member, Razix, who is pretty confused about the sudden change of heart, not privy to the previous events of the day. After everything is said and done at the Incheon International Airport, Jong says goodbye to his guests, really glad that they enjoyed testing the holy sword. Antonio notes that he is not really completely satisfied because they rented it twice, but he didn't even give them a discount, so he is a bit disappointed. Jong thinks that he is joking, and thinks that this bastard is just trying to haggle the rental fee like it's something to be haggled with. Antonio also heard some good news about himself, that he is up for promotion this time. Jong is surprised he has such information already, but that's the United States, he guesses. Antonio offers him a hand, noting that the next time they meet, he will be the deputy commissioner, so congratulations are in order. By the way, it seems like he can get an item like that if one achieves an S++ rank clear, right? Jong notes that he wouldn't know. The owner of the Holy Sword isn't an S++ rank record holder, by the way. He lies, knowing that Antonio is fishing for information even now. With that, they depart. The US is currently raiding the 67th floor, where the undead Phantom Reaper appears. They have plenty of time left, so they will probably try a few times before eventually coming back to rent the sword again. Anyway, with this visit, they made a whopping $20 million, which is 26 billion won. So, He notes that Hyuk will definitely be happy when he hears such news. Inside Hyuk's apartment, Razix begins clearing and cleaning everything. He cleans the dust on every counter and removes trash, while also organizing everything neatly. Hyuk is shocked. The items are seemingly going back to their places on their own. Is this some kind of skill too? But Razix is not done. He also gathers the laundry, runs the washing machine, washes the dishes, and even removes water stains in clothes manually, proving that Razix just might be the GOAT. Everyone agrees that he is pretty amazing. Gyeon notes that he is worthy of the title of chief servant. Hyuk tells him to take a break now as he bought some mixed nuts so he can eat as much as he wants. As he nibbles or munches on them, Hyuk gathers with the others, wondering what they think. Isn't he surprisingly useful? Meatball agrees. He cleans well, but he is weak. He will not be of much use when climbing the tower. Kosak agrees that they can't keep him around, and that when the random summon cooldown resets in 30 days, they should replace him then. Suddenly though, Razix appears behind them, completely oblivious to the conversation, and Hyuk immediately sheepishly notes that, since he is here, they should start trying to clear the 41st floor to commemorate their new member. Glad that Razix didn't hear them. With that, they enter the 41st floor, and from this moment forth, giant land beasts appear, with this floor's mission being to defeat 15 ironclad basilisks. This is a giant reptilian monster that looks like something between a crocodile and a lizard with a body length ranging from 7 to 8 meters. If a human dares to make eye contact with it, their body instantly freezes. This is because of their paralysis beam. The moment one is hit, they can't even run away. The good thing, though, is that there are existing items that can counter it now. However, for Hyuk, who has no need to avoid the basilisk's eyes, nor does he need to prepare any countermeasure items because his 3 SSR warriors will handle it very well. What you are seeing now is a basic scene of basilisk abuse. Hyuk stretches too, thinking that they should finish this quickly and have dinner. With that in mind, he will be hunting 3 basilisks too, right? Kosak immediately gets in front of him and refuses, as he must protect Razix. Look at him, isn't he just smiling cutely? One wrong move, and he will disappear right into their mouths. He's basically a bite-sized morsel. Hyuk is also a bit worried about Razix if he is honest. It'd be pitiful if he gets eaten by a monster again, just like in his past life. He did see a memory when he first summoned Razix, just like the others. Razix was always the top-tier worker among labyrinth adventurers. He did the cooking and laundry. He gathered herbs and even built structures along with mining, tanning, and so on. He was an all-rounder who could do basically anything. If one had this biscuit with them, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the difficulty of exploring the labyrinth would have been cut basically in half. In the end though, a worker was just treated as a worker. While continuing dangerous gathering missions outside the adventurer's attention, he ended up getting eaten by Apophis, the giant snake boss of the underground labyrinth. Hyuk thinks that it would be better for the summons to look after Razix instead of Hyuk, but seeing them all fight individually in their own corners, Hyuk sighs, recognizing that he has to look after Razix himself. Before he can tell Razix to stick by his side though, Razix seemingly disappears, but Hyuk hears his soft breaths and sees that he is right next to a basilisk. He immediately charges in, noting that he will save him, but Razix disappears again once Hyuk gets there and rolls right under a tree. With that, Razix rolls near a rock. His rolling allows him to move much faster than if he had used his feet. With this distraction, the 41st floor is clear with an S++ rank once again. Hyuk is a little mad that it ended like this. Everyone congratulates each other for doing a good job, but Razix himself falls on his ass and begins crying. Hyuk asks if he's hurt anywhere, and Razix says that's not it. The raid ended too quickly. Hyuk tells him that this is a pretty good thing, but Razix doesn't see it that way because he could only gather this much, so he is really sorry. From his seemingly endless bag, he produces a bunch of stuff that he gathered right then, herbs and basilisk leather, among a bunch of mana stones as well. Hyuk is shocked. All of these items are things he managed to gather while inside the tower. Was that actually possible? But if that were possible, there wouldn't have been such a shortage of materials. In the early days of the Black Tower, there were naturally attempts to bring items from the tower to the outside. They even tried putting them in their inventory. They tried exiting while holding them in their hands, but it all resulted in failure. One could only bring out items randomly obtained by hunting beasts, but Razix put those tower items in his backpack, as if it were perfectly natural. As Gyeon stretches his cheeks, finding him absolutely adorable, Hyuk asks if he really brought all of those items. Razix confirms as such, and apologizes that he could only gather so much. It's his first time seeing such a fast hunt. Hyuk asks if he can bring more items if they hunt slowly, and Razix confirms that he can bring 10 times more. Hyuk is shocked. With this many precious items, he can hear the sound of his balance going up and his account filling up. He wants to go inside the tower one more time, right now, confusing Razix, as from what he knows, entering the tower is only allowed once per day. Hyuk notes that he can do it 2 times per day, and Razix finds him really cool. This is the reward he got from the achievement of summoning the Mad Demon and pulling the first LSSR. At least he got something out of it, but he cannot believe he was going to kick this precious person out just because his combat power was low. Razix's tower gathering ability is enough to completely outclass that LSSR. With that, they all go inside of the tower and begin escorting Lord Razix. After they enter the tower, Hyuk notes that, since this is a repeated run, they should take it as slowly as possible so Razix can work comfortably. Kosak agrees, along with Meatball and Gaion, that she will move alongside him and even put some kind of charms on his head. With that, they make their way through the forest, and they are eventually met with a basilisk. Immediately, Meatball grows, grabs the basilisk by its tail, and slams the shit out of it. With this defeat, Meatball goes back into his normal form and tells Razix that he has caught the lizard, and Razix seems a little afraid or disappointed. Kosak and Gaion immediately get on Meatball's case, asking how he could do something so rough in front of their small Razix. Razix, however, isn't scared or sad about that. He explains that if they kill the basilisk like this, the hide will be completely ruined, and they will have to throw it away. Hyuk understands. It seems the hide got completely ruined because he just smashed it. In that case, it's probably time he got to use this golden mace of cold twilight at least once. He tells Razix to let him give it a try. He will make sure to hunt one cleanly so the hide doesn't get ruined. Razix tells him that if he hits a basilisk with that, the hide will freeze and shatter, and he doesn't have to do any hunting either. It seems that his summons all stop him from hunting in their own different ways, even Razix. With this in mind, he devised the hunting routine. Gaion casts confusion on the basilisks. Meatball breaks its legs to stop its movements, and Kosak cleanly finishes it off, leaving the meat and the hide absolutely pristine. Hyuk wonders how he is going to skin a basilisk hide with such a small frame. To answer his question, Razix begins putting a bunch of hooks inside its skin at different points, which then grow ropes, and he begins pulling on them, completely removing the basilisk's skin in one go, looking like something else entirely. Hyuk is a little scared, but honestly, this is pretty impressive, as they got a whole-ass basilisk hide, with the others congratulating him as well. Just like this, they got a second and third, and even a 7th hide. At one point, Razix says that he is done, as his bag is full. Hyuk is surprised to see that it actually has a limit. Then again, a single whole basilisk hide must be pretty big as well. Monster leather itself is pretty rare and expensive. It's normally used to craft player-exclusive armor, as the combat boots he is currently wearing are also made from basilisk leather. There are also products made for the general public, but due to the sheer scarcity, the price is ultimately decided by the seller. Even celebrities and the massively wealthy strive to own just one of these leather products, but the supply released into the market is so small that even with money, it's hard to get. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind though. If he feeds Razix the summon grade up rune, will he become the strongest worker of history? With that, they return to the apartment, and Hyuk tells everyone to just clear the living room a bit, so he can check what they got. In total, they have 7 whole basilisk hides, 1 basilisk hide scrap, and there's even some mana stones valued at 25 million won, and various medicinal herbs. Just calculating the number of items they brought this time, it is not just 10 times like Razix promised. It looks like 100 times more. He fills up his inventory with them, filling it up to half. But now, rather than his inventory, it seems that the problem is the house, and it is extremely packed. It's cramped now, and cluttered as well. It seems that he cannot put it off any longer. Any decent-sized place costs almost 5 to 10 billion. Not to mention the bigger problem is that even when he looks at a 10 billion won house, he does not feel like it's enough. It's all because he looked at that penthouse Gaion suggested, and he ended up needlessly raising his standards. But how nice would it be to live in a place like this? Thinking about it, he messaged Jung and asked how the Holy Sword rental went, and he got an instant reply, claiming that the US rented it twice for 26 billion won. With this, he can afford a penthouse, right? With such blessings? Hyuk begins praying to the United States of America like he's from Kosovo or something and claps, telling everyone to please gather around as he has a major announcement, which they all do. He pulls out his laptop and notes that they are moving, and this is the place. Gaion recognizes it as the one they saw before. Meatball is touched, and Kosak notes that he said before that he wouldn't want to move to a big house because it's hard to manage. Who's gonna clean such a big house anyway? However, the answer is right below them. Now they would not have to worry about cleaning, even if they move. Seeing him work so hard, Hyuk asks if there's anything he would like to eat as a reward, and he immediately asks for carrots, which Guyan offers to feed him. Hyuk says, what he thought was just a bust ended up being a jackpot, and what he thought was a jackpot ended up being a literal demon. He's talking about conquest or whatever. He does not need an LSSR because he has their treasure right over here. The next day, Hyuk goes home to visit his family, and his father pulls him a bit to the side and says he went fishing in Incheon recently and caught a big-ass fish, a red sea bream actually. It's his personal best, apparently, and it's amazing. Hyuk thinks that if he caught something like this, his hip joint must be completely healed, and his father agrees. Now he is the spryest among his old-ass friends. Hyuk gave his family the luck talisman and health talisman last time. Could this be the effect? He also sees that they got an air purifier. They should have waited a bit, as he was looking for one for them. I mean, it seems this one is pretty expensive. His mother notes that they didn't buy it. She won it in a raffle at the new mart just down the street. She never thought that in her entire life she would win 2 raffles in a row. Just what kind of rare luck is this? Hyuk thinks that the talisman may be working a bit too well, and his brother puts the cherry on top when Hyuk asks him if anything good has happened lately. His brother notes that in the FPS game he plays, all of his shots just keep on hitting, and he's completely dominating everyone. Hyuk asks if something more physical happened, and his brother explains that yesterday he was trying to get a coffee from the vending machine at the library, but he was short on change at that moment. A 501 coin dropped next to the trash out of nowhere. Hyuk thinks that this is extremely trivial, and notes that it must have been nice, and he's glad that they are doing well. His mother asks if he's going already, as she needs to set the table and at least have a meal together, but Hyuk notes that he has an appointment, and he will come to visit soon. His brother exits the apartment with him, since he has to go to the convenience store. As they walk, Hyuk tells someone that he will be right over there, and his brother guesses that he called a taxi, but it's not a taxi, and a black-ass limousine just pulls up. His brother thinks elite players really do get their own drivers, but he cannot get used to seeing it. Hyuk gets inside of the limousine and is met with Jong, to whom he tells that he could have gone there himself. He should have not come all the way to pick him up when he was busy. Jong notes that he was passing through the neighborhood anyway, and remembers mentioning yesterday that he was visiting his parents' place. He's been worried since that incident occurred, but it seems like he is doing pretty well. Seeing his face like this puts him at ease. Now that he thinks about it, he did also mention needing a larger place, right? Hyuk confirms as such, and the materials he needs to show him are quite bulky too. Jong notes that they will move to the management department's special materials warehouse if that is the case. They go in there, and it is pretty large, with Hyuk warning Jong that he might be just a little surprised. Can he take the materials out now? Jong tells him not to worry, and to take them out comfortably. Hyuk notes that this is why he warned him, and Jong is shocked. This is an ironclad basilisk? Hyuk is glad that he recognized it so quickly, and notes that it is so. It's a whole hide, and he will be taking the rest of them out now. Jong asks what he means by rest, and Hyuk explains with a pretty casual face that he has just 6 more of these. Jong thinks he has 6 more incredible items like this. Just who is this guy? Did the heavens drop him or something? Jong is just shocked. Most of the herbs, too, are ones he has never seen before, and they're not the usual dried herbs, but raw herbs. What's even more surprising is the whole monster hide that looks just freshly skinned. He thinks the amount of leather in this single whole hide is worth more than the Awakening Management Department's expenses for an entire month. Did he happen to receive all of these items from a single clear? Just how did he bring this out of the tower? Hyuk sheepishly asks how much he thinks he can get from this, hoping he doesn't look greedy for money, which he is. Jong tells him to just give him a little more time, as it's pretty hard to tell right away. It's standard practice for them to price things quickly, but items like this are unprecedented, and its quality is so high that it doesn't even compare to the hides they usually purchase. Did he happen to receive all of these items from a single clear? Hyuk confirms it sheepishly, and Jong guesses that this is just a one-time thing, but Hyuk says no. He can bring even more of these items if he needs to do so. He can get him a steady and continuous supply. Additionally, how about releasing the basilisk hides to the civilian market? Hyuk thinks they will sell like hotcakes. This is a great idea, and he agrees. He also wonders if they could manage the civilian sales, and Jong says that, of course they will. They will take care of everything on his behalf. Hyuk notes that, in turn, they should take one whole hide as a commission fee for the management department, and notes that it's not exactly repayment. But could he ask him to broker that penthouse they talked about last time? Jong is glad that he finally made a decision. They will transfer the ownership to him immediately today. Hyuk, however, wants to pay for it, and Jong notes that, including the commission fees, they can handle everything for free. Hyuk really appreciates it, but he doesn't want to unnecessarily owe them favors. He says that the calculations must be kept strictly clear. He made a fortune from the Holy Sword rental fee anyway, so they should deduct the cost of the penthouse from there. They go back to the apartment, and now Kosak is in charge of being the presenter of this briefing. First, he would like to explain the missions they need to accomplish from the 42nd to the 45th floor. The monster they hunted last time on the 44th floor was the ironclad basilisk, and this guy on the 42nd floor is the long-tailed basilisk. There is not much special about it, so they should watch out for its tail blade. Razix immediately puts his hand up and asks if they are going to skin the long-tailed basilisk as well. Kosak notes that, of course they will. However, they will skip that on the first clear, and skin it on the second, the absolute priority. Next, it is the iron jaw basilisk on the 43rd floor, and the thorn scale basilisk on the 44th floor. They will skin the iron jaw and skip the thorn scale. The hide is sharp as thorns, which are pretty hard to remove and will damage the hide. Since nobody has any more questions, he will move on to the next point. This rainbow basilisk is the key. It's the boss of the 45th floor that they will be staying at repeatedly and taking down for the time being. Guyon wonders why they have to stay on the 45th floor, but Kosak tells her to hold it and asks permission before speaking. She naturally gets annoyed and asks if she's seriously going to ask for permission each time they speak, and Kosak confirms as such. He is standing here, having been delegated full authority over the briefing by the summoner. Even if she is a princess, she must not forget that fact. Seeing this, she annoyingly puts her hand up and asks what the reason for staying on the 45th floor is. Wouldn't gathering be more efficient as they go to higher floors? Kosak explains that this guy is a monster that appears from the 46th floor onwards, and it has no hide. It's an exoskeleton, and sure, it might have its uses, but dismantling it joint by joint takes time, with Razix confirming that this is correct. Kosak notes that, on the other hand, all types of basilisks appear on the 45th floor, especially that boss, the rainbow basilisk. Is he not beautiful? He can guarantee it with utmost certainty that it will make a lot of money, because their summoner is currently living as a house poor, after rashly buying a house. Hyuk notes that it's fine anyway, and Kosak continues noting that the problem is that once they kill the boss, the clear is over, and they have to exit the tower, so they have to skin it and get out within that short time frame. He asks Razix if he can do it, and he immediately confirms that he can do a good job. So to summarize the briefing, they need to rush to the 45th floor, park there, and sweep the hides so that they will make some real money. The next day, at Heiji Fashion, the CEO, Go Yonha, sighs as she looks at the sales analysis. She staked everything on this and prepared so ambitiously, but the results are just abysmal. Their position within the HG group is already the lowest, and now they look even more ridiculous. Her assistant comes around and explains that an official document has arrived from the Awakening Management Department. It seems they are planning a public-private joint project led by the Awakening Management Department. Yonha wonders if it's a matter worth reporting independently. Something of that level could be fine, if Executive Park goes, right? The assistant explains that it was specifically requested for the CEO to attend, and Yonha tells him to send a vice president who should show enough sincerity, right? He agrees, but after a while, she tells the assistant to wait a minute and apologizes. She was a bit on edge thanks to the wildflower, so he should leave the documents here. She will go there herself. She just has some nagging feeling about letting this go. Honestly, she does not have any expectations, but she should go see at least. They enter the 42nd floor, where they have to defeat 15 long-tailed basilisks. Wild Horse Hyuk is at it again, equipping his tower-exclusive golden aegis of warm dawn and tower-exclusive golden mace of cold twilight. He knows they are all worried for him, but this alpha male inside the tower absolutely refuses to yield. He charges in. Honestly, it's been way too long since he could hunt the basilisk that he's charging at. The basilisk immediately sees him and begins using its sharp tail to try and flay him alive, but he dodges, as his shadow step has now reached a new level of mastery. It's practically at the level of cloning at this point, so he dances around the basilisk's tail with ease, before ending right above it and unleashing a devastating strike on its head. At the same time, the tower is immediately cleared. Hyuk is surprised to see this, but it's pretty obvious why. They hunted like crazy to stop him from hunting. Well, he managed to catch at least one for the time being, so the alpha male inside of him is satisfied. They return home, eat some snacks, and take a short break. After that, they re-enter the 42nd floor. During the re-clears, they focus entirely on the hides until they fill the maximum capacity of the whole hides that can fit in Razix's bag, which is 7 hides. The next day, they go to the Iron Jaw Basilisk on the 43rd floor, and the day after that, they go to the 44th floor with the Thorn Scale Basilisk, but since they cannot skin it, they repeat the 43rd floor. Finally, on the next day, the long-awaited 45th floor arrives. The war with the basilisks begins. The hide of the 45th floor boss has a rare value, so they decided to attempt gathering on both first and second clears. If they are successful, they will attain 2 hides per day. Guyon uses her best buffs, meatball punches I guess, and Kosak does the most damage. Everyone is hyper-focused, and the kill count rapidly rises. With it complete, the rainbow basilisk appears. Meatball tries to grab it, but its hide is too slippery, and Kosak tells him to grab it by the jaw. Hyuk knows that killing the boss is not the difficult part, but taking it down without a single scratch in perfect condition is entirely more difficult. Razix is on standby, ready to spring into action at any moment. They also practice skinning the boss right after killing it many times. Kosak slams his knife through its brain, taking it out, and Razix immediately moves in, pierces its hide, and begins pulling it off with his ropes, actually managing to succeed in skinning the whole hide with this. Everyone praises him, proving that he really is the GOAT. To obtain the hide before exiting the tower itself, the key is to peel it off quickly within that short span of time. Hyuk was actually pretty worried because they failed a few times during their practice, but thankfully they succeeded both times, including the repeat clear, and obtained 2 rainbow basilisk hides in just a day. The second time was easier than he thought as well. It seems that Razix is a quick learner after all. Hyuk also saw that they even made their own little cheer to hype themselves up. He feels like their teamwork is getting better and better over time. Now that they are back at the apartment, it is time to check out the perks, as he has a 45 platinum badges. However, he does hesitate a little, cowering, wondering if it is going to be something bad. Guyon asks if he perhaps has any worries of the sort, and Hyuk tells her that, since he's about to check the perks, he's getting nervous that something weird might come out. Guyon tells him that even if what he desires does not appear, it may instead become a blessing in the future, and he may achieve great fortune in his next perk. And Razix the GOAT tells him that he can do it. Hyuk tears up at their warm encouragement, but Kosak just eats a tub of ice cream like a fat ass, and tells him that he should just draw with a peaceful mind. He really has become hopeless over time. Hyuk stills himself and begins using the badges. Now that he's received an encouragement buff from his summons, he should check the perks right away. He just hopes it's not another random box or roulette or something like that. If that's the case, they should just give it to him directly. His wish is granted. However, it is not that useful. He gains 1 multinational tower access ticket, which is single use, and allows him entry to any other tower regardless of nationality. He cannot enter a floor that exceeds his floor level. Kosak is the first to ask what dropped, and wonders if it is a rune, perhaps. Hyuk pulls out the ticket with a heavy sigh, and notes that it is just something weird. It could have at least been a summon-grade rune for his summons. For the next 50th floor perk, they should definitely hold the shamanic ritual before drawing, and Guyon understands. She shall prepare to the best of her abilities in advance. Hyuk is a little frustrated, so he tells the summons that they should have a feast. Immediately he orders a bunch of stuff, everything they want to eat. Hyuk immediately pops open a beer, and notes that he's gloomy, because the draw failed, so today they binge. He tells Kosak to drink too, who is a little hesitant, as he doesn't want to drink while on duty, but Hyuk tells him to live a little, as today is their free day. At the Awakener Management Department, the CEO of AG Fashion, Yeon-ha, is being guided to the conference room. Upon getting there, a man by the name of Kim Seok-jin introduces himself. He's the managing director of Il-seong Apparel. She says it's nice to meet him, and immediately wonders if the CEO did not come. Seok-jin tells her that he is currently in New York to attend a fashion show. He would like to introduce another man, Yang Se-jun, the executive director of Daehyun Corporation. She greets him as well with a practiced smile and thinks that she's the only CEO here after all. It looks like she's the one with the most free time around here. Should she make some excuse about being busy and just leave? However, as she sits down, someone else appears. Ji-hyun introduces himself as the deputy commissioner of the Awakener Management Department. This immediately grabs Yeon-ha's attention. She's rather confused that he came in person. She knows he is the real power behind the Awakener Management Department. He led the Elite Team Player project, and is virtually the man who raised South Korea into an advanced nation in tower climbing. The fact that Nam Ga-eun established herself as the star player, and that they tied with the US and the number of floors climbed is rumored to be thanks to his full support. He's already being predicted as the next commissioner. To think such a figure would personally appear in the conference room, so it appears that it was a good thing she came after all. Ji-hyun apologizes to the Ilseong Apparel and Daehyun Corporation, noting that they should meet another time. When he sent the official document, he specifically wrote down that the CEOs must attend. There was good reason for that. Both representatives made excuses, noting that they could contact their CEOs right now, as they told them to call immediately if anything happened. Ji-hyun apologizes again, but this is their internal policy. They should pardon him for a bit, but he would like to only speak with CEO Yeon-ha after the representatives leave to make their phone calls. Yeon-ha wonders if she caught a lucky break or something. Ji-hyun lets out a smile and tells her that basically she just got a little closer to it right now. Naturally, she did not come empty-handed. She has something prepared, and she hopes this will help her seize that luck. This is an armor designed by the chief designer at their AG Fashion. It was conceptualized with Nam Gaeun as the motif. If the Awakener management department is proceeding with fashion-related business, she is confident that they would be the best bet. She would like him to give her his honest feedback without thinking of anyone's feelings. Ji-hyun thinks that this is a bit out of nowhere, but AG Fashion's Yeon-ha is quite proactive. He nods and notes that it might be a hassle to move to another location, as he has something to show her. They go to the 8th basement floor, with Ji-hyun telling her that this is one of the warehouses for the tower materials. It's where they store the material items they've purchased from players. Now she understands why the security is tight. With a bunch of guards standing around, Ji-hyun hands her a coat since it will be quite cold inside, and after the door opens, they both go inside. Ji-hyun presents what he wanted. He is going to turn on the light, so she should not be too alarmed. However, Yeon-ha is naturally shocked to see a whole basilisk hide. Ji-hyun explains that they have secured and are currently storing a total of 36 hides, and 34 of them are right before her. Even if she doesn't know much about the tower, she is very familiar with the names Wyvern and Basilisk, because they are the highest quality materials among the leather that exists on Earth currently. It's a material. It's truly a dream in the fashion industry. Ji-hyun explains that they intend to supply these hides to the private sector, so they can be used in daily life rather than just making armor. She asks if he means that he will allow tower materials to be given to private companies, and the target for that supply is where AG Fashion stands right now. The chances of that happening are pretty high. Yeon-ha notes that she hit the jackpot if she stamps her Wildflower brand on such rare and precious hides and releases them to the public. Just imagining it sends shivers down her spine. And there were 36 hides in total, so where are the remaining 2? Ji-hyun was waiting for that exact question. He pulls out another remote and presses it, revealing the blinding hide of the colorful basilisk. She has to hide her gaze as she can't stand this prettiness. It's like it's alive and moving. Can a hide truly be this beautiful? From this alone, it's already at the level of a work of art. Ji-hyun tells her that for now, they will start with the first batch they currently have in stock, but Yeon-ha tells him that the second batch will definitely go to them as well. Since she was the only CEO to attend the meeting, she would like AG Fashion to retain the priority to purchase the hides. Ji-hyun laughs sheepishly and tells her that they can discuss that gradually, but first there is a condition to this. She should keep this secret until the hide is commercialized. She will have their technicians sign non-disclosure agreements to ensure there are no issues. Yeon-ha agrees, but they have not discussed the most important part of it yet, the price, how much he will supply them for. Ji-hyun agrees that this is the most difficult problem, as he pulls something out because they are currently purchasing even these cushion-sized scrap hides for 10 million won apiece. He hands it over to Yeon-ha, and she can see that the scrap piece has crushed patterns and motifs, and its color has faded. But even this kind of hide is rare, making it hard for the private sector to obtain. She can see the difference in quality is night and day. Ji-hyun wishes to prepare a small sample for her before she leaves. She should have the leather experts at her company determine the value of the hide themselves. He gives out a confident smile, and she can see that he is no ordinary man. In the evening, at the Ark Hill apartment in Cheongdam, Seoul, Hyuk makes his way up, completely bewitched by the view. The transfer of the apartment's registration has been completed. This right here is the very first apartment under his own name. The butler welcomes him to his new home, with Hyuk shocked that there's such a massive entrance, and butler tells him that he can use the keycard for this private elevator. If he has any inquiries, he should feel free to call at any point. Hyuk picks up the keycard and thinks that he came early to spend the night of celebration. However, as he enters, he sees just how great this is. He summons everyone, with Kosak being shocked at the view. Meatball notes that this place is wide and tall, with Gaion also finding it quite luxurious. Razix the goat says it's just awesome. Kosak is amazed by the toilet, which is a work of art. Taking a dump here would definitely be some sort of sin. Gaeon is impressed by the 300 pyong and 10 rooms. It's so spacious that there's even a separate elevator inside. Meatball naturally is impressed by how high the ceiling is, and jumps up to meet the chandelier, with Kosak immediately reprimanding him for even daring to jump inside of their master's new home like that. Hyuk is most impressed by the new movie theater. It has every type of the latest game console as well. It has 8 refrigerators, 11 bathrooms, 6 consoles, and also a remote that opens up the blinds to the city, which is pretty beautiful at this time of night. This leaves everyone in awe. Kosak notes that this world must never be ruined. He will not allow that to happen. Meatball agrees. This warrior will protect it as well. The summoner's world. Gion agrees. Hyuk can't help but let out a small tear. Is this what they call a little taste of romance? Anyway, they should keep up the good work altogether from now on. Previously, Ji-hyun told Hyuk that they completely gutted the inside of the home and remodeled it so there isn't a single trace of Chol-min left. The moving and the packaging are being handled directly by a company contracted by the Awakener management department as well. Just like that, the move is complete. He moved from an instant office tel that wasn't even 20 pyong to a penthouse that's over 300 pyong. That alone is amazing, but it's not just the size that got bigger. The quality of the amenities is also crazy. It's still early summer, so it's a bit chilly. But with this heated pool, he's basically in heaven. Isn't this the dream? Kosak, who is taking a dip with Meatball, taps his shoulder and points at Gaeon, who is just calmly reading a book on one of the long chairs. They immediately grab the long chair and sit down, because just sitting and reading books is bad for their health, so they will help her exercise. With a shove, they throw her into the water with a pretty big splash too, and she comes out as a vengeful spirit, immediately cursing them. They both feel an intense stomachache, and they immediately rush to the bathrooms. It's a good thing they have several right now. Hyuk immediately notes that he should never mess with her that way, and he also wonders where Razix currently is, as he has not seen him in a while. Gaeon dries off her hair and notes that Razix is currently having an intense battle, a battle against the electronic AI servant. The AI notes that this is the pro cleaning mode, and it will start quick and accurate cleaning. Razix refuses, as he is the worker of this house, and begins to fight the AI to prove his goat supremacy. Hyuk looks at this, and thinks that Razix was afraid of losing his job, and was fighting a lonely battle all by himself, it seems. Meatball comes out of one of the bathrooms, thinking that he definitely saw heaven. Hyuk calls him over and whispers something in his ear. Meatball immediately understands and grabs the robot before executing it right in front of Razix, who immediately lets out a sigh of relief. On the 4th day since they moved, Hyuk repeatedly cleared the 45th floor twice a day to get a whole basilisk hide, as he has to row when the water comes in, right? Every time they enter, he gets 6 normal ones and 1 from the boss, making a total of 7. He gets 14 whole basilisk hides per day, and every other day Chief Lee visits to collect them, so the delivery is pretty seamless. On this day, she is still amazed every time she sees it. Hyuk says it's nothing much but wonders why it's harder to meet her than it is to get the hides. She also has something to tell him that he should stop gathering hides for the time being, which is what the deputy commissioner conveyed. Hyuk wonders why, and Lee tells him that there were 2 reasons to stop the gathering of hides. Firstly, they do not have the facilities and processing equipment to fully process them yet. Secondly, if too much is supplied at once, the demand will drop, and prices will plummet. Hyuk thinks that there is no reason for him to object if that is the case, and the next day, Gaeon immediately gets on Kosak's case. Didn't he say that money would be pouring into their master's account, now that there is no telling when the hides will be cashed in? Thanks to him, their diligent goat, Razix, suffered for nothing. He was extremely confident during the meeting, and he didn't even know how the distribution and production would work. He should have just mined and sold mana stones instead. Hyuk lets this happen, as Kosak was pretty bossy during the briefing. But actually, it's not really his fault. It will just take time. The money will definitely come as they wait. They go to the next floor, and Meatball equips himself, drawing enough aggro by irritating the scorpions with his pincers. Hyuk lands the final hits and finishes them off, and Gaeon is providing reliable support buffs. Hyuk's role, naturally, while everyone is distracted, is to get a taste of the action. However, he gets out of his stupor by seeing Razix hard at work mining. This is because the smell of strong metal hit him as soon as they entered the 46th floor. He is sure that there is ore. If he mines the ore and gives it to Hyuk, he will be happy, right? He remembers how other summoners treated him in the past. But that's not the case at all with Hyuk, who tells him that he's worked hard. He wants to stay with these people forever. However, the shocking news that the hides aren't helpful right now has given him some anxiety. So this is an emergency. He has to find something else that makes money, and the one he just happened to find is ore. If he doesn't want to be abandoned, he has to fill his bag to make the summoner happy. However, that's when the floor is cleared, and Razix cries as he gets teleported away, as he couldn't pack it all in. Hyuk is also a little annoyed because he was watching Razix mine and couldn't hunt. He apologizes profusely to Hyuk after they get back home, and Hyuk asks if he's crying because he couldn't fill the backpack. Guyon tells him that it's difficult to fill a bag during the first clear when they're rushing for an S++ record, and Kosak agrees. Hyuk tells Razix that they should stop for the day and rest. He shouldn't even bother cleaning. Razix asks if this means they don't need him anymore. As the three bicker, Hyuk wonders if Razix heard that he is the most necessary talent here, making Razix recover some of his confidence. In the repeated clears of the 46th floor that followed, they filled their bags with ore, so Razix's expression brightened up quite a bit. 10 days later, at the Awakener Management Department, Ji-hyun receives something. Top secret data shared with the NIS and the UAE. Ji-hyun reads it. In Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, there was a terrorist attack just 3 days ago. In fact, the UAE government controls the press, but it hasn't even been in the news yet. Ji-hyun can also see that Karim Jihad is dead too. He was the best state-sponsored player the UAE had put so much effort into. Not just him, but over 10 high-ranking players above level 50 were also killed in that explosion. Ji-hyun is a little worried for them. The time limit to clear the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower has only about 20 days left, from what he knows. Besides, isn't the Black Tower located near an oil field? If it collapses, a literal disaster would occur. The director confirms as such. The Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah is urgently visiting Korea. Once he arrives, he should meet him together with the president, because there is a request that came in. Hyuk looks at the amount of ore they gathered. It's already been 10 days since they started gathering. They're using one of their spare rooms as storage for the ore, but this has piled up a little too much. It must weigh several hundred kilograms. He tells Meatball to enlarge himself and help him scoop up this ore, as he should organize it in his inventory and sell it to the Awakener Management Department. This is pretty hard work, as he has to pretend to put them in one by one for them to go into the inventory. After he is done, he notes that he will go get some rest. With everyone agreeing and praying for his safe return, he takes the limousine once again, with Hyuk noting that having Ji-hyun pick him up every time makes him feel like his errand boy or something. Ji-hyun tells him not to worry about it, as meeting him is an important matter, and he has something to tell him as well. First, the Holy Sword rental reservation. They received a request from Norway, who is currently attempting the 66th floor. Ji-hyun tells him that up to the 65th floor, it's somehow possible to climb using only light attribute items, so there aren't many reservations, but inquiries will start pouring in soon, so he should not worry. Hyuk smiles, thinking that even renting it once netted him $5 million. That's 15 billion won, so there's nothing to worry about. Once the money does come in, should he buy some land while he's at it? He could put up a farm when he retires later. Kosak will chase away water deer and wild boars. Guyon will pray for bountiful harvests. Razix the goat will be sowing, and Meatball will be the ox, the most optimized team for farming. Ji-hyun also believes that it will be good for him to know that, recently, the global situation regarding the Black Tower has been quite chaotic. In Japan's case, he heard that Cheol-min completely broke down after his consecutive failures and became a wreck, to the point where he trembles in fear and refuses to even enter the lower floors. He was stripped of all benefits he received upon naturalization and was kicked out to a small city with his family. In the end, the Japanese government signed a temporary player naturalization contract with them and the United States. Rumor has it that they paid an astronomical fee for just a 1-month contract. The situation in China is even worse. Fear has skyrocketed after failing to clear the 59th floor, paralyzing society, and they eventually asked Russia for help, paying a massive cost, and even handing over part of the Heilongjiang province. Even if they safely passed the crisis, it's a humiliating national incident. Most recently, the UAE suffered massive damage from a bombing. In relation to that, the Crown Prince of the UAE entered Korea and requested temporary naturalization of one of Korea's best players, Nam Gayun and Hyuk. Hyuk is naturally surprised. Do they know about him? Ji-hyun tells him to calm down. They naturally do not, but it seems they have guessed that the Korean Awakener Management Department has identified the S++ ranked record holder. He need not worry, because all they are going to do is feign ignorance. Hyuk thanks him, as having his identity known would be burdensome. However, Saudi Arabia is right next door. Why aren't they asking their neighbors for help? Ji-hyun tells him that actually the relationship between the two countries is not very good right now because of the trait enhancement rune. In the early days of the Black Tower, when the trade enhancement runes were released onto the market, there was fierce competition between the two countries, backed up by their massive oil wealth. In the end, the UAE secured a large supply, and a larger one than Saudi Arabia, so their relationship naturally soured. Hyuk wonders, when signing a temporary naturalization contract, couldn't they demand a trade enhancement rune as well? Ji-hyun tells him that they will likely be very reluctant to give one. The atmosphere is such that they want to solve it all with money. Hyuk is a little disappointed. He happens to have a multinational tower access ticket too, so he was thinking of risking it all. If it's not a trade enhancement rune, however, he is not interested at all, so they will have to sort it out themselves. They go to the storage space, with Ji-hyun telling him that the hides are perfectly stored. Once the processing facilities are complete, they plan to commercialize them immediately. Hyuk is impressed, hoping this grows into money soon. But now, on to today's real business. He notes that he brought some materials today as well. Should he show him right away? Ji-hyun agrees, and thinks that he's been worried about the lack of leather crafting equipment, so he was hoping for ingots actually. Hyuk pulls out something that looks quite a bit like a rock, disappointing Ji-hyun a bit. But upon taking a closer look and touching it, he sees how heavy it is and then thinks, is this a rock that goes into a tower exclusive inventory? Is this ore? Hyuk is glad that he recognized it right away, and Ji-hyun is surprised that he got another raw material, as expected. This guy is not just receiving rewards, he's definitely capable of gathering items within the tower. He didn't pry because he thought he might find it uncomfortable, but at this point he has to assume it is certain. However, ore is a bit disappointing. It would be better if they got it in ingot form. Hyuk wonders if he can take out more. He has so much that his arm almost fell off if he took them out one by one, so he begins just dumping them on the floor, an enormous amount. With this, Ji-hyun thinks that things are completely different. This man, though, always exceeds expectations. It's beyond what ordinary common sense can keep up with. He notes that usually players occasionally receive minerals as clear rewards in ingot form. It is also his first time seeing raw ore outside of the tower, so it is fascinating. At their player shop, they purchase adamant ingots, the most common tower metal, for 5 million won per kilo. Orichalcum is 10 million won, and sectonium is 20 million won. Hyuk is happy to hear those prices. The purchase price for materials is better than anticipated. He overhears the assessment of the price, with the adamant being 3.5 billion, the orichalcum being 2.6 billion, and the sectonium being 3 billion. Hyuk is surprised to hear the monetary unit so in his favor. Ji-hyun also calculated the estimate based on a 50% metal content for now. The total amount is 9.4 billion, with Hyuk shocked to hear this. He wonders if they are sure they didn't calculate it wrong, and Ji-hyun naturally checks again, seeing everything is in order, though the calculations are correct. If more ingots are extracted, they will adjust the payment according to weight. How about they proceed like this? Hyuk wonders if it will be less than expected, and Ji-hyun says he will take responsibility for that, so it can't be helped. With that, they shake hands, confirming the deal. Ji-hyun also thanks him quite a lot for always selling them such great materials. Hyuk tells him he shouldn't mention it, wondering why he is bowing again. Actually, he is the one who's most grateful, so he should be the one bowing. These days, every time he makes a trade, it's in the tens of billions. This is a really big deal. What is he going to do with this wealth? Kosak, being pretty loud, leaves some chips and crumbs around too, causing Razix to go into overdrive with his cleaning to make sure not a single crumb is left on the plush carpet. Gyeon looks at him with clear disdain in her eyes, and Kosak tells Meatball to say whatever comes to mind, but nothing comes to his mind, so Kosak would like to go first. He says 500 million. Gyeon thinks that's too little to disparage the goat Razix's hard work like that, which is very disrespectful. She will go with 1 billion. What they are doing now is betting on how much the ore will sell for. The penalty is that the winner flicks the loser's forehead. Kosak tells her that she can't change it now, and Gyeon wags her finger, as she is not like him. She has no reason to go back on her word. Meatball, from this, gets that calling a higher number is better, so he has decided it will be 10 billion. Kosak laughs at him, as he has no real sense of reality, does he? The price of this house is 20 billion. Meatball wonders if he can change it then, but Kosak tells him that he can't take it back, so he should just get ready to be flicked, and not transform when he does either. Upon hearing a certain step and click that is coming towards the apartment, Kosak immediately jumps out of his spot and runs towards the door. Hyuk comes along, greeting everyone, and Kosak fakes cleaning up. Wondering when he arrived, he is Summoner Hyuk's right-hand man, who was just cleaning with Razix. Looking at him a little confused, Hyuk thanks him for his hard work. As expected, there is nobody else like him, with Gyeon noting that this guy really is sly. As they sit down, Hyuk reveals the price of the ores, 9.4 billion won. Kosak wonders if he heard that right, and Hyuk confirms as such. That's the money they made from selling the ore. It's a whopping 9.4 billion. They all cheer Razik up. At a time like this, they should just toss him in the air again. He wonders why Kosak isn't hurrying over, but Kosak tells him that he is not feeling all too well. Could he unsummon him right now? Hyuk wonders what is going on. Wasn't he fine just a minute ago? Kosak tells him to hurry up. Otherwise, he is going to die. But that's when Meatball transforms behind him. He told him not to transform when he got hit. This warrior heard it clearly, and he does not lie. He picks up his head with one hand and flicks him with the other. Hyuk wonders what kind of forehead flick this is that split the ground open. It seems they really like their games. The next day, Hyuk gets a call from the deputy commissioner, as the metal content was high, so there will be an additional settlement. It seems that they will get a lot more cash than anticipated. The news he heard from Deputy Commissioner Ji-hyun last time about the UAE Crown Prince visiting Korea is starting to appear on TV as well. Public reactions naturally boil over, and the response is mixed, or bad, to say the least. But the Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah's desperate requests continued being aired as breaking news for several days, with people naturally still not agreeing, though they can see that the prince is planning to stay a while. Hyuk thinks that they really should have just offered a trade enhancement rune, as he is not interested in money. While running through the 47th to 49th floors, he steadily gathered ore, handing it over to the Awakener Management Department today, and earned over 10 billion won. He summons Kosak, asking how his forehead is, who notes that he is an SS grade. Getting hit by a mere forehead flick won't do anything to this tough body of his. Hyuk almost saw him die, but let it go for now. It's almost time to welcome a new family member, so they should clear the 50th floor and draw the first perk first. Kosak agrees, and with that, they go to the 50th floor of the Black Tower, where they have to defeat 60 scorpions of any kind, and one king scorpion this time. As the others deal with them, he and Razix will be staying in the back, because there is no greater disaster than missing out on a platinum badge by acting up at a crucial moment. With a new summon this time, they will have 6 members in total, but the Mad Demon doesn't count, so it will be 5. If he doesn't get a trait enhancement rune, he can only make use of 4 members. One of them will have to be benched, it seems. The King Scorpion appears, grabbing Meatball and putting him in the air, but Meatball in turn grabs him. Hyuk can see that they're definitely hunting with overwhelming force now, but for a smooth S++ clear record, they absolutely need one more damage dealer, so he wants this perk to be good. Razix sees the concern in his eyes and tugs at his t-shirt, and Hyuk is a little pleased that he's worried about him, but he shouldn't be so impatient, as this will definitely work out. With that, they clear the 50th floor as well. Everyone is naturally a little anxious about this at times like these. Hyuk needs to ground himself and show them an unwavering resolve. He begins talking, noting that he's changed quite a lot since he met all of them. He never had friends in his entire life and was a coward, but he found the courage to fight in the tower. He used to bounce from a part-time job to part-time job, but now he lives in a nice place like this. And most importantly, he made friends he can share his thoughts with, so he thanks them. It's all thanks to them, because he trusted them all and was able to climb to such a high floor. Whatever the next summon turns out to be, he won't show any weakness by obsessing over the results. He uses the platinum badges, and in turn he gets another tower access ticket. He looks at it before screaming in rage, as he did not expect the same result at the very least. Hyuk immediately rolls on the floor, noting that he quits the tower because this is too much. What kind of perk is this? Gaion bows deeply along with the goat Razix, noting that she will gladly accept the punishment for failing to secure good fortune for him. Kosak calls over Hyuk, and notes that, since it has come to this, they have to aim for the 55th floor perk. Hyuk wonders, starting from the 51st floor, there are flying monsters. Can they really get an S++ clear with this roster? Kosak tells him to proceed with a random summon, and they need to drop one person until the 55th floor. It cannot be helped. He asks who they are dropping, and naturally everyone looks at Razix, who clutches on Gaion's dress. Hyuk immediately refuses. He told them last time they are keeping this exact roster. If that's the case, they could just drop everyone and let the Mad Demon handle it too. It's simple and perfect, isn't it? They should have done this sooner. Kosak apologizes, as he was short-sighted, and Gaion notes that she doesn't want to be presumptuous. However, the trait enhancement rune is not something that can easily be obtained only through perks. The chances are slim, but he can also obtain it as a reward while hunting. However, that's when Hyuk gets something in his mind. Now that he thinks about it, there is someone who is likely to have the trait enhancement rune. At the Seoul Ilseung Hotel that night, Abdul, the Prince of the United Arab Emirates, sits in his room, darkened by the night. He spread articles to all Korean media with the best conditions that would tempt anyone, and requested temporary naturalization several times, but this yielded no result. He couldn't make contact with either Nam Gayon or the S++ recorder. There are only 15 days left until the UAE's tower collapses. Does he really have to rely on Saudi Arabia in the end? The demands when he contacted Saudi Arabia were excessive. The trade enhancement rune, $1 billion in cash as a baseline, plus the transfer of the territory containing a gas field. On top of that, 10 tons of magic stones and 10 tons of tower metal. Even thieves are not this bad, but there is no other way to prevent the tower from collapsing. He has no choice but to sign such a humiliating contract, and any other country would make similar demands in the first place. A neighboring country is better than a distant one. Staying in Korea any longer is just a waste of time. He thinks of returning tomorrow, but suddenly he hears a rustle nearby. He thinks that it's the security team. He did not come for them, so why are they here? Suddenly he sees a man carrying the 2 guards at his door into the room with a pretty calm expression. Abdul is shocked to see that it is an intruder. He needs to quickly evacuate to the emergency panic room. Upon getting up, with just one stare, Kosak pins him to the ground, as he cannot move anymore. Kosak then sits in his plush chair, and putting his feet up. Upon commanding the prince to sit, he falls to the ground, the aura having been released. Kosak pulls out a post-it note holding 2 words, translator, and Korean, with the prince thinking that it is his chance. He pulls out his phone, noting that he wants to call one over, and so he needs to use it. Instead of a translator, a bunch of guards appear, and immediately ready their weapons on Kosak, who doesn't move at all as they scream at him to put his hands up. As they continue screaming at him, Kosak, looking like he's not even moving, cuts up the barrels of their guns and tells them this will be the last time he says they should bring a translator, while he's still being nice. The main guard is shocked. How is this even possible with just a dagger and the aura they are feeling? It feels like a terrifying sensation of someone holding a blade at their necks, telling them that if they move, they will die. The translator arrives, and he immediately starts asking questions like, who is he? Where is he from? And what does he want from the crown prince? Kosak gets straight to the point. They should bring him the trait enhancement rune. The prince immediately refuses, saying this is something he absolutely cannot give him, even if he takes his life. Kosak tells him that he will clear the 60th floor for him within 15 days, and up to the 61st floor in 6 months. The prince asks how he will clear it without being naturalized. Kosak tells him that will not be the case, so Abdul wonders if he is just making a fool out of him. Kosak sighs. If there is a player in this room, in fact, there is a prospective player, Omar Hassan, who is level 27. He brought him along because being next to him is the safest place, but to think it would turn out this way. Kosak tells him to come here a second, as he is not going to do anything. He just knocked these guys out, but if he keeps acting so frustratingly, he can assure them that everyone in this room will die, and not easily at that. Omar immediately steps forward despite the prince's reluctance, and Kosak hands him a ticket, noting that it's an item he should check its effects and tell the crown prince himself. Omar sees that it's a multinational tower access ticket, an item that allows entry into any tower regardless of nationality. Abdul is surprised to hear about an item like this, and Kosak also notes that the shield and mace on the table are gifts, a sign of friendship. When Omar looks at them, he is amazed by the effects. He has never seen anything like it. The options are incredible. He can't even tell how many effects are stacked. He wants to try using them right now. These are absolutely not items one can just get anywhere. Abdul is impressed by the quality of the gift. This man clearly is no ordinary person. He asks if that means he will clear the 60th floor in exchange for the trait enhancement rune, and Kosak confirms as such. The 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower will be cleared within 15 days. Abdul wonders how he can make such a decision by trusting his words, but Kosak swears it on his name, which he says is Gobang. He should be honest here. He's better at torture than he is at assassination. He could make them voluntarily hand over the trait enhancement rune within a minute, but he is offering a deal, so they should not miss this chance. Abdul can immediately feel that unknown pressure again, a bizarre man who can use his abilities even outside of the tower. Could this be the S++ recorder? He takes the rune out of a security briefcase and hands it over to him. Kosak congratulates him. He survived because of this, so the UAE will be safe as well. Before stepping away, he asks if he's satisfied with the deal. He means the deal they made. They both have to be satisfied. This is a crucial matter. Abdul says that he is, and Kosak is pleased, as they will be a lot more satisfied 15 days from now. Back at the apartment, Hyuk is naturally worried. What if the negotiations fall through, and he can't get a trait enhancement rune? and the new summon ends up being a non-combatant, then he won't be able to guarantee an S++ clear from now on. He wonders if he should check on that guy after all this time. He uses the designated summon of the mad demon who appeared before him, with Hyuk hoping desperately that he changed his mind. The mad demon notes that he has no idea how glad he is to see him again after being banished by the summoner. He reflected on himself quite a bit and thought about what he did wrong. He realized that such extreme methods do not suit this world. Killing people has its limits. It takes a long time, and it will naturally cause ripple effects. Hyuk is really glad that he changed and hands him over a drink. The mad demon feels his throat tingling. Is this poison? If the summoner gives it to him, he must surely drink it then. Hyuk notes that it's just soda, and the mad demon, now that he thinks about it, notes that it's almost been 1,000 years since he tasted the food of this world. Killing all those in power was a foolish idea, wasn't it? Hyuk doesn't know about foolish, but it was a bit too radical, and the mad demon naturally agrees. He is curious as to which country holds the strongest national power in the world. When Hyuk tells him that it's the USA, the mad demon understands. He just needs to turn the president of the USA into a soulless puppet and have him follow his commands. There is a technique called the soul-stealing great art. It destroys a human's mind and turns them into a puppet. It consumes a massive amount of mental energy, so even he can only create one. All he has to do now is turn the US president into that puppet. He will have him wage a war of conquest to pacify the world, and then proclaim global unification, which will be a simple task. It was foolish of him not to have thought of this sooner. They should execute this quickly. Where is that president? To make him wage war, a war of conquest. They must move right now. Hyuk just calls his name, and notes that his direction is wrong. Very, very wrong. He should go and reflect some more, and Hyuk immediately unsummons him, with his satisfaction rating having been evaluated as 1 point. At the same time, Kosak arrives, having returned from his journey. Hyuk asks how it went. What was the result of the negotiation? Kosak laughs in unabashed satisfaction, and Hyuk guesses that he got the trait enhancement rune, with Kosak confirming as such and handing it over to him. Didn't he tell him he is a master of negotiation? The next day, Hyuk goes through the ritual. He empties his bowels in the bathroom. He takes a bath and trims his nails before putting on some fresh, clean clothes and meditating. With that, he opens his inventory and pulls out the rune. This is his first time using an item like this. He hopes it will work. All he needs to do is place it in his mouth and swallow it. He immediately does so, and his awakening trait is enhanced, increasing his simultaneous summon limit to 5. He cheers to himself, and wonders if he should hurry and share the news. With that, he summons everyone, and first thanks Kosak for his hard work. Kosak naturally laughs with his nose held high. Who do they think he is? He is the master negotiator. Meatball tells Kosak he did a great job, and even Guyon congratulates them both, and even Razix asks if he can come out every time now. Kosak just tells her yes in a very crude manner, but Razix is just happy to be with them. With that, Kosak begins the second meeting, explaining that the monster that appears starting on the 51st floor is a griffin, basically a huge bird. Razix asks if they can skin them, but Kosak tells him that they are not much use in that sense. Instead, Kosak says they should mine the ore, or skin the monsters in the wyvern section from the 56th floor upward. Hyuk thanks Kosak for the briefing. He is excited and apprehensive, but he swallows his emotions and performs the random summon. The summon takes on a more voluptuous form, and sure enough, the woman comes out. The lone woman of the Magic Empire Ranger unit, a beautiful magic gunner who never misses. Her name is Veronica Caliber, and she's an SR. Guyon notes that Veronica is the first female summon besides herself. Kosak says they may be the same sex, but they are quite different. Guyon asks what he means, but he tells her not to play dumb as they bicker. Hyuk is just glad that she's a fighter, a magic gunner. Sounds really good. He tries to welcome her, but then he sees that she's sleeping in front of everyone else. She probably didn't even realize she was summoned. With Kosak screaming at her to suck her drool back in, she wakes up and immediately salutes Hyuk, introducing herself as Sergeant Veronica Caliber and reporting as ordered. Hyuk just welcomes her warmly and notes that they should briefly greet the other members, but then Veronica just falls asleep once again while saluting. Kosak goes to her and notes that he doesn't really like her. Hyuk asks if it's because she's dozing off, but that's not the issue. It's the salute and the slogan. Their characters overlap. He was the one who did the salute and slogans first. Hyuk tells him to be a little mindful, as she's an actual soldier in the Magic Empire Ranger unit, and is even a sergeant. Has he ever served in the military? Kosak lies through his teeth, not mentioning that he was exempt for having flat feet. Hyuk just lets that go, and thinks that she's quite a strange person getting summoned while dozing off. Does she always sleep? Or did she die in her past life because she couldn't get any sleep? Well, he will know once he looks. So he decides to view her story. The story of Sergeant Veronica Caliber, a veteran sniper of the Ranger unit in the Northern Magic Empire. Amid cold, daily battles against beasts, she earned renown as a magic gunner who never really missed. Then one day, an unexpected monster wave of massive scale occurred, and a gigantic number of beasts gathered at the border. Monsters were attacking non-stop, day and night. Sleepiness set in, but she resorted to even stabbing herself to keep herself awake because she was the only one left who could fight. If she fell here, it would be over, but she had long since surpassed the limits of human endurance. After fighting for 100 days and nights, reinforcements finally arrived. Once Veronica confirmed their arrival, she allowed herself a peaceful rest. As Hyuk understands it, she died from a lack of sleep, which is a little sad. Kosak believes that they are pressed for time, however, so there's no way he will let this new recruit slack off. He smacks her across the head, telling her that if she's here, she needs to fulfill her duties. He hits her harder than he intended, and Veronica takes offense. She glares at him with clear killing intent and asks if he wants to die. Kozak tries to argue that he's an SSR, but she doesn't care and points her gun at his chest, wondering if an SSR's gut is bulletproof. Kosak is about to be obliterated, but Hyuk picks up Veronica's hat to catch her attention and notes that he was thinking of going straight into the tower. She asks if this is the operation, and he confirms as such. They will be hunting flying magical beasts, which are griffins. With her agreement, they enter the 51st floor of the Black Tower, but even as they enter, Veronica continues sleeping. She continues sleeping even as she walks, confusing everyone. So Hyuk gently pats her on the shoulder and notes that they should start getting ready, right? The mission for the 51st floor is to defeat 15 sharp-clawed griffins. Guyon buffs them, and Veronica thanks her for the morale boost and asks Hyuk if they can commence the operation. He confirms as such, and with that, she moves down the hill with everyone else, telling them to execute the operation. Using her gun, she shoots down the griffins, making them fall to the ground, and allowing Kosak and Meatball to finish them off. They repeat this process, and Hyuk is amazed. It's like some kind of delivery service for monsters, and even Kosak is happy. Now they have a tank, a melee damage dealer, a ranged damage dealer, and Guyon as support. At this point, he can call them a complete party. He's proud that he actually got a good pull. Eventually, they clear the floor with an S++ rank as usual. After going back, Hyuk thinks that they should hold a company dinner to properly welcome Veronica. Before they can make any preparations, however, Veronica slumps on the couch and falls sound asleep. Kosak believes that since she's so desperate for sleep, it would be best to let her. Hyuk tries to tell him that wouldn't be fair, but Kosak warns him that if they wake her for no reason, she will lose her marbles once again. He saw that earlier, didn't he? Hyuk points out that this is because Kosak smacked her across the head, but he decides to let the others dig in, as they do deserve a treat too. He thinks that becoming successful as a player is great and all, but moments like this, enjoying time with his companions, feel a lot more precious to him. It's also kind of amazing seeing them get along so well, even though they fight every day. He hopes that Veronica will settle in just fine too. However, when he looks at the couch, he sees that she's not there. Meatball points below the table, where she has moved in her sleep. Hyuk wonders how she's sleeping so soundly while also moving, and Guyon guesses that she was likely drawn in by the smell of meat. This gives Kosak an idea, so he picks up a piece of meat from the barbecue and puts it near her mouth. Immediately, Veronica snakes her tongue out and grabs it. Kosak is amazed. She is eating while sleeping. That's seriously incredible. Meatball feeds her too, as she must eat to have strength, and even Razix tries to feed her, giving her a piece of carrot. She must eat vegetables as well, since they give her a lot of strength. However, Veronica spits the carrot piece back in his face, disrespecting the goat, but the others just laugh it off. With this, the time remaining until the UAE Black Tower collapses is 13 days. The condition to use the multinational tower access ticket is quite simple. One cannot climb floors that are higher than their level. If he wants to enter the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower, he needs to match that level first. Now they enter the 52nd floor of the Black Tower, and Hyuk can see that at level 52, his strength stat is no joke. He has enough mana to keep Shadow Step active all day long if he wants to, but now his gear is crap since he's using old weapons, because Kosak took the other ones for the negotiations. Veronica will be taking command today too. Following the captain's orders, she's ready to take command of the operation. However, that's when she realizes her gun is beeping red. It appears that she's run out of ammo. She failed to resupply her weapon. Usually, she extracts stones from monster corpses to resupply, but the battle ended too quickly yesterday. Her magic gun uses mana stones as live ammunition after all. Hearing this, the goat Razix pulls a bunch out of his bag, as they have plenty of mana stones from mining. Veronica is ecstatic and salutes Razix, naming him the supply officer. Razix thinks that is a great title, and everyone claps, saying they look forward to his service. Veronica tells him to refill her ammo whenever she runs out. She will raise her left arm to signal supply officer Razix. Hyuk tells her to fire as much as she wants, and so the 52nd floor begins. Veronica immediately activates the scope in her eye and secures line of sight. She ignites her mobility gear, and Hyuk likes the cyberpunk vibe it has. She moves in, asking the other squad members how many they can handle at once. Meatball tells her he doesn't care if she even sends 15 at once, and she agrees. She warns them that it might draw aggro, so they should be careful, especially Guyon. Guyon tells her not to worry. Veronica begins shooting, attracting the attention of the beasts. Meatball tells her to stay back, as he will handle this, but she tells him to wait, as she will clear them out with a large shell first. They should take care of the stragglers afterwards. Hyuk, who is itching for a new fight, immediately rushes in to help as well. Veronica tells him it's too dangerous for him to move forward like this. With that, she loads a large shell and fires it immediately, taking out a bunch of griffins at once. Hyuk realizes that if he got caught up in that, there wouldn't even be a bone in him left. She tells him as much, noting that in a war, more people die from friendly fire. Hyuk is glad that she's reliable. Clearing has definitely gotten easier since she joined. With that, they clear the 52nd floor, and the day after that, they climb to the 54th floor. Meanwhile, at Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah's residence, the prince is focused on whether they can reach the 60th floor. He didn't think he would be barred from external activities, and even face being stripped of his own title as prince. The situation is turning out a lot more serious than expected, because everyone in parliament learned that he handed over the trait enhancement rune. Naturally, they became furious. If he is stripped of his title as prince, he will be exiled, and he might even be assassinated by hired killers. Suddenly, however, he gets breaking news that the 51st through 54th floors of the Black Tower in Korea have been cleared with S++ ranks over 4 consecutive days. That is what has been happening in Korea. At first, he thought he was being tricked, but now, he is becoming certain that the man is climbing the floors to keep his promise. If the 60th floor really gets cleared, he will have to visit Korea at once, with a hefty bag of gifts prepared. He must meet that man no matter what, and establish friendly relations with him. Hyuk enters the 55th floor mission, which requires him to defeat 50 griffins of any type, and 1 peacock feather storm griffin. Immediately after spawning in, Hyuk can see that there is an entire swarm of them. They only need to hunt 50 before the boss appears, but if they draw aggro the wrong way, hundreds might aggro at once. Well, Veronica just uses a rapid-fire technique to draw everyone's attention, aggroing every single one. Guyon, however, immediately uses a debuff on them, removing their ability to fly, meaning that they have just become a slightly larger flock of pigeons. With this, the others clear the griffins with ease, but eventually the peacock feather storm griffin arrives. Hyuk knows about this monster because its finishing move is known to cause massive casualties. His source is Kosak's briefing, so he takes it with a grain of salt. The griffin unleashes a flurry of ranged attacks down on them, but Meatball simply grows larger, as Veronica prepares a large shell and fires it straight through the griffin, forcing it to crash to the ground and end up just like the others, a really big pigeon. It even pretends to be a pigeon to escape the beating it is about to take, but that will still not save it from these guys. With that, the 55th floor is clear with an S++ rank, and Hyuk immediately checks the perks. It would be nice if a summon grade up rune dropped so they can promote Supply Officer Razix to SR. The perk, however, is that he can copy one skill from a summoned being, and he needs to select a target. Hyuk notes that it has been a while since this perk appeared, and the others agree that it is pretty good. Hyuk is also glad, but there are way too many choices to consider. Which of the 5 summoned beings should he copy a skill from? Guyon immediately says that, among her skills, she recommends a few, like the Bell of Encouragement and the Bell of Weakness. Hyuk will be able to foresee crises, and even prepare for them. Kosak disagrees, saying that Hyuk should learn one of his, like Stealth Polymorph or Disruption. He must increase his chances of running away and surviving. Meatball, however, tells him to learn his like Rapid Regeneration or Giantification. Being sturdy is best, since it will keep him from dying. They continue bickering and spamming all of their skills at once. Hyuk is in a state of decision paralysis, unable to think about what to choose. However, he sees a small window at the back belonging to the Mad Demon, whose rating is the lowest. His range of choices is very narrow, with only one ability available to copy, the Blood Jade Chi. Since there is only one choice, the decision is much easier. So he tells everyone to stop recommending because he has already chosen. Kosak wonders what skill he decided to learn, and Hyuk tells them it's something from the Mad Demon, which shocks everyone. Hyuk is curious about what kind of skill it is. He wants to try it out inside the tower right away. It is a pretty good skill because it emits formless energy to weaponize the body. Its power increases according to the user's mana and current level. Afterward, Hyuk looks up some articles about himself online and finds that people are naturally surprised by how easily he passed the Flying Griffin section. People are now calling him South Korea's top player. They even have an exclusive interview with Nam Ga-eun, who notes that comparing herself, an S+ record holder, to Hyuk makes no sense at all. Compared to Hyuk, she still has quite a long way to go. Hyuk is glad that Nam Ga-eun mentioned him, but he catches himself having delusions again, and he really needs to wake up. As always, amidst the praise, there is also suspicion. Furthermore, starting from the Wyvern section on floor 56, clearing it is difficult without government support, so the suspicion grows stronger than usual. Whatever they say, what can he do about it? He just clears the floor as usual because there are 9 days until the collapse of the UAE Black Tower. He needs to keep running forward, so he continues clearing. Over the span of 3 days, he clears the 57th, 58th, and 59th floors. When they exit the Black Tower, Hyuk is completely burned out after climbing like a madman. Still, tomorrow they finally enter the 60th floor. Kosak notes that he worked really hard, and Ga-eun is impressed by his spirit. Hyuk looks at his own status window as well. It has become really packed, and he feels proud. He also thinks about his twice-a-day tower entry, which is an absolute steal. One entry for clearing the upper floors, and the other for repeat farming. In the Wyvern section, they mainly harvested magic stones, and also farmed 1 hide of each type for samples. However, a small issue occurred with the sample Wyvern hides. Razix, the goat, actually got mad at Veronica because she put bullet holes through the sample Wyvern's body when he explicitly told her to shoot only the head. Since he is very disappointed as a supply officer, he immediately makes her do correction exercises. Hyuk is impressed that even a soldier from another world knows just how terrifying a supply officer is. On the long-awaited day of the 60th floor clear, Hyuk reviews information about the 60th floor, the final stage of the Wyvern section. Like the rest of the Flying Monster section, this floor is impossible to clear without some kind of national support. Players who clear floors for a living usually only go up to floor 40. Anyway, on floor 60, they have to kill the Wyvern Lord. The thing to watch for is a bizarre monster called the Poison Wyvern that appears alongside it. In terms of attack power, they are the weakest among all wyverns. They're like the summoned beasts of the Wyvern Lord. Their defense is so weak that they will die just from a light tap. The real problem starts after they die. The poison wyverns fall to the ground and create poison puddles. The headache-inducing part is that even if the party does not attack them, the poison wyverns crash into the ground themselves to create those puddles. Because it's a narrow canyon environment, it is impossible not to step on them, so they need poison-resistant items. This much research should be enough, so they should call all the members. Kosak and Veronica salute as usual, but Razix also salutes. Having been influenced, well, at least Meatball and Ga-eun are normal. Hyuk begins the meeting, noting that today they will tackle the 60th floor, and they are going to clear the UAE Black Tower first. Before they can start, Kosak has a suggestion to make. He even prepared a tactical briefing and asks Hyuk to approve it. A moment later, Hyuk is impressed and asks whether Kosak is serious, whether this is actually possible, and whether everyone agreed to it. Kosak confirms as such to all 3 questions. Hyuk is being driven a little crazy. It is not like they are filming some combining robot show. He wonders if they can just wipe them out with firepower, as always, and Kosak confirms as such, but it will hurt a lot. It will hurt all of them. Isn't it better for one person to be hurt instead? Meatball just says he's ready, and Kosak notes that he's not only thinking about his own safety. Their lovely worker could die a tragic death in the poison pits. Hyuk thinks that he definitely cannot allow the goat to be in danger. Since everyone agrees, they will proceed according to the briefing, so they will enter now. He rips the multinational tower access ticket, and the system requests him to state the country name and the floor number of the tower he wishes to enter. Hyuk does so, and he is immediately transported to the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower. The clear condition for this floor is simply to defeat the Wyvern Lord. Veronica immediately begins scouting, seeing that the Wyvern Lord is already approaching. Meatball immediately becomes a giant, and they begin their transformation. Kosak clings to one of Meatball's arms. Veronica climbs onto the other, and Meatball tucks his head between his massive trapezius muscles. With that, Razix jumps up, completing the final stage. This is the fourth stage transformation, combining their summoned beings into the complete form of Meatball, the Basak. Hyuk and Gyeon move to a safer place, and Gyeon tells the others to take care of themselves out there. Hyuk is naturally a little surprised, but since things turned out like this, he should at least cheer for them. He does so as Gyeon buffs them, and they immediately begin in earnest. The core of this raid is Meatball. Without clashing directly with the Wyvern Lord, he ignores the poison puddles and constantly draws the aggro with endless taunts. His body, hardened by diamond skin, will block the poison, and even if it penetrates, his incredible regeneration will counteract it. Supply Officer Razix immediately resupplies Veronica, allowing her to get back into the fight. She reports that the small fry around the Wyvern Lord have been eliminated, and with this, Cossack tells Meatball to do it now. Meatball hurls Cossack like a missile, decapitating the Wyvern Lord. Even if it looks pretty idiotic, it's also pretty cool. With this, the 60th floor has been cleared, and in addition to the magic stone, Hyuk is also granted a platinum badge. Hyuk is surprised that other countries' towers give platinum badges as well. At the same time, at the Supreme Federal Council, the final verdict on the prince is being delivered. They ask him one more time about the crime of handing over the trade enhancement rune without an official contract, and the crime of putting the UAE Black Tower in danger of collapse because of it. Does Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah admit to his crimes? He refuses to, and the council believes he is quite arrogant. Another council member asks whether he intends to insist that he did nothing wrong until the very end. The prince tells them it was merely an expression of his loyalty to the nation. After a lot of deliberation, the council head tells him to be silent. Thanks to his defiance, the verdict will be easy to make, so he will deliver the sentence based on everyone's consensus. The prince still holds out hope that the man who came that day will keep his promise. Even as that faint hope remains, the council head tells him that Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah has leaked national assets out of the country. This is a despicable crime equivalent to treason. They resolve to exile him from the United Arab Emirates. However, that's when one of the players next to Abdul bin Salah begins to scream, causing everyone to be surprised. They ask how he dares to scream during a sacred verdict, but he explains that the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower has been cleared and that the global announcement just went up. Everyone is immediately shocked, and the prince smiles, asking what crime he committed. Naturally, this becomes breaking news, with people believing that there is a high possibility of naturalization, and it's currently unknown whether it is temporary or permanent. The commissioner has cancelled all external appointments and is returning to the Awakener Management Department building. A swarm of reporters descends on him, asking a barrage of questions about whether some kind of deal was made with the UAE. However, he answers nothing, and immediately enters his office. He asks Lee what happened and whether Ji-hyun has checked, but Lee tells him that Ji-hyun is now on the phone with player Hyuk. After a bit of talking, Ji-hyun closes the call and tells the commissioner to rest easy, because he personally confirmed that player Hyuk has not been naturalized. Player Hyuk is currently at his residence and plans to clear the 60th floor of the Korean Black Tower today. The commissioner sighs in relief. That certainly shaved a few years off his life, but who in the world achieved an S++ clear? The UAE only requested temporary naturalization a few days ago. Ji-hyun believes there is nobody among the UAE players, or even among players worldwide, capable of that. Given the circumstances, it's pretty reasonable to assume player Hyuk cleared it. The commissioner asks whether Hyuk said anything about it, but Ji-hyun says that Hyuk denied it, so Ji-hyun did not press further. The commissioner says that's fine for now. He must have a reason for not saying anything. Hyuk is a timid individual, so they should not interrogate him over every little detail. Lee notes that public opinion is getting heated. Shouldn't they calm things down? Ji-hyun, however, believes it's best to just leave it alone. Once today's S++ clear of the 60th floor makes the news, everyone will forget. Later that day, Lee goes to collect the leather. When she arrives, she tells Hyuk that the basilisk hide has now entered full-scale production. If he just waits a little longer, it should start generating profits. Hyuk sheepishly acknowledges this and tells her to just take her time. She wishes him luck in clearing the 60th floor, and he awkwardly notes that he plans to do it within the hour. After Lee leaves, Hyuk feels relieved and thinks that talking to women is a lot harder than climbing the tower. Relieved, he clears his throat and goes to the others, noting that now that the Awakener Management Department employee is gone, they should finish what they were doing. What he received for clearing the UAE Black Tower's 60th floor and earning the Foreign Tower Clearing Badge was a ladder game ticket, with rewards ranging from a mana stone to a trait enhancement rune. He shows it to everyone and wonders which number he should choose. If anyone has an opinion, they should feel free to say so. Cossack naturally recommends lucky number 7. and Meatball tells him that since the summoner is a man, a real man always chooses number 1. With Hyuk agreeing that he is an alpha male, Guyon tells him that at the bottom of line number 8 is the trait enhancement rune they dream of. But what if it's a trap? It is a line that runs straight down with no crossbars connecting it to the others. Razix doesn't even try to recommend anything, and Veronica naturally is asleep. So, to summarize, Hyuk has 3 recommendations, but he decides to choose something else. Option 3. If 1, 7, or 8 end up giving mana stones, he will roast whoever suggested them. The words of a true leader. Suddenly, though, the lines extend into a pretty huge maze, and with that, the ladder starts. Hyuk chooses number 3. Everyone is excited, and Hyuk roots for the ball to move toward the reward he wants. It almost drops to a mana stone. Just as Hyuk swears that he will quit everything if the ball lands on a mana stone, it suddenly switches paths, and ends up on a summon grade up rune. He announces the result, and they immediately cheer, as that's a pretty good one, the second best reward at least. Veronica gets up too after hearing the cheering, but Hyuk tells her to just go back to sleep. With that, he calls forward Razix and asks if he's ready for his promotion. Razix, with tears in his eyes, immediately salutes Hyuk, and Hyuk, for one, can't wait to see the new and improved Razix. Before they raise his grade, they should clear the Korean Black Tower 60th floor first. With that, they go to their own 60th floor, and they immediately get into formation, completing their new form. Hyuk wonders whether clearing the same floor in another tower will earn him another S++ evaluation and another badge. Anyway, he really doesn't want to come to this floor ever again. Even Meatball isn't completely immune to pain. The Wyvern Lord is merely huge. Its hide is an ugly color, so it is practically worthless too. The clear attempt goes smoothly, using 2 large shells and Kosak's usual finishing move. Now, Hyuk wonders if it counts, and sure enough it does, as he gets another platinum badge. Even though he's only reached floor 60, he already has 61 platinum badges. After that, Hyuk gives the summon grade up rune to Razix, and notes that they will see each other later. They will wait for him without entering the tower. Razix waves them goodbye, telling them not to clean, because he will do it when he gets back, and not to use any sort of electronic servant. With that, he begins disappearing. Hyuk notes that Razix has a heart as pure as Meatball's. Razix will probably receive a blessed enhancement, so the process will likely take around 4 days, just like Meatball's did. Since they have so much time, they will pause their tower climbing until Razix returns. It's vacation time. They should get plenty of rest while enjoying themselves. The next day, news of his S++ clear in Korea spreads, and the public outrage naturally dies down. A news report shows the prince being interviewed again on his way to Korea. He says he wants to express his gratitude to someone who deserves the thanks of the UAE people. He does not reveal any details, saying only that this is all thanks to Mr. Gobang. Hyuk watches the report and wonders who the prince means by Gobang, but he guesses it was Kosak. When Kosak went to negotiate with the crown prince, he must have introduced himself as Gobang. As for Razix, he is unavailable for summoning, just as Meatball was. That means a blessed enhancement is in progress. Razix will definitely come back as an SSR. The vacation continues as they wait for Razix. On day 2, they play some games. On the 3rd day, they enjoy some time in the sun. On the 4th day, Hyuk is already bored out of his mind. So this is what it's like to be rich and unemployed. He's always dreamed of something like this. But even relaxing gets boring when all he can think about is Razix's return. It's already been 4 days. However, just as he thinks of that, the summon unavailable status disappears, and he screams that Razix is back. Veronica gets up, ready to welcome the supply officer. They lay out everything that they bought for Razix, a bunch of organic vegetables and Jeju carrots. With that, Hyuk summons him, since everyone has missed the goat. He appears with an all-new look, a more tailored outfit, and even a pair of protective glasses. This is a loyal, reliable, and all-purpose genius worker from the Beastman race, Razix, the goat. Thank you for watching. See you next time.